Hey, HDA, and today we're going to be playing Mindustry, which is a factory building slash tower defense slash strategy game. And it was actually recommended to me by a lot of you guys. It has overwhelmingly positive reviews on Steam, so I'm looking forward to trying it out. I will be playing the campaign, and it looks like we have two planets we can pick from. We have Supercut, which is kind of the older content, or we have Erekir, which is the newer, more polished content, and it's also more difficult, so that's the one I'm going for. Alright, so let's see, we have one zone over here, everything else is locked, so I guess this is the tutorial. And there we go, we're landing on our first planet. New content unlocked. Well, everything is new to me, so that makes sense. Okay, click to mine beryllium for walls, and we can use WASD to move. And look at that, we're now already mining some resources. That actually goes pretty fast, and they're automatically going to our bastion. That sounds really impressive. Okay. So now what? Oh, look. Open the technology tree, research, and then place a turbine condenser on the vent. This will generate power. Okay. This looks like that. Turbine condenser, sure. Oh, look, there's more stuff. There's a beam node over here that transmits power to other blocks. That's probably going to be needed to transmit that power to wherever we need it to go. Okay, so let's build a turbine condenser. What does it actually do? We can check it out. Generates power when placed on vents. Produces a small amount of water. Okay. It's going to generate 180 power per second. Okay. Not sure how much ratios factor into this game. I guess we'll find out. So that was built pretty quickly. And then we're going to research and place a plasma bore. This automatically mines resources from walls. Okay. Where is that? That's this thing, right? Yeah. Plasma bore. Okay. And then I think I also should just pick up this. This moves items forward. This is a belt. Okay, and this is a router. So kind of like a splitter unit. And a duct bridge. Moves items over structures and terrain. So all of that. We're probably going to need all of that anyway. So I am still mining manually, but that's obviously not what we want to keep doing. All these icons look a little bit too much like each other, in my opinion, but that's probably just getting used to that a little bit. Let's place down a couple of these drills. Yeah, and then we need to power them, so that makes sense. So let's make sure that we do exactly that. Oh, look at these little laser beams connecting everything up with power. That's nice. Okay, now what? Research and place ducts to move the mined structures resources from the plasma board to the core. Click and drag to place multiple ducts and scroll to rotate. Okay, so these are over here. This is the router, this is the duct itself. And then can we just drag? Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so that is very nice to have the luxury of not having to do that manually. That is a lot of resources coming in. And I think if I understand this correctly, these resources are actually infinite. So that is very nice to have, because it's always annoying when you run out. Expand the mining operation, place more plasma bores and use beam nodes and ducts to support them. Mine 200 beryllium. So there seems to be a limited range on these power nodes, but it's pretty long, so that's not a problem. And now we have 3 more of these miners. And let's see if I can just connect these ducts up. Oh, that is actually really smooth and easy to do. Okay, so now that 200 beryllium will be flowing in like very quickly. More complex blocks require graphite. Set up plasma bores to mine graphite. So we have those over here. We also have one of those. We actually have some vents over here as well. So yeah, maybe we're probably going to be using both of them anyway. But let's start with this one. And then let's place some more bores down. And there we go, I just took a moment to set up all these drills. Now, as you can see, apparently this node is only being mined by one of them, so that's a little bit unfortunate. How much power are we actually using? It's 9 power units per second for every bore, so we can actually power 20 of these from a single vent. That makes me wonder if I should not just connect up these power grids. I'm not entirely sure if there's a downside or an upside. Well, the upside is that we are spreading the power all over the place, but hopefully this will also ensure that we have our power balanced as much as we can. Next up on the list are the Cliff Crusher, which is going to crush walls outputting sands. Okay, so, and that's also going to unlock the Silicon Arc Furnace, which is going to refine silicon from sand and graphite. Okay, so we're actually going to need to produce double things now. So we have this new production building, and by the looks of it, it can drill straight into a wall. It needs to be adjacent to it. If I place it down to this, like this brown wall over here, it's going to drill at 1.1 per second. If I place it over here though, it's going to actually drill a lot quicker. So I think we want to have it close to this kind of like softer sand. Okay, something like this. We have a couple of sand producers over here. We have the graphite over here already, so that means that we can now start setting up some silicon. We have a new tab over here, which is the silicon arc furnace. That's the only thing that's in here currently. Yeah, so where do we want to put that up? I guess we can just put it kind of adjacent to these. Leave some room in here and then have a belt go like this. Something like this. Does that work? I think that works actually. It's very quick and easy to build stuff in this game. I actually want to use these duct routers. Ducts, not duct routers. Duct routers. There we go. Quack quack. Anyway, sorry. Does this work? Yeah, so it splits off some of the resources into these, and then some of the remaining resources are going to go in here to get ourselves some building materials. Now, we actually do need to make sure everything is powered as well. Let's do that like that. Are you doing something? No, why not? I actually don't know. You're not getting sand by the looks of it. That's weird. Let me redo this just to make sure I got this right. So let's make sure we have this over here. Let's make sure this is connected properly. And then let's use some of these ducts as well over here. Maybe something like this and this and this. Now it seems to be working. Not entirely sure why it wasn't working before, but because the kind of like the perpendicular type of approach works here for the output, so I'm not sure why it didn't work for the input, but that works, and that means that we now have some output as well. So let's see, can I just go over? Oh, I really like that it automatically built that bridge. Did you see that? That makes it so much easier to make complex belt systems if we need to do that. There we go. So now we also have some of that silicon coming in as well. Okay, so this is all very straightforward so far, but now we're going to get to the more aggressive part of the game, because we're going to need to build some units to explore the map, defend buildings, and attack the enemy. Research and place a tank fabricator. Oh, we're going straight to tanks, are we? Okay, well, that works for me. Let's see. The tank fabricator is over here, and I actually didn't see what we need in order to build this. Just some silicon and beryllium, and the tank. Let's build it over here, quite close to our starting base, maybe. And there we go. We have one up and running. It needs some of that green stuff, which I forgot what it's called, beryllium, and it also needs some of the silicon that we're now producing. Is that this one or this one? It's the silicon, right? Yeah. So one of those is actually pretty straightforward. We can just make... So, actually... Ooh, look. This is actually really easy to do. So, let's see. If I make this belt connect with this belt, and then this goes straight up here. Does it go in? Yes. So, now we have all of that. Now we need some more of that green stuff. Well, we have plenty of that actually coming in here. Okay. I need to remove this building for a moment because my OCD is acting out. Okay, so let's remove that. It actually takes a moment. There we go. And we can do that like this. Now it's nice and centered. And now we can do it like that as well. Actually, hold on. There we go. Now it's nice and centered for the 3 production facilities over here. Oh, there's actually some sand coming in here. That's not what we want. Where's the sand coming from? Oh, look, it's actually coming out here. There we go. Okay, so now we have to just clean that belt here for a moment. There we go. Now it should be all nice and clean. We are going to get some beryllium in here as well. The production of this is actually relatively low, if you ask me, but we'll have to do with it. And as soon as we have 40 of that, can we see how much is in there? Yeah, there we go. We should see it starting to build, well, assuming we actually power it, of course. Just a minor little detail. There we go. Power, yes. And we're going to get some tanks. Press to drop a... There we go, we have our first little tank. Hold shift to enter command mode and left click and drag to select units and right click to move them around. Look, 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 we can actually explore the map now. That's nice. Units are effective, but turrets provide better defensive capabilities if used effectively. Well, yeah, anything is more effective if it's used effectively. Anyway, place a breach turret and they require ammo. Okay, so turrets, turrets, turrets. I probably need to research those first, maybe? Yep, it's over here. Look at that. We need some more silicon in order to do that. There we go, a little bit of a side path to our main station. So some of the stuff is going to go into tank production, and some of it's going to go into our main facility. And now I should be able to discover this. Look, we have a turret over here, and we can also have some beryllium walls if we want. Or even large ones, apparently, if we really want them. Okay, so let's see. Can I set rally points for these things? That would be nice, because the enemy is probably... Oh, yeah, I can. That's actually pretty cool. And then if I want to have these guys move over here, yeah, that works as well. So let's build a turret. This is not a turret. Where are the turrets? These are the turrets. There we go. So we're going to need some more silicon in order to do that. There we go. Oh, these turrets actually... What's this? Oh, that's the enemy probably. Okay, so this has a pretty decent range by the looks of it. Let's put it kind of like here, because any units that will have to move across will need to move all around there. And did this need power? No. Water ammo. So actually let's check out this building over here for a moment. It needs either beryllium or tungsten, which we don't currently have, and we can boost it with water. Oh, that's interesting. So let's see. We can just get one of these duct routers over here. And then split this off. Something like that. It should feed into this building. I do like that you can just feed resources into the buildings from any side. Weren't these things producing some water as well? I don't have any way to transport water actually, so you can forget about that for a moment. Walls can prevent oncoming damage from reaching buildings. Place some beryllium walls around the turrets. Sure. So let's see. The walls were over here. Look at my massive wall. Not sure how effective this is, but hey, it's a wall. Oh, hey. There we go. Okay. Apparently those were not the walls it wanted me to make. I'll make some of the other ones as well then. Enemy incoming, prepare to defend. Okay. Well, I'm almost inclined to just go and find the enemy, because I have a feeling that my 6 tanks are going to be just fine defeating the enemy. But let's wait and find out. Oh, look, there's actually some tanks. They're shooting at my stuff. They're actually able to shoot over these walls, apparently. So that's a thing we should take into account. The enemy is vulnerable. Counterattack. Okay, well, they came from over here, so let's go and find them, I guess. Look at my cute little tanks. There we go. Actually, hold on. There's a wall over here, but did they remember to guard their back door? Nope, they didn't. Look at me. I'm destroying your base. Ooh, this is very satisfying, blowing everything up over here. This is the power, right? Yeah. So what are you going to do without power? Oh, well, apparently you're still going to shoot at me. Not entirely sure how it's doing that. Maybe it had some power reserves? Not entirely sure how that works, actually. Let's take out some more power over here. And I think we can pretty quickly wipe out this entire base now. Let's go and attack their main base over here. That should be pretty efficient. Can I target this? Yeah, I can actually actively target this as well. Boom. The entire base got destroyed at once. Well, that's definitely the more efficient way to do that. New cores can be placed on core tiles. New core functions as forward bases and share a resource inventory with other cores. So that's actually really handy. So I don't need to worry about my my inventory not being shared between all the bases. I just need to make sure that if I produce something in one base, I can actually use it somewhere else as well. I need a little bit more silicon in order to do that, so just hold on a moment. Okay, so now I have more resources. Let's place down another one of these main bases. And then I guess we can just expand our little production facility with a second base. The other one is pretty well defended because there was only one way in. And I assume we can actually, well, we can't for the moment blow these things up. So that should be pretty easy. Oh, look at that. It's kind of like warping it in from the outside. You have quite a bit of tanks actually. There we go. The enemy will be able to detect you in 2 minutes. Set up defenses, mining, and production. So we can actually pause the game as well. As you can see, the timer is now no longer moving. And let's scout out what we have over here. So, not a lot actually by the looks of it. There are some resources over here that we can start to mine. There's a lot of these power nodes as well. Did we skip any mining capabilities over here? No, it doesn't look like we did. I do think there are some resources over here, so I'm going to send some of my tanks in that direction. But first things first, let's just set up some power, some basic mining, and make sure that we rally our tanks to the correct place. So if we... Oh, I actually already did that. So we can rally the tanks over here. That should make sure that all the other tanks move in that direction. I think I'll just leave up this turret for now. Having some second layer base defense is probably not a bad idea, although if this base gets overrun, then I'm probably losing anyway. So the nice thing about that pausing mode is that there's no stress in setting up your defense. I can just kind of make my whole layout here for this beryllium mining over here. Then I can make sure I'm just building this as quickly as I can. Wow, placing down those things didn't take any time whatsoever. And there we go, we have the first beryllium already in production, even though I did take a moment to set all of that up. And it looks like we have a lot of that silicon graphite stuff over here as well, along with some sand I can mine. So we can pretty much just double up on all our production that we had in the previous base. There we go, that's a lot of graphite production added to our facility. And remember, all of these cores actually share their inventory, so that should be working just fine. Now we have another enemy core somewhere out there. Probably going to need some more tanks on top of that, so let's set up some more production for that. Alright, so here's some more of that sand production. I like that you can do all the designing in the pausing mode without being stressed at all, and now I can just build everything one by one. So what I've done is add in a lot of those cliff crushers over here, a couple of more of them actually in that corner just because I could. And now I'm going to be producing a lot of silicon over here as well. Now what actually I do still need to add is some more of this ducts, because I will need to get all of those resources towards my facilities over here. I am running really low, as you can see, on beryllium. I am mining all the beryllium I think I can mine on the map. Let's double check over here. Nothing we skipped, right? No, I don't think so. So right now that is my bottleneck. There are some tanks incoming, but it looks like my own tanks are doing just fine in protecting them. Now I would build some walls, but that costs some even more beryllium, which is the one thing I don't have. However, our production is pretty well, so as you can see, everything is now up and running. It's starting to look like an actual real factory now. It's a little bit more messy than my Dyson Sphere program factories would be, but all in all it is very quick and easy to build actually, so I'm really enjoying that. We can actually build up to a total of 30 tanks now, which is twice as much as what we could build before. It's probably tied to the bastions because we have 2 of them now. Let's make sure that these 2 things are rallied to over here. We are still building tanks down there as well. There's another one of those incoming. So I think we can go and explore with all these tanks we have and find our next enemy. And look, there's more turrets over there hiding behind walls. We can actually just drive around these walls if we want. Can we just... We can actually turn... we can actually target these belts as well. So this will just basically remove the ammunition from these turrets, because there's no new ammunition coming in. Ammunition, very hard word to say apparently. There's 2 of these flying units over here as well. Is this their base? Yeah, this is their base already. I wonder what happens if I just blow this up right now. Should I focus on these tanks? It's just 2 of them. There we go. And we just captured another sector. Derelict structures are breaking remnants of old bases that are no longer functional. These can be deconstructed for resources. Okay, so as you can see, there's actually a lot of this stuff still around. Can I just remove this? Oh, I can as well. Well, that's quite good to know. I do need to be in the range. It's a little bit confusing sometimes. I have this thing that I'm controlling myself that is flying around, and that also needs to be building and things like that. And at the same time, I'm controlling an army. So multitasking here a little bit. There's a lot of resources around over here. What is my next mission? I actually don't know, but might as well build up a nice little base to go with all of this stuff. Well, I started out with setting up a nice little base over here until I realized there's nothing else to do here, because there's no open areas to explore or anything like that. So then I looked around and I found this little thing over here, the planet map. And if I now zone to the other side of the planet, oh, actually it's this one, there's a new zone over here. So we have the Aegis zone unlocked. Now, would have been nice if the game actually told me this, unless I missed something, but I don't think I did. But we can now skip to the next level, and I think a lot of the stuff that we actually unlocked so far is going to carry over. You're going to have to join me in the next episode to find out, though. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're still playing Mindustry, and it's time for the second level. And we're taking off from the first planet apparently, and we're going to be landing on the second one. I think you can actually switch between zones as well if you want to for some reason. However, before we can do that, we need to clear out all the enemies in this one, I believe. Let's check this out. You can see there's a exclamation mark. We're under attack, so if I now try to switch to this one, I don't think I can though. You may not switch sectors while an existing sector is under attack, but we can actually go back if we would want to. Alright, I paused the game just because I think we're actually under attack from the get-go in this level from now on. And let's see what we have to work with. We already have some basic beryllium production, so that is pretty nice to get that started right away. We also have some graphite production over here. It doesn't look like we have anything more advanced than that. We do have some basic power, but that's about it. We have a turret. I mean, that's nice. That's not going to do much, but okay. We have a turret at least to work with. Also, looks like this area is pretty open, so this is probably about the direction that the enemy is going to come from, so that's worth keeping in mind. This is all closed up, and it looks like this is going to be closed up as well. So yeah, let's just get some basics up and running first. Okay, so how about this? I just started mining all the raw resources we have over here to get our base production up and running, even though some of my resources seem to transfer. If I look at the resource map, all the input I had from the previous map is still here, so we can spend that on some new things, which we definitely need to do. But for now, the resources I actually have to work with on this map seem to be quite limited. So by making sure I keep all of this up and running, that should give us a pretty nice base production. And you can see here how important that base production is, because even though I have all of this almost up and running, it actually takes a little bit of time because the beryllium is definitely the bottleneck right now. Alright, so this turret over here is obviously in the worst position ever. We have some sort of Well, this is actually a water conduit running towards it to buff it, I guess. But yeah, this is in the worst position ever because this is not going to be defending anything. Well, other than my main base, perhaps. But if the enemy can get there, then I'll already have a massive problem to begin with. So what I want to do is, I think, just build a couple of those tanks that we had on the previous level as well. In order to do that, we are going to need some silicon arc furnaces, and we can probably set these up here. Get some of that stone rolling in as well, and then we have a mobile defense force to get ourselves going. Okay, so let's see. In order to get those tanks up and running, we're going to need some of these cliff crushers for some sand. We are going to need some silicon arc furnaces, and of course we need the actual tank producers over here. Now, I just realized, and actually I was looking at the layout over here, that we can optimize our beryllium production just a tiny little bit more if we place one of these in the corner as well. Something like that, maybe? There we go. Of course, there does need to be a duct. Keep wanting to call these belts, but there we go. And well, actually, we can do that over here as well. And there we go. That's a tiny little bit more production. It's not going to make a huge difference. But, you know, all the production that we can get going, that is going to be beneficial. Oh, look, look. We can actually do it over here as well. Yeah, now we're optimizing things. There we go. Just adding in a little bit of power like that. I like how fluid the building is in this game. It's actually super easy to get things going. There we go. Okay, so we almost doubled up, honestly, on some of that production there. That is going to be significant in the long run. Can we optimize it over here? Nope, we can't. Why is this not working? That's probably because I didn't need a splitter there. There we go. That is a lot of sand. We have some production coming in over here. Oh, there's actually some beryllium on this belt that we don't want there to be. Let me fix this. Okay, so that's fixed now. I had a little bit of a bridge over here, so this is still flowing into our base, so the production doesn't go to waste, but at least it's now not polluting my throughput. There we go. Now, if we just have this stuff going over here, we need a splitter over here, and then we can have this going to the sides. There we go, and we need, of course, the input as well. What do we actually need for the tanks? Do we just need the... I actually completely forgot. Let me double check. So I need... What do I need? I need some of that. Oh, I actually do need this as well. Well, that's convenient because we have that over here, the beryllium, I mean. So we can just have a splitter over here, and then we can split some of that off like this. We can do that over here as well. It's really quick and easy to get things going in this game. We do need some more materials actually to get this going, and I think actually in order to make that happen, we are going to need another splitter over here, because we need some of these base materials for this to actually start producing, I believe. So let's split some of that off in that direction. We do have plenty of beryllium now in our stockpile. There we go. So this is now stocking up on silicon, and that means we can soon start to produce some tanks. Okie dokie, so we have some tanks in production, and I just realized I messed up the math over here. I just built enough of these cliff crushers for one of these arc facilities, but we actually need twice as many if I want to actually use twice of them, two of them, and I do want that because, well, I have a feeling we're going to need a lot more tanks. But that's nothing, just a couple of placements it can't fix. There we go, now I have two of the arc facilities in production, which means we have some tanks over here. Oh, let me control those. Now let's drive around a little bit. Look, I'm uncovering our next assignment. Tungsten can be mined using an impact drill. The structure requires water and power. Well, there's plenty of power around here, actually. There is some more base resources here as well. Doesn't look like the enemy will be coming from here. No, this is actually completely closed off, so we can actually build a pretty hefty facility over here. There's a lot of those beryllium resources over here, along with some tungsten. And I think I'm gonna have to check out the technology tree to find out where my water is supposed to come from. Oh, hey, I'm actually on the edge of the map here. I have a feeling the map is going to expand in this direction, but at least that makes it very easy to prepare some defenses first. Okay, I'm probably completely over-designing this for such an early level, but there is no way the enemy is going to come through here. Actually, now I'm looking at this. Let's make this entrance a little bit smaller, just so the turrets are better protected, and the enemy will have to kind of funnel through this death zone over here, this kill zone over here, in order to come in. Well, next on the list, let's actually focus on making some progress. So, let's take a look at the technology tree. What do we have here? We have an overflow duct. Oh, this is actually going to be pretty useful. Only outputs items to the sides if the front path is blocked. So we direct it in such a way that like the main throughput is going to go where we want it to. But once that is actually for whatever reason backed up, we have an overflow that we can then redirect, for example, to our main base, just to make sure the production isn't going to waste. That's actually pretty useful. Okay, what else do we have? A reinforced message. Stores a message for communication between allies. This seems like a multiplayer thing, but I might be wrong about that. Impact drill. This is what we need for the tungsten, I believe. When placed on ore, outputs items in burst indefinitely. It requires power and water. Okay, so how do we transport water? Okay, next up on the list, the vent condenser. Condenses vent gases into water. So, okay, so rather than producing water from those vents, what we've been doing so far, sorry, producing power, I should say, from those vents, we can actually produce water from that, but we need power to do that. So we need to balance how much water we're producing versus how much power we're producing. What else do we have? Then we have the reinforced conduit, which moves fluid forward. So this is our pipeline, basically. Do we have anything else? We have a radar. Greatly covers terrain and enemy units in a large radius. Requires power. Okay, so we can use this to kind of explore the map and make sure that we know what's going on in the fog of war. Interesting. Okay, I'm going to go unlock, well, actually, all of this I was about to say. Underflow duct. There's more things that we unlock now. Opposite of an overflow duct, outputs to the front if the left and right paths are blocked. Okay, so we can use this to kind of make balancers. This is interesting. This is a message canvas. Displays a simple image with a predefined palette. Well, I'm not entirely sure if we're going to be using this, but let's unlock it anyway. All of this doesn't lead anywhere. We have a liquid junction. Acts as a junction between two crossing conduits. Then we have a bridge as well, similar to the ducts. And then we have a liquid router, which is a splitter, basically. Okay, all seems pretty straightforward. Anything else for the radar? Nope. Okay, so then what I want to do is I want to have some of those drills on the tungsten, and I want to have at least one, maybe several of those condensers to make some water. And then what else do we need? Let's double check that. The impact drill. So that needs power and water. That is it, I believe. Okay, and that's just going to give us tungsten. That's fine. How then do we actually process that, or do we just use it up raw? I don't know. Let's start building and let's find out. Something like this question mark. Is there actually water flowing through here? Yeah, there is. There is actually water coming through here. Here as well? Yeah, it does look like that, and it does seem we are actually getting some water in here. Now, the weird thing is, did I misdo my math? Let me double check this. So the vent condenser is producing what? 30 water per second, sure. And the impact drill needs how much? So 12 water per second. So I only have one vent, because actually all of this consumes a hell of a lot of power. You can see my power struggling. I have almost exactly as much power production as I'm consuming right now. So if I would replace one of these turbine condensers with another vent, I would have more water, but I wouldn't actually be able to use all of that water to produce the tungsten. So, one way or another, it does seem like we are now producing, and well, it's actually pretty, yeah, it makes sense that we're low on water, because I'm actually underproducing water just by a little bit. This produces 30 water, we're consuming 36 if this was all working optimally. I'm actually kind of wondering how this works, because the drilling speed itself is determined by how many of these tungsten blocks are underneath it, and as you can see, I tried to place them as efficiently as I could, but I can only have 3 of these drills anyway. But it does seem they are consuming all the water they can, despite not being able to drill at full speed. So that's something to keep in mind. There is something about this game that slightly annoys me, and that's just not because it's not that it's bad game design or anything like that, but it's pretty hard to make nice looking layouts. Although all in all, I do think that this looks reasonably organized. Could be better, probably. But not bad for my second base, I believe. I am now producing some tungsten, so you can see this is coming in. And now it's time to once again check the technology tree, because I do think I've now built everything I can. I'm utilizing all of these resources. The additional beryllium is coming in here as well. We are stockpiling quite a bit. I think this might be the maximum that we can stockpile, 2,000 of each. So let's see what we can do with all of that. So let's see, what do we have over here? We have armor ducts, moves items forward. Oh, but it does not accept non-duct inputs from the side. So this would actually help me with trying to avoid that whole problem where accidental buildings were putting in items from the side. Okay, nothing else that we can unlock over here. This is a container, which is going to allow us to store items. So it's actually pretty expensive. 650 tungsten to unlock that. I don't think we need it right now. We have a similar thing over here for the liquids, which is even more expensive. Oh my god. We can have some tungsten walls. That seems to be it. So, but we did actually unlock more of the map. Okay, so what we need is more tanks. Let's see, I think there's actually a couple of tanks incoming. Apparently there's not tanks incoming. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. So you guys go over there. Why are you stuck here? I'm still struggling with finding out. Is this tank stuck in here? Let me deal with that. Oh, I am actually under attack, but look at those turrets nicely doing their job. So that is working like intended. Now let me figure out how to get these tanks unstuck here. So wasn't actually sure what was going on with these tanks over here, but we seem to be maxed out on tanks anyway. So I think it's time to bring my army, hopefully my entire army. I like how they are just randomly shooting at the wall. Like, hey, we're in range of something, might as well shoot at it. They were coming from this direction, and we seem to have only one core. Oh, they're right around the corner. Let me join in the shooting at random walls group. I do like that they kept open a little bridge for me, so I'll do exactly what they were doing before. And that is just going around the thing. And can we focus start this? Yes, we can. Okay. Well, it doesn't look like we're going to have too much trouble with this base. Let's just take out a couple of turrets over here. This is a turbine. I wonder, should I just be ignoring all the random buildings and just focus on the main base? I think so. Seems to make the most sense. What's this? Reinforced payload conveyor. Oh, well, this is actually producing tanks, apparently. I mean, your tanks are not going to be a match for mine tanks, considering how I'm outputting them. But I should probably destroy the factories that are producing those. I wonder, is this thing going to be rebuilding that? Doesn't look like he's in the mood to rebuild anything for the moment. But is this base going to entirely blow up once I did the bastion? Mostly. It is super satisfying though, seeing all of that stuff explode around you. Alright, so I have some exploring to do and another base to build up. So yeah, I imagine there were a couple of you already typing in the comments, well, no, you don't need to build that other base because you actually just captured the sector. So we're kind of done on this map already. We unlocked the third level now, which is apparently called Lake. There's the fourth level on the map already as well, but we can't play this because we actually first have to capture the lake. So I guess we're moving on once more. This sector, Slag Lake, greatly limits viable units. A hover unit is the only option. Research the ship fabricator and produce an elude unit as soon as possible. Well, I guess we know what to do. So we're going to leave once more our previous base, land on the next one, and I was hoping we would actually start with a little bit more resources than this. But let's pause once more and look at the giant lake of lava that is surrounding us. They were not kidding when they said we had a limited amount of viability in terms of our units, because these tanks are not going to come across that lava. So before I unpause, let's check out what we actually have. We have several turrets all around, which tells me nothing about where the enemy is going to come from, which is a little bit annoying. I'm actually kind of assuming the enemy is going to come from this direction, because this is where the rest of the ground is, although that I could be completely wrong at that. Let's see, what else do we have? We have a tiny amount of graphite and beryllium, actually not that much to work with. We can optimize that a little bit, so let's start with that. We can place one of these things over here, make sure that there's a duct coming in, and then of course make sure it's powered. That's going to at least increase our beryllium production by about 25%, 33% even. Look at my map. Anyway, and then we can do the same for the plasma, or the graphite over here. So something like that. Then let's have a duct in here to do this, and then get in with the rest of that. And then the power is almost fixed already. We just need to have one more of those. How much are we producing here? This is only 1.5, which is definitely not enough for this silicon furnace to do anything useful. Well, it's doing something useful. Let's be honest. It's doing something useful, but it's definitely not doing what we need it to. So let's make sure we double up on this. This is 3 in total, which is actually still not enough to have optimal production. So this should be, I think, about enough to fully utilize a single furnace, and then that's pretty much all we can do anyway, because there's just not that much resources in here. So we are definitely going to need some of those chips to conquer ourselves some more space. Let's make sure all of this is powered. I do really like the fact that you can just build everything in pause mode, then unpause, and look at that. It's now just starting to place everything down. The ducts are actually super fast. It's kind of funny. Yeah, once again, the beryllium is definitely the bottleneck, so I should remember to maybe first build the beryllium always before I start building anything else. It's pretty much taken care of by itself now, but yeah, it's definitely something to watch out for in later levels that might be more difficult. The assignment is to build a ship fabricator, which we can actually unlock, and I just realized there is a reason to stick around in the previous levels a little bit more, because the things you gather on those previous levels do actually transfer to your technology tree. You can't actually bring them with you to the next level, but they do count towards the technology tree. So that is something that I should probably keep in mind, because as soon as I unlock this ship fabricator over here, as you can see, that's going to take a huge chunk out of my resources. This is going to allow me to build the Elude, which is going to fire pairs of homing bullets at enemy targets. Interesting. Okay, well, let's build one of those. He said while we were actually already being attacked. So one of the enemies was coming from this direction. I'm not entirely sure if that means all of them will be coming from that direction. But I do need those ships up and running pretty fast. However, I'm also going to need some beryllium in order to actually do that. And right now, a lot of my beryllium is actually going towards my turrets. As you can see, this turret is already stocked up, so I am fully stocked up on ammo right now, but I am actually going to turn off the supply to my turrets for a moment. So all the beryllium, all of it, yeah, almost nothing already, is actually going to go in here. I am going to need to repair these towers at some point, but this defense is working like intended. Okay, so how much do I need? I need 200 beryllium for a ship fabricator. It looks like I'm under constant attack now, which is honestly a little bit annoying, but I do now have the beryllium to start building this. I should probably rebuild this cliff thingy over here, because actually I'm missing 2 of them. There's one destroyed over here already as well. The interesting thing is this ship fabricator apparently doesn't need any inputs, does it? No, that was a little bit too optimistic of me. It does need some silicon, and it needs more of the, what's it called? Yeah, these are the numbers. I don't know what it's actually called. Okay, so it's silicon and graphite. I should probably start remembering what these things are called. Okay, so graphite and silicon. We are producing some of both, which actually means I am going to move this in a different location, because right now where it's located, it's really annoying. This is also really annoying, by the way. I am going to set that up over here. Ooh, I actually lost a little bit of resources moving that. And my turret is actually not shooting because I am siphoning off the beryllium. This should hopefully fix that. But yeah, this level is already feeling a lot harder than the previous one. I just realized I'm a little bit of an idiot, because I can just build a couple of these turrets once I remember where they are. These are the walls. These are the turrets, obviously. Okay, so I can actually just place a couple more of these turrets around the place to make sure I have a little bit more defense going on. We have plenty of beryllium from that perspective, so that's not really the problem. I'm almost inclined to remove these turrets. I am not going to do that. Did he just destroy my turret that I was trying to build? Yeah, he did, didn't he? Well, anyway, I can just place a couple of additional turrets and hopefully make sure that I don't need to keep rebuilding my crushers every 30 seconds or so. Well then, trying to build these turrets while these enemies keep flowing in is a thing that is not going to work. Luckily, I am now producing those elude units, so hopefully that is going to make sure that their firepower is being drawn to those units rather than my actual buildings. So I can start rebuilding some of this, because right now this is not really going all that well. In hindsight, what I should probably have done, now I know where the enemy is coming from, is delete these turrets at the beginning of the level, place them over here, and that would have made my life a lot easier, but for now I'll just continue as I am. It just occurred to me that what I can do is first build a wall to block the fire and then build the turret, so that while the turret is building, it's actually being defended by the wall. And look, that actually seemed to work there for a moment. I'm probably going to need to build a couple more walls over here while I'm stocking up with this army, but I do now have 3 of my own units. Should probably move these up a little further. Can I just move them on top of the lava? Yeah, I can. Okay, that's great. So then all we need to do is build a couple more walls to make sure all of this is safe. My power plant is also not going to get destroyed. And then I think we should be fine moving forward. I've done a little exploring while I was waiting for my army to build up. I am getting attacked by more and more of these units, by the way. So I might need to take the fight to the enemy pretty soon. The enemy seems to be over here. There's actually a little island right off to my own island with some more resources on it. So wondering what happens if I expand to there. Will the enemy attack there, or will it keep going for my bastion? That's a test worth testing out. And there's also some more enemies over here. The map seems to be absolutely huge, but most of that seems to be filled by lava. So I think, well, I am in a pretty decent position to start working maybe on this base over here, trying to attack that. There's actually some resources over here that are not being tapped into. The main problem is I'm not entirely sure how I am supposed to get those resources to my base. Can I build a bridge over here? Let's try and find out. Well, the answer, will the enemy attack the new base, is definitely yes, because that's literally the first thing that happened once I started to expand over here. So that means that my mobile force over here is going to need to defend that, while I try to build up this tiny little production facility over here. Well, it wasn't entirely trivial to build all around the lava and make sure I had both the production throughput as well as the power connected, but that does mean I now have a second facility making those eludes. My first facility wasn't actually doing all that much because I had some of these belts messed up and one of the lines was polluting the other one with in and output. Something I'm probably going to have to use these armored ducts for to solve that in the future, but I need tungsten for that, so I can't actually use those yet, and I haven't found any tungsten on the map so far. However, that said, with our new army, I think we can now take the fight to the enemy and hopefully kick them out. The enemy did bring some defenses over here, as you can see, but it's not all that impressive. And the interesting thing is that there are some resources here. I'm not entirely sure yet if I should be using these. The enemy seems to be kind of doing a flyby. I could use some of these resources over here combined with this to set up yet another facility to make more of these eludes. I think we should be just fine with the ones we already have. We should probably not be attacking from this side of the wall though. Ooh, 3 of these were actually pretty efficient at taking out my units. Okay, well, it's good to know that this game doesn't stay as easy as it was before. It does also mean that I need to come up with kind of like an attack plan here. I'm actually wondering if I just take down the input lines for the ammo. Can I just drain them from ammo? I mean, obviously, once they are shooting at me, they still have all of ammo stocked up in there. But I'm just wondering if the enemy rebuilds anything at all. Well, it looks like the answer is yes, because I just spotted the enemy over here rebuilding some of that stuff. Let me fly in these units and check that out, if that is actually the case. Yep, this turret is back. Okay, well, that is good to know. The enemy does actually rebuild. So if I am going to destroy them, I am going to need to do all of that at once without kind of like losing my army in the process like I'm just doing right now. Okay, so this is actually kind of interesting because as I was building up the defenses over here just to prepare for my attack, the enemy started attacking me here again all of a sudden. So it does seem that they are trying to find the weak spots in your defense. Maybe not super smart, but they are definitely doing something different depending on where you place your buildings. So this is going to be quite interesting moving forward. That said, I think this maxed out army should do the trick to at least destroy again this base. I'm actually not entirely sure I should be destroying this base because, quite frankly, this is not doing anything other than just taking resources away from me that I could be utilizing. So I could build another base over here, but that feels like a little bit of overkill. So what I'm going to do instead is moving around in the back here and taking out some of these supply lines just to make their lives a little bit more difficult. I'm not entirely sure if it makes any difference, but you know, might as well. And then start nibbling away at our base, trying to stay as much out of reach of all of these turrets as I can. And then I am going to take out these turrets one by one and defeat the main base after that. Look at that, I'm sneakily standing in the back, ignoring all of these 4 turrets over here, while I'm wailing away at the Bastion. So that should hopefully mean the end of this level. I'm actually not entirely sure if the map is going to once again expand like it did in the previous few levels. But we are about to find out. If I move forward here, am I still out of range of the turrets? No, not really. Almost, but this is actually taking a lot more time than I think I thought it would. But these things are about to go down. Yeah, come on, destroy it. I can't actually tell the HP on these things, I think. I nearly lost my entire army there. But still, the enemy base has now been taken down. And I did conquer the sector. I do think at this point it actually makes sense to try and unlock as much of the technology tree as I can before actually moving on. What did I just unlock? The duct unloader unloads the selected items from the block behind it, so that goes along with the container. That's good to know. What else can I unlock? The liquid container over here that we just saw before, the wall. There's a large version of that as well. Then there's the diffuse, which is another type of turret, it seems like. But we are actually too low on tungsten to unlock all of that. Pretty close, but it doesn't seem like there's anything else that we can do with that. Do I have any tungsten on this map actually? I don't think I do. I can build another bastion here just because I can, which is not here. It is over here. Here we go. But yeah, there is no tungsten on this map, so I am actually wondering what I can do now. Can I go to the planet map, go back to the previous level, which was not this one, it was this one, go here, and yeah, I am now back here. Can I start stocking up on tungsten once more? We're still producing that over here, right? Are you working? I'm not entirely sure you're working. Yeah, we are. So there's new tungsten coming in. Does that mean that that helps me unlock the rest of this technology tree? Yeah, look, I still have a little bit of tungsten now, so I can work towards unlocking the wall. And honestly, what I should be doing is trying to stock up on as much of this stuff as possible before moving on to the next level, so it's as easy as I can make it in order to actually, you know, get some items in reserve to unlock technology in the next level. Okay, last but very important note about this episode, I just realized that if you go to the statistics of a level, you can actually see the production per minute, and that does keep adding up even though you're not in the level itself. So you can see I just spent a little bit of time actually building up that base that we just conquered, and if I now go to my research tree, I have a whole stack of tungsten, graphite and stuff like that just sitting there waiting for me. So you don't actually need to just idle around in the level. You can actually just go and play the next level, for example, and you will still get the production from the previous levels. But that does mean it actually is paying off to build up your production in the previous level, because that will move on and make it easier to unlock things later on, and you don't need to like stick around and wait for it. You can just keep playing and still benefit from your old bases. Feels like the training wheels are about to come off, and that means next time we'll be moving on to the next level called Intersect. The threat here is high, so I am looking forward to getting my ass handed to me. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. It started out really easy the last couple of levels, but in the most recent level that I played, the lake, things definitely heated up, so I am very much looking forward to see if we can actually beat Intersect on the first time. The threat level here is high, so let's go and find out. Okay, TDA from the future for a moment. There's actually 2 playthroughs of this level in this episode. The first time is me learning a few pretty important lessons on how this game works, but also failing the level. So for those of you that want to skip the fail and see me just obliterating the level instead, check the timestamp for the second attempt. Scans suggest that the sector will be attacked from multiple sides soon after landing. That sounds good. Set the defenses quickly and expand as soon as possible. Mech units will be required for the area's rough terrain. Well, that sounds very promising. We are going to lift off from our previous base that is going to be supplying the resource for our technology tree. And let's pause the game straight away. Well, actually, let's wait to see how far this circle expands. There we go. Okay, so what's this? This is actually... Is this the enemy already? Okay. And this too? Okay, and I'm slightly worried actually. So, this seems blocked off. Is that actually blocked off? I don't know. I'm a little bit scared. Wave 1 out of 9. So the first wave will be here in 8 minutes. So we have only 8 minutes to prepare. We have some resources over here. Do we have any tungsten? This is not tungsten, right? No, this is just the graphite and beryllium. Okay, so I am going to set some basics up and then see where that takes us. Before I do that, actually, let's check out the technology tree if you have anything new. So we have the mech fabricator over here, which needs 1k tungsten. Yeah, my production is pitiful in that regard. So this is one of the reasons why you might want to stick around in one of the previous levels even longer than I already did, just to get that up and running. But I don't think we need it right now. At least I hope we don't. Other than that, there's just a couple of things we can unlock. Nothing we can build right now. And all of that needs tungsten, which, again, I don't feel I have. Unless I'm missing something. Let me double check. I don't see it anywhere on the map right now. So yeah, let's start building some basics. Okay, so here we go. I did actually pause the game once again after building this because, well, it's about 5 minutes until the next wave arrives, and I do want to explain to you what I did. So I added in a little bit of production facility here for the graphite, and really nice and tight and compact actually, because we're kind of like in this corner over here, which I hope it's going to be easy to defend. I'm a little bit worried about these walls, actually. I don't remember if the enemy can actually shoot through these. I think they can, which would be a problem if they attack me from this side. But we'll deal with that once we get to that. For now, however, yeah, this seems like a pretty defendable situation. And we have a little bit of everything. We have some graphite, we have some silicon production, and we have a tank fabricator, which should be churning out our first tanks in just a moment. Now that means I do also want to start expanding to here, and I just realized I can actually mine resources myself to speed things up as well. Should not forget about that. Well, look at that. Apparently this is the level where we build tiny cute little bases. I have a little bit of graphite, a little bit of beryllium over here, and some sand crushers. And that means that I can put in another silicon arc and a tank fabricator. Now this tank fabricator is actually producing, as you can see, but for some reason this one is not. And I already rebuilt it and I still can't figure out why it is not working. Am I just misunderstanding how these power connectors work? Do they need to come up directly from a power building? You can't just interconnect buildings? I guess it's easy enough to find out. Let's build one. Yeah, okay, so this is actually not doing anything. Okay, that is good to know, I guess. That does mean that I need to rethink my power connections. So if I built this, like this, actually the int power connection does work. I just didn't realize these things were actually not powered. Though it was a little bit misleading that these things did show as powered while they were actually not guiding any power because the buildings they were connected to were not. Well, anyway, that means we have 2 tank fabricators producing tanks now. And if I rally them to a more convenient point, something like that, that should imply... Oh, no, 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 no! That's not what I wanted to do. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, so nothing happened there. You didn't see anything. I made no mistakes there. I didn't need to rebuild anything. No, no, no. It's all okay. So I'm actually going to do some exploring with these first few tanks. We still have 2 minutes. What's this? Something popped up there. I just didn't see it. Leave drop point immediately. Annihilation alert. Uh, okay. Not entirely sure what we're supposed to do with that, but let's not stand in that circle, I guess. I have no idea where the enemy is actually going to come from. Probably around here. So yeah, let me do some more exploring. Okay, so moment of truth. The timer just ran out. It spawned a couple of enemies in that annihilation zone by the looks of it. It's just 3 tanks, so I think should be just fine. I actually did build another turret as well. Where are you guys going? Hold on, hold on. So stop destroying my factory and just ignoring all my defenses by running past. It's a little annoying that that happens, so I should probably wall off this area a little bit better to prevent that from happening. Which actually reminds me, when I go into my technology tree, I did have a gate or something over here. Yeah, a blast door, which I cannot unlock because I don't have enough tungsten. Yeah, I should definitely stock up on some more resources before moving on to the next level. I am going to work my way towards that blast door, however. And should I wall it off? I mean, my tanks still need to be able to get out, so that is a thing to consider. I might just build all my tanks here, honestly, and that would mean I have a bit more of that raw resource stuff coming into my main facility. Okay, so let's see. The next wave is already coming in 3 minutes. Okay. When am I supposed to actually expand? This is really stressful. Let's see. I did some exploring. There is actually nothing of interest over here. So I'm thinking I should probably rely a little bit more on static defenses to keep my base safe. Those 3 units I could have easily held off with just a couple of turrets. So let's build a few more of those and then use my army that I've built in the meanwhile, maybe after the next wave, to find another base and start expanding there. Well, as it turns out, I'm really bad at optimizing my priorities because the timer is already run out and I'm still working on building my new turrets. Honestly, I do feel like I should have maybe make this into a single base, making sure that the overflow is actually going to go into my bastion, because right now it is not, which is a problem. I am wondering how many enemies we'll see. So these are actually 4 enemies. There's a couple of different types of tanks in here as well. I think my defenses are making short work of that. So all in all, it's not going too bad, but there is definitely a room for improvement. Okay, so I did a lot of exploring, and I'm probably missing something because there's no resources here, and this is actually a very large but completely locked in area. So I can't reach this specific location even if I wanted to, because apparently I guess I need those new tanks if I look at the thing here. However, I'm going to need 1000 tungsten for that. The only place where I'm producing that is in the other level, and that has a rather pitiful production. I have optimized that as much as I can, I think, but it's going to take a while to get this 1 tungsten. So either I am completely missing something, please let me know in the comments, or I should just have waited around a little bit longer in that previous level, get some more tungsten production up and running, and maybe, I don't know, not spend it on things like walls. But there's really no way I could have known that, I think. So yeah, I am just going to have to sit here, defend my base with my 15 tanks, which I do now have, and then wait it out, I suppose. Oh yeah, and before I forget, I did build in this kind of like overflow supply line now, assuming that I didn't accidentally remove a little part of that, so that the overflow of production from this base is now actually reaching my main base as well. So we're stocking up on resources, and I guess we're going to need them because we're going to be attacked once again in 15 seconds. Well, these waves aren't that powerful, it's just 5 units still, and with all these turrets, that is very easy to defend. So yeah, just some more waiting. Well, I actually accidentally just sped up the next wave, and that spawned some fly units that came in the back of my base. So, yeah. Things are heating up, and I am still waiting around for that tungsten to come in so I can actually build my mech. This level is probably not going to be completed in the way that it's supposed to be. I've added in a couple of turrets over here, so let's just speed up the next wave and see where that leads us. They are attacking my supply lines by the looks of it, but that wave wasn't too bad. Do I get some more of those flying units this time around? Doesn't look like it. There's 5 enemies remaining. Oh, there they are. There they are. Oh, they're actually they're just walking straight over this. Okay, that's interesting. Also good to know that those units can do that. That's definitely where those bots come in that I can't currently actually build myself, because that would imply that I can just walk over here, build in this base, destroy that base. Yeah, okay. Well, at least now we know what the intent behind this level is. I just realized that my Bastion is on its last legs. It's almost completely destroyed. And as far as I can tell, there's no way to actually repair buildings other than just rebuilding them, which for my core is probably not what I want to be doing. So I am building a whole lot of walls to make sure that a lot of the firepower is going to be blocked, and hopefully that is enough to keep everything alive. I am also building a turret in the middle of all of this to have some more defense. My tanks are stationed here. At this point, I think I've done all that I can. I am still quite a while away, actually, from unlocking the tanks that I need, as you can see. So, yeah. Okay, well, let's see. We have another wave incoming. I'm actually going to just let these tanks come towards my tanks, because they're not destroying anything vital over there. That's not the problem. These flying units, there's not flying units, there's actually tanks. These are definitely the problem. They are going to be destroying some buildings over here, but that's not a problem. This damages, though. Yeah, that's how far my Bastion goes. There we go. We are now defeated. Well, this is turning into a very good example of how not to play the game. Okay, so let's try it again. I actually optimized the tungsten production in the previous level now with some additional power that I connected from the second base we captured, and now I actually have all that power. I can have 2 vent condensers, so I can mine all of this tungsten at the same time. There's a little bit of tungsten over here as well, but I don't think we really need to go that far. I think I pretty much doubled my tungsten production in this level now. So if I now go to the research map, I can't actually unlock this because it's not showing it right now, but I do now have almost 1,000 tungsten already available in here. So I can just sit here for a moment, click a couple of these things and make sure I have all of the new unlocks that I have available in this level, and then just continue on to the next level and try it again with everything that I need actually unlocked. Okay, so with some more new resources, let's try that again, and hopefully this time around I can actually build the tanks I need for the level. I mean, it helps when the first thing you can actually do at the start of the level is unlock the mech fabricator. So this is going to allow us to build some new things. Let's check that out. These are probably going to be in here. Yep. We need tungsten to actually build this. Did I completely miss the tungsten on the map the first time around? Okay, that's really strange. Should I have been building? Oh, really? Did I just not realize I can build a bastion here straight away? Let's check if I can actually do that. A bastion. Can I place that down? Yes. Can I start building it? Yes. I am a complete moron. Well then, that completely changes this level, because honestly I assumed I couldn't get in here or build anything in here, but I can actually build in here, I just can't fly into it. So that's honestly not obvious. Honestly, it's a little bit of strange game design, but anyway, I can build here, so I can actually take all of these resources over here. And now I'm also starting to wonder, can I actually build across this as well? Oh my god, I can just... Okay, hold on. Let's first get some of these basic resources up and running. And then I guess we just start building over here in the shielded zone. I mean, it's still a little bit weird, this mechanic, but yeah, if it works, it works. Can't argue with effectiveness. Let's see, we actually do need to have some power moving into all of this, but yeah, other than that, does this work? Works like a charm, alright. And by adding in a couple more of these beryllium drills, I actually doubled my beryllium production in like the first minute or two of the game already. Now, In order to get this tungsten up and running, we're going to need some silicon. We have all the required materials over here, so I'm actually going to tap into the same resources as before, make some power, and then get some silicon production up and running, either for tanks. I'm not actually sure we need tanks in this level, but at least to make sure I can get these drills. In order to get that going, I added in a couple of these miners over here to get all of these base resources up and running. And yes, I did actually decide this time around to make a little bit of a belt all the way to my main base, just to make sure that all the production that I'm putting up initially is not going to waste. All of these things are producing now, all of these things are flowing into my inventory. So that means that I'm actually still building very actively. So you can see I'm not topped up on anything, just to make sure nothing is going to go to waste. Now I do need to have at least a couple of these silicon plants up and running. We have a lot of sand over here, so I think we can utilize this space to do exactly that. So 2 of these should do the trick just fine. As you can see, we have a pretty fair amount of silicon already flowing in, and that means it's time to turn back to here. I can't fly in here, but I should be able to build a couple of things. So let's pause again. I am going to need, let's see, I need a vent condenser to make sure I have some water. I probably want that second turbine condenser here as well, if I can build that. Can I reach there? Yeah, I can. And then what else do I want? I want at least 1 impact drill. Let's just start with 1 for now. That needs to be connected. We can use the same output line that we have over here. I don't think that's a problem, at least not for the moment. I would utilize this stuff as well, but I can't because there's buildings in the way and I have no way of removing them. But once we have some tanks up and running, we should be able to do that. Let's see, what else do I need? I need some water, but I think all we need to do now is connect this up like so, build this, and yeah, well, actually, no, I need to power this as well. That might be helpful. Let's see, something like that. But yeah, that should be all there is to it. The impact drill has water, it has power, it's going to be drilling. Actually, let's build a second one to go along with the first. Something like that. And then just have that connected up to this as well. We do need to have some more water. That's not this one, that's the other one. There we go. Something like that. How much water was this producing again? Let's pause there for a moment. I forgot. Was it a 1-to-1? 30 water per second. And this is taking in how much? It's a little annoying that I need to go here to see that. Oh no, I can actually power 3 of these things. I just can't fit in a third one because this building is in the way. I could move everything over a little bit. Do I want to bother for the tiny amount of tungsten production? Probably not. Why is this not working? Alright, I do need a junction, a router I believe it is. There we go, now we have water going here as well. It helps if you power things, TBA. There you go. And there we go, now this is working as well. Alright, now we're optimizing things. With 4 minutes to spare, we have tapped into all the resources on the map. Actually all the resources on the map for this time around, with the exception of the ones that are actually in the enemy base. Let's see, so now we do know the first wave of enemies is just going to come from this direction. So I think I should be fine if I just place a couple of turrets down here. This is actually why I put the beryllium on the outside as well. Can I see where the actual landing zone is? I think I can if I move over here. Yeah, so it's over here. So we pause, and if we just put a couple of turrets like this, and then probably you can just, well, this might be a bit overkill. These turrets are actually pretty expensive. Let's start with 2 of them for now. I do need to make sure they actually have a way to get resources, so something like this. And then what I'm actually just going to do, I think, is make sure these things are very well walled off. Something like this. Remember, the enemy is going to try to run past this, so I do need to actually wall this in. But we have plenty of beryllium incoming while we're waiting for our tungsten, so yeah, this should not be a problem. So while I'm building my giant wall over here with the turrets attached to it, let's see, we should also probably start working on some of these tanks. In order to build a mech fabricator, I actually do need 300 graphite. Why am I so low on graphite? Mostly because I am using a huge part of that And that goes into here. Why are you guys... they are working. They're just not doing that much. We can actually manually mine for a bit. That does speed things up considerably. And that should allow me to pretty soon. We only need 300, so come on, you can do it. It's flowing in pretty quickly. I actually think we should be placing the mech fabricator over here. We actually have both the beryllium and the tungsten coming in over there. Actually, maybe it should be over here. I'll show you why in a moment. So placing them over here, I actually have 2 of these factories up and running now, allows me to, with a little bit of a cluster F of different belts, to combine both the silicon production that I have over here with all of the beryllium production that is coming from up here, down here, as well as down here, to funnel all of that into the mech fabricator. The mechs themselves, even though I need a tungsten to create these factories, only need beryllium and silicon. Quite a lot of those 2 things actually, but it's relatively easy things to make, and I am making quite a bit of silicon and beryllium, so I think we should be able to keep 2 of these factories up and running. As you can see, I am actually running a little bit low on power, which is where this turbine condenser over here will come into handy as soon as I can free that up, but I'm going to need some tanks in order to do that first. In the meanwhile, still about 1 minute to go until the first wave is coming in, so if I want to play it safe, I might as well build yet another breach over here. Okay, so 3 turrets are up. They should all have ammo, and the first tanks are actually coming out pretty soon as well. I don't think I need these tanks in order to defeat these few enemies. As you can see, the turrets are not doing that much damage, but they are able to keep off a couple of tanks like that. And there we go. We actually have our first little creepy crawlers, which I'm going to use for my defense down south, but I'm also going to add in a couple of these diffuse turrets over here for some additional firepower for the next couple of waves. In the meanwhile, I have built a few more of those creepy crawlers, and I'm not entirely sure what these can and cannot move over. I mean, as you can see, the brick blocks they seem to be ignoring. They move over buildings just fine. It's a little bit confusing, but for the moment, let's see if we can hold off over here. Yeah, that is no problem whatsoever. I actually thought this wave already included some of these enemy units from down south, but it doesn't seem like that, so that means that I should probably use these 3 minutes to build a few more of these bots and potentially see if we can take out a part of this base over here. In the meanwhile, I almost forgot, I found out that there's actually graphite down here as well when I started to explore this with my little radar over here, which means that I not only have a lot more graphite than I thought I had, I can also have some of these diffusers over here being fueled by that, because this is actually the ammo they use, and hopefully make sure that I make short work of any enemies coming from the south as well. Let's reinforce some walls here as well, and I think with these 5 turrets over here, anything that I saw coming up earlier should be able to be held off by that. And in a pinch, I still have, of course, my defensive units as well that I can just move around. But yeah, I feel pretty good about my defenses so far. I also feel like I could use a little bit more silicon production, so I set that up over here, but now let's see how these waves go. There's a couple of more units in here, but look at all that damage these diffusion turrets are doing. That's pretty nice. Now, there should be a few more units, right? Question mark? No, not. Now, let's see. We are at 12 out of 15 units. I'll just wait for the last few to be constructed, and then we can take the army out for a stroll. Alright, let's do this. We have an army over here. I was building some defenses on this side as well. I actually assumed the enemy was coming from the other side, but I'm not sure. And look at that. I'm not sure if they're just walking over the wall or if that is working like intended. Now let's see if this guys can actually take out a turret or 2 without getting themselves killed. Looks like we're doing just fine. Now what I'm really wondering about is if we take out this base, does that mean that we actually win the level, or do I need to defend myself against another 5 waves as well? It doesn't seem that there is any of those construction units around that we had last time. And if that is actually the case, then we can also get some of these resources as well. There's some more tungsten here, some more graphite by the looks of it. Probably some more beryllium as well. Yep. Let's actually find out. Well, I didn't win the level yet, so that's a thing. But yeah, let me just walk around and do some more exploring to find out where the enemy actually is, if there are still more enemies left. So I haven't found any more enemies on the map over here at least, but it does seem that I was right about where the enemies would be coming from, because that first wave of additional units that can actually walk over walls came from this direction. They do actually seem to struggle with the wall I put up, so that's a good thing, and they, well, as you can see, they just evaporated pretty much. Well, I figured if I have another base, I might as well put it to use. I'm trying to currently set up some production over here, but yeah, I'm running out of time for the next wave. Still looks like my turrets over here are doing a fine job at keeping the enemy at bay. They're not even close to getting destroyed. There's 2 enemies remaining. Those are coming from this direction. Those are being obliterated as well. I did see there was a spawning zone over here somewhere as well. I'm not entirely sure which wave those are related to. But I figured, well, if I am just going to bring a couple more of those defuse towers hidden behind a wall, it was working everywhere else, so I assume I will be fine as well. I actually haven't really used my tanks at all in this level. I don't think there's any more enemies. And it also means that I might just press this button, maybe? I mean, what else am I going to do? This is easily being destroyed. Just 5 enemies remaining. Yep, that works pretty well. Those are once again destroyed. Now, it is worth noting that these are actually booster towers by water from the turbines, which I haven't actually set up over here, so let's do that as well. Something like this should do the trick. I can always add in a couple more rows of walls if I want to. That means it's pretty much impossible to get out of here, but that's not what I want to do anyway. And I'm actually also starting to build a bastion over here because I have the resources for that now. And once I have more bastions, I can build more tanks. So I'm even safer than I already am. I also doubled up on the walls over here. I should probably do that over here as well, but yeah, I can only build at 1 place at a time, so let's just take it easy. Well, some more tungsten production up and running even, and I tapped into the power that I found all the way down here, and we should have another wave incoming. Is that also going to get completely destroyed? These 5 bots are probably not going to get very far. Nope, they are not. There is a group of 5 coming from this direction. Those should get killed as well. Is this the point where they come from the other side? Yeah, I did destroy something over here, not entirely sure what, but as expected, my turrets over here are doing just fine. It's worth noting that thanks to that second bastion I invested in, I can now build 30 tanks, so I am almost up to 25 tanks already. And yeah, I think we can speed things up a little bit now. Famous last words. Because everything here is getting destroyed very easily. I should probably have finished these walls before anything attacked them. Oh, there are some enemies trying to get through here actually, so I do need to wall this off a little bit more intensely. And why is my core under attack? Oh, okay. There's a flying unit over here. What does actually shoot at that? My tanks apparently do not. That's a problem. Well, in that case, I am going to need some of these breach turrets, I guess. Okay, I did double check, and in all fairness, it does say that the Merui, or however you pronounce that, fires long-range artillery at enemy ground targets. So it specifically excludes, I guess, the air targets, because the other tanks that I've been able to build so far do say just enemy targets in general. So I built a couple of turrets over here, and they took out the enemy quite quickly, but it turns out there's another one of them, and oh, are you actually shooting at me? Can I lure you? Hello? Hello? Come on, come on. I have turrets over here. Come on. Hello? Yes, yes, yes. This is the weirdest way to defeat an enemy ever, but okay. I should probably just build another turret to make short work of it. Go turret, go turret. This thing is doing pitiful damage, but it is actually doing damage, I believe. Pretty sure it is, at least. Yeah, there we go. Sector captured. Well, almost got interesting there at the end, but all in all, it looks like if you just build up a pretty decent defense, this level isn't actually all that difficult. I do have to say, this is by far the most confusing level in a game I have played recently, because honestly, I just didn't know what was expected of me, and if once I actually figured that out, the level was straightforward. But yeah, there could have been a little bit more guidance to this level, I believe. It is worth noting that if your base actually gets attacked like I was just attacked and a couple of your buildings are destroyed, you can actually just press B and select the whole area, and that's going to be completely rebuilt based on what you already had before, so you don't need to do all the micromanaging of your belts and stuff like that all over again just because a couple of buildings got destroyed. Nope, as long as you don't build anything else over it, of course, you're free to just continue ahead as you were. Now, what I'm going to do is, of course, completely construct all the resources in this level. I think I already covered most of that, but I am going to explore just to make sure that I'm not missing out on anything, like, for example, this power over here that apparently got destroyed. Make sure I got all this tungsten up and running as well, and then I think we actually unlocked everything there is to unlock in this level for now. So all I'm trying to make sure is that I bring plenty of resources into the next level so we can immediately unlock, let's say, new tanks that we might have gotten to deal with anything else the game decides to throw at us. Well, either way, I hope you enjoyed me stumbling through this level and actually learning the game as we go. If not, let me know in the comments. If you just prefer to see a clean executed level, then that is worth knowing. But if you do enjoy seeing me kind of stumble through that, I would also like to know. So let me know in the comments. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and I do want to point out that if you've been watching this series and you're thinking like, okay, this is a little bit too much real-time strategy and a too little factory game for me, then I have been told that if you play the other campaign, so the one that I initially skipped, this campaign is actually a little bit more factory game and a little less RTS, so, you know, just wanted to point that out. We might actually play this campaign at some point as well, but for now I want to continue with this one, and we are on the level Atlas, which, if I look at it, is going to be definitely a little bit more on the RTS side, because we're going to need to build a variety of units to attack effectively. We're also going to need upgraded units apparently, so I look forward to getting even bigger tanks. And there we go once more. I really like the fact that you zone in and out from different areas, and also I really enjoy the fact that you can so easily switch between your areas if you want to. Now let's pause the game once more. Let's take a look around. There's a lot of resources here. I really like that, especially after the last level where we were kind of strained on resources, honestly. We even get some defenses to get us going. And are they hooked up? Yeah, they are already hooked up to the beryllium already, so we have 3 of these breaches. This is a very nice starting base to get going. So it looks like we'll be getting attacks from 2 different directions. There's 4 enemy cores. Okay. Yeah, so let's see. Let's come up with a plan of attack. Okay, step 1, we need all of the beryllium, because that's going to make building everything else very much easier. And during the last few levels, I have learned to every now and then just pause the building, start mining myself, and then resume the building, because actually getting those resources yourself is pretty efficient, and it just speeds up the building process, even though you stop it, weirdly enough. And since I already have a silicon arc up here, I might as well just start producing some basic tanks straight away. We do seem to have a nice little open area where these tanks can just freely move around. We're going to need a variety of units, and those tanks can actually shoot at air units, don't forget that. So in case I get some more of those flyers incoming, that should take care of that. I am also going to be very much utilizing the underflow ducts. I really like these. These are basically the ducts that allow you to have an incoming line with all of your materials, to put that in the factory, but if the factory is already filled up, or the factory has produced all the units that it can, all the remaining stuff will flow into this building over here in the main base. So that does mean that some of my beryllium is now siphoned off, so I have a secondary line just to make sure that some of that stuff actually still reaches my factory. It might be a problem for the silicon actually, but I think I'm producing more silicon than I can use to build my tank, so I should still have some overflow going into my base, and otherwise I'll just have to temporarily turn off the factory. Yeah, so I also need some more graphite. Okay, so that is a lot of additional graphite now coming in, and I do like my kind of smart designs, if I say so myself, where we're kind of like cross-drilling these nodes to get optimized results out of that. Now the next step I think is to upgrade our silicon production a little bit more because we have plenty of resources, so we're definitely going to need to get some of the higher tier items as well. In order to do that, I decided that it's about time I started using the blueprints in this game, or schematics as they're called. Just simple layouts like this save you a lot of time just repeating all the base materials that you have to build over and over again. And by utilizing that blueprint a couple of times over here, I now have a boatload of silicon production, maybe even a little bit too much, but that should keep us stocked up for quite a while, with an overflow pipeline that makes sure that the graphite is not going to go to waste. And I just built an additional tank fabricator as well, because why not? Because I am getting in a lot of those resources, I might as well utilize the beryllium that's coming in as well. So that means we should have those tanks up and running pretty quickly. Alright, I might have gotten a little bit ahead of myself here because I just double checked why things were not producing, and it turns out my power levels are abysmal. Seems that these silicon arcs, I didn't realize this really, but these actually need as much energy as 2 of these turbine condensers produce. Now, considering I only have 3 of them at the moment, having 4 silicon arc furnaces, which by themselves would need 8 of those turbines by themselves, is obviously not going to be working. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to delete 3. Maybe we'll just keep 2 of them. Let's go with that. And then I should probably also just delete one of these factories, especially the one that just pooped out. One of those tanks will make that a lot easier. I am also under attack apparently, so let's make sure we go and kill our enemies. There we go. And let's double check the power levels now. It's still not awesome, but 700 under the limit is a lot better. And I can actually put up a power facility over here and probably fairly easily connect that. Does this work? Can I build here? No, I can't. I can build over here though. Maybe do it like this. And like this. And like this. Does that all connect up? Looks like it. Let's double check the power levels now. Yeah, just 400 under the maximum, under the required level. So it's not perfect by any means, but it's a lot closer to where it should be. Okay, now since we just got an attack in, let's go and do some exploring. Actually wondering if I should be doing the exploring with my units or if I should do that with the radar. There is a lot of resources over here actually. There is a power vent over here, there's a power vent over here, or a steam vent I guess, but yeah, you know. Oh, and a lot of power here, and so many resources. There's tungsten over here as well. Okay, so basically what I should probably be doing is aggressively expanding rather than just trying to build a nice tidy little base like I've been doing so far. Although in my defense, the levels until now barely had any resource that I could expand to without doing some fighting, and it looks like this level is completely different in that regard. It does look like we have some nice little expansion room over here. If we just expand down south... Oh, there's more enemies incoming. If we just expand down south, that should take care of... well, just having all the enemies coming from the same direction, basically. That's what I was trying to say. Okay. So I've done some more scouting, and here's the deal. There's a base over here that I can probably take with just the regular units that I'm currently producing. There's a base over here. I'm not sure if this is connected, but if it is not, I'm going to need some of these creepy crawly tanks from the previous level to take this base. And I assume I'm going to need some of those floating units to take out whatever base is hiding over here. I think this is the base that is sending out the flying units. So that means I am going to have to A, build more units, B, expand. And I'm thinking that if I can set up a choke point here, here, and here, and I can block off this entire area, I have pretty much all the resources I'm ever going to need. But most importantly, I get access to the tungsten as well. Okay, so here's my plan. I'm going to expand my power grid to include all of these vents over here, and then I'm going to set up some basic defenses over here for a moment, including a radar, so I can actually see the enemy coming in time, because I don't think the fog of war expands too far along with my units. It's mostly based on the bastions. And then I'm going to do the exact same thing over here. And the nice thing is the turrets don't need power, so that makes that a lot easier. I just need to have some basic inputs that do require power to make sure they have some ammunition going. And then the first thing I'm going to do is start working on the tungsten to get that in, so I can upgrade the turrets I'm actually using. And yeah, then we'll take it from there. So I just set up these defenses and it almost felt like the enemy was reacting to that. I was getting attacked by I think every single base at the same time, not with a lot of units mind you, so it wasn't too hard to basically hold off those attacks, but I did notice that the flying units were just creeping in the back, hence these two breaches out here. Next on the list is getting the tungsten production up and running, and even though I am at a power surplus, or at least I was before I built that tungsten factory, as you can see that took quick work of that. So I do want to have this kind of like overflow pipeline going to the back, and I think I'll hook up some of these other resources to that soon as well. But yeah, again, there's no point in doing that unless I have sufficient power. Okay, with all of that set up, I have a pretty steady flow of income now, with the exception of tungsten, which is painfully slow, but yeah, again, I just don't have the power to really work on that, nor the water, honestly, because if I put down another one of those, what are they called? Vent condensers, I think these are pretty power hungry as well. Actually, that's not that bad, it's only 30 power. Well, it's 30 power that I could also turn into 180 power though, so I hope these batteries over here will do the job for now. With all of that up and running, it's now time to set my eyes on the second expansion over here, just to block off this last bottleneck. And we have a pretty nicely closed in base with a lot of resources. Of course, there's going to be some turrets over here. I first need to set up the supply line. I figured I might as well just make sure the supply line to the back is set up first before I start actually building the turrets, because in the meanwhile, of course, all this is going to go towards my main base and give me even more resources to do exactly that. So a little bit of a time jump here, but I tapped into all of the resources that I have available over here. I made a massive overflow belt like into my main base over here. Yeah, so I have all the resources that I need really, except for tungsten. I might want to look into upgrading this a little bit further, but I think with this little army that I currently have, I might as well go do a little bit of exploration to see if we can take out some of these units. Oh, did I just die? Yeah, I did. I'm not really sure why. I think someone said something about if you have items on you, that's like a bad thing. I don't think I have though. Oh, I might want to do this from a little further away. If I can actually take out this turret without... Oh, hello. I think I might need to look into upgrading my units before I take on this base. Well, okay, maybe not that easy. They took out most of the inner sides of my base over here, but yeah, the enemy is now that I can start rebuilding, and I'm definitely going to need to look into those upgraded things I have in the technology tree. So I actually managed to unlock everything already. I have the tank fabricator unlocked now, which is going to allow me to upgrade my stealths into locusts, and I assume these are better. It doesn't really tell me anything about their stats, which is kind of annoying to me as someone who likes playing real-time strategy, but also would like to know what the actual units do, how they compare, etc. But yeah, it's pretty much just upgrading my tanks to the second tier. Thanks to the rebuild function, it actually didn't take all that long for me to rebuild all of this, and now I'm thinking that I should probably get a little bit more tungsten going, because this is just taking way too long. Now, I've actually tried to build some more power down here, but every time I do, basically the units instantly go out and destroy it. So I am just going to have to build my army inside my base, and with the help of this vent condenser, that should not be too much of a problem, I hope. Let's just hope that this is going to be enough to get all these impact drills running. Now, I do, of course, have a little bit of a power issue, but yeah, I think it's not a bad thing if the rest of my production is a little bit lower, if that does increase my tungsten production along the way. So let's check out the tank refabricator. We're going to need to put in silicon and tungsten along with hydrogen, which I believe I also unlocked a new building for, which is the electrolyzer over here. That is going to take in water and then pump out ozone and hydrogen. Now we have a little bit of water over here that we're not actually using, although I could say the same for this facility over here. We actually have some water we're not using, although most of this water is actually being used by the tungsten. Yeah, we might as well utilize the water we have up top here, I believe. So if we're making the hydrogen production over here, we should probably also put the tank production close by. Something like maybe put it over here, because that allows me to draw from this belt as well as get in another belt for the silicon. So I think this works. I have the electrolyzer up and running here. It's producing hydrogen, which is going to go into the refabricator. I grab my silicon from above, and I now have a duct router that's filtering for the tungsten. So it's only letting the tungsten go on straight, and if this is overflowing, then the rest of the tungsten is still going into the side and back into the, well, the general stockpile, I guess. I am not entirely sure if I actually need to build something like a reinforced liquid tank for my ozone, just to have somewhere for it to go. But yeah, let me know in the comments if this is needed. This might just be my factory building brain doing overtime. Now, let's see. Let's get some tanks over here. And how do I actually have them upgraded? Do I just send them over here? Hello, guys. Hello. Hello. Okay, so how does this work? Do I just put them next to it? No, doesn't look like... Oh, no, 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 I do not want to deconstruct that. Could I just have a single tank go in there? How does this work? Let me figure this out. Okay, in one of the cases of probably the most confusing game design I've ever seen, this is how you upgrade your tanks. So, first of all, you can press control and actually take control of your tanks directly, which is kind of cool. Kind of useless, but kind of cool. Then you drive onto the belt, and you click the belt, and then it goes in. Now, you can only do this with one at a time, which is really frustrating as well, but this is a way to upgrade your existing tanks. Now, I assume that if I place my tank construction facility right next to here, so just let me get out of my tank first. So if I place a tank fabricator, something like that, and I hook it up to some resources, the tanks should hopefully get out here and go in there directly. So let's see if this is actually working like intended. The tank pops out. Yes, yes. And the tank pops in and is going to be upgraded. Why is it not being upgraded? Well, apparently I set a filter here by accident, which is not what I wanted to do. This can just be, this actually doesn't need a filter at all, just split it. But yeah, now one tank is upgrading and the next tank is being produced, so we have a pretty much internally upgrading thing now. Now, I do have these old tanks that I have over here that are not going to be upgraded as long as I'm building new tanks, but I think that should be just okay. Oh, I sent a few tanks to suicide in order to clear up some building space, and now it looks like I'm going to be attacked from all sides. So, well, let me get my army and deal with that. This is actually interesting. If I look at the tank fabricator, it says 10 out of 15, and if I look at the tank refabricator, it says 6 out of 15. So that suggests I can have both 15 of those locust units, the tier 2 ones, as well as 15 of the basic ones. Now, I'm really starting to wonder, does that actually hold for the other tanks as well? Oh man, I'm starting to feel very stupid now. Yes, it does actually hold for each individual unit. I was just confused by the fact that it all said 15, but it's not 15 units of any kind. It is 15 units of every kind. That makes quite a difference. So, apparently I can make 15 of 4 different types of units, which should mean I can set up a pretty large army. Okay, so I should probably apologize to everyone who has been screaming at their screens for the last 20 minutes or so, watching me build a tiny little army while I could have built something like this. I mean, granted, the tier 2 units are new, but I could have built everything else that you see on the screen here just from the start of the level already. So, hopefully you will enjoy me completely wiping out the enemy with this, because it shouldn't be too hard. I am getting attacked at my own base though, but it doesn't seem like that's much of an issue given how many turrets I already had up there. But they're actually going after my army, that's interesting. So, okay, guys, go and defend yourself. I should probably focus fire a little bit. Okay, well you do have to admit they are taking going all out on me as well, so I should probably get my reinforcements, although I am getting attacked here myself. So you guys join in. And take out these units. Huh. Well, it was a lot more resistant than I was expecting. Basically, all the other bases were coming to help out. But if I just destroy this main base, then at least this entire area will blow up, and I can move on to the next one. Okay, that's one base down, and I think I turned down the volume enough now that I should be blowing your ears, because it's something like 5%, but the shooting in this game is really, really loud. Now, let's see if this is any better. I think you should still be able to very clearly hear all the shooting happening, but that should definitely not be as extreme as it was before. Now, let's take out these turrets. Maybe I should just focus on the Bastion, actually. I'm not entirely sure what is the best way to go about this, but yeah, this base is actually really weak. The other base that I just took out is probably the stronger one, but I fully expect that I can pretty much just walk in and clear everything out now. Yeah, so I'm actually going to need a couple of those creepy crawlers to take this out. I won't be able to take everything out just yet. Considering I only have one of those, yeah. So, I am going to walk back to my base, clear everything out over here, and then probably make sure that I have a fully maxed out army of flyers to take out whatever is hiding over here, and a fully maxed out set of these creepy crawlers to take out the last base on the bottom. Oh boy, they are once again trying to rebuild over here. That is definitely not what I want to happen, so I'm just gonna send back my army and have them basically rally over here, every new unit build as well, so that I can just easily take this out. And the nice thing about having conquered 2 of the bases is that I can now build 45 each unit, so yeah, I think we should be able to just waltz over the remaining enemies. And that might be my famous last words, because you know, you never know. So I am keeping some of my other units in reserve. Let's run them back here and have all my other units take them out, and then just walk right back in and hopefully take care of the remaining parts of this base pretty quick. I mean, let's destroy the production facilities, that might be useful. There we go, no more tanks for you. And let's take out yet another Bastion. Yeah, at this point this is no problem anymore. The base was very quickly cleared out, and now I can just, I think, get all my flyers over here and just zoom to wherever the other base is. Let's find it. So there it is, there it is. Maybe take it a little bit tactical from the side, maybe not try to destroy all the walls while we're at it. There we go. Yeah, this is no problem whatsoever, just swooping in. And sector captured, and there's a whole lot of stuff in here that still needs to be blown up. And I also think I should definitely go through here and try to basically get all of this stuff under my control, build some bases here, and etc, etc. But anyway, I don't think you need me to walk you through all of that. That's not the most interesting gameplay. This was definitely, again, a challenging level, but again, mostly because I didn't really understand how things worked. Now, we know that we can build a lot of all the different units. That's definitely going to make things easier moving forward, and I think I've said that at the end of every level so far. So yeah, bear with me while I'm learning this game. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, H to the A, and today we're playing some more Mindustry once again. You guys seem to be really enjoying me failing through this campaign, so yeah, I'll just continue to do that. And hopefully this level will be a little bit more smooth. We're up to this level now. Apparently the threat is low here, so the minimal enemy presence in this sector makes it perfect for testing new transport tech. So, I don't know, I might actually not suck at this level. So once more we have a takeoff, and then hopefully we have a landing, and it's a smooth landing for sure. Let's zoom out. Ooh, that's a lot of base we get there for our buck. Let's see what we're working with. Oh wait, hold on. There's actually a lot more base than I thought there was. There's an entire section over here as well. So we have plenty of beryllium as well as some graphite over here. So that's a nice way to start out. There's a whole bunch of power here and lava apparently. Okay, not really sure what we're going to do with that, but... And then what do we have over here? You must acquire some tungsten to build units. Yes, that sounds like a good idea. How do we do that? Oh wait, there's more over here. Some blocks can be picked up by the core units. Yes, I know. I actually don't know how I do that, but pick up this container. This is a container, and place it onto the payment loader. I changed the default key, so unfortunately this isn't automatically changed, but okay. There's a payload mass driver over here. There's one over here, and then there's their payload loader. Okay. Now the real question is, how do I do this? This is I remember the button. Clicking it doesn't work. Oh, okay. I just hover over it and then unload, which is a little. Oh wow. Oh look. Oh. Okay, sorry. I was not expecting this, but this is actually kind of awesome. So I guess then all I need to do really is just extend this a little bit. And then bring this back to my home base. And does it... Oh, yes. It just keeps looping. This might be my new favorite mechanic in a factory game. Yes, this is definitely... yeah, we can work with this. I am actually wondering what the range of this is. But it looks to be, well, pretty substantial, actually. I mean, this is a pretty long distance. It also seems like this box is actually not moving until it's full. So that is... I'm not sure what I think about that. I mean, is it on a timer or is it actually just waiting until it's full? Not sure. But either way, it doesn't seem like it needs a lot of units in there for it to start moving. So we can work with that. We can definitely work with it. Now, let's see. What does it say over here? Units must be transported to the other side of the wall. Place 2 payload mass drivers, one on each side of the wall. Set up the link by pressing one of them, then selecting the other. So I guess I have to unlock that. Oh, it's over here. The payload mass driver. Long-range payload transport structure shoots received payloads to linked payload mass drivers. Okay, so it just shoots back and forth, basically. Then we have a payload loader that loads liquids and items into blocks. So we need that. And then we need the payload unloader. Unloads liquids and items from blocks. And then what is this? This is the constructor. Fabricates structures up to 2 times 2 size. Okay, not entirely sure what this does, actually. Fabricates structures up to 2 times 2 tiles in size. Well, I guess we'll find out soon enough. But before I can actually do anything with that, we're going to need some production. And I do want to take a moment to appreciate how nice and tidy this starting base is. I mean, it could have been a lot more messy than this, so yeah. Yeah, I really like that. It's all relatively tidy. I appreciate that, developers. Okay, so I have now all the other resources coming in as well. There wasn't actually that many of them. And let's see, now we need a payload mass driver. We need one on each side. Let's just nicely align it with the ones we already have. Something like this. And how do we connect them? Set up the link by pressing one of them. Click. And then selecting the other. I assume it needs to be built first. Click. Well, that seems to work. And does that work the other way around as well? And if I now click this one, it is still linked. Well, that wasn't that hard. Similar to the container, units can also be transported using a payload mass driver. Place a unit fabricator adjacent to the mass driver to load them and then send them across the wall to attack the enemy base. Well, that sounds pretty straightforward. Oh, apparently I can't build these 2 types, so we can only build the mechs. Well, I guess we know what we're building then. And remind me, what does this need again? I think it's something like silicon and beryllium. Yeah, okay, so I'll just hook that up. Alright, something like this. We now have a whole bunch of the resources incoming. It's not the most optimized way of doing this, I guess, but I have a feeling this level is going to be pretty short. So, let's see. Does this pop in here now? Yes. Does it get transported? No, but that's probably because it's not powered. Okay, silly me. Let's power this one, and let's power that one as well. There we go. Yes, yes. Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. I did want to delete it. But I do want to make sure it's not linked. Because now it was just shooting it straight back, which was not what I wanted to do. Now I probably need to possess this, and then can I, how do I get it back in? Oh no. Well, at least on the bright side, the other robot actually managed to get to the other side. Yeah, so that works. Now I just need to figure out how I get this one across. Okay, so I'm wondering if this will actually work. Can I click it like that? Yes, I can manually take control of a unit, put it on a belt, and then put it into a building like that. And honestly, that is one of the least intuitive ways of doing that I've seen in this game, so I guess it cancels out with the fact that this is super awesome. Yeah, so I am gathering a pretty decent amount of these robots on the other side now. How many are we at? I can actually see it's 8 of them. Well, let's just wait for the last few and then go and destroy an enemy base. Would you look at me being efficient and actually building 2 of these factories so I can actually start spitting out units at a faster rate than what I've been doing so far. Alright, I think that is the cap now. Yeah, it's 15. I really like actually that they keep producing and actually keep transporting it. So all of these units that are kind of like on a belt do not count towards the unit cap, it seems. I'm now actually wondering if these units will also be built and also be transported and still count, or not count, so to say. So I guess the short answer is yes, you can see a couple of units in here already. There's even one more over here, and this factory is still producing, so this is actually a nice way to stockpile reinforcements, I guess. But for now, let's just go explore and see if we can find an enemy to defeat. Well, I don't have to go very far for that, apparently. Let's just get ourselves a way through this wall and take out this turret. Oh, I forgot these are the creepy crawler dudes, so I can just walk over the wall. I should probably have done that to begin with. Is this the only base there is? I probably didn't need 15 of these things for that, but I have come to learn to not underestimate this game. Yeah, sector captured. Well, this is also a nice little tutorial about how to actually transport units. Not the longest episode in the world, but I guess I'll have to do for now. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, where I'm sure we're going to have a lot more fun with these payload mass drivers. Hey, HTDA, and today it's time for some more Mindustry. The previous level was really easy, and I think that's to compensate for the next one, because apparently this is a high threat sector once again. Large enemy presence detected in the sector, build units quickly and capture enemy cores to gain a foothold. So that sounds like it's going to be a challenge. Well, I'll guess we are going to find out soon enough. We are landing again. Let's give this a moment to pop off, and then we're going to pause. There we go. And let's see what we have to work with. Well, the answer is not much. We have some beryllium production over here, and we can set up a little bit more. And we do have a little bit of basic graphite, but that's all there is. Now, what I find somewhat annoying about these levels is that I have no idea where the enemy is coming from. So I'm actually going to use a little bit of a trick. I'm not sure if it counts as cheating. No, it's not cheating. It's just clever use of game mechanics. Let's go with that. So with the help of some radar, I just explored the entire corridor over here, and as you can see, there is not really any resources here. There are 2 bases by the looks of it, and I also have the first enemies incoming, which is probably a reason to restart the level, because building just some radars is not the best way to start off your defense. I'm also a little bit confused by the fact that there seems to be something down here. When I start to build something, you can see this circle. I am just not entirely sure what that means. Is that the range of towers? Do we have that over here as well? No, it doesn't seem like it. So yeah, let me know in the comments. What does this purple circle actually mean? I have no idea. I don't think the game ever told me. But anyway, let's just quickly reboot the level so we can actually fend off these tanks next time they come. Okay, so I've done the math, and I think we have enough resource production over here to have a tank fabricator and a ship fabricator, so making those two base units first, and have them both non-stop producing. Now, I need some tungsten for both the mechs and the upgraded tanks, and I don't have any of that, so I'm guessing I'll have to go and conquer that for my enemies. Okay, so we have the first tanks in production. Already a little bit low on power, but we do have some more power vents over there that we can safeguard with our tanks, hopefully. Let's also start working now on a ship fabricator. Might as well get those going as well. The resources I need for that are the silicon as well as the graphite, so placing that over here should make for a decently looking facility. I am going to try and see if I can make my facilities look a little bit better from this point forward. It's a little bit hard to keep everything organized, honestly, with the limited tools available. Is this what I want to do? This is prioritizing that. No, that is not what I want to do. I actually want to do it like this with a normal split, so half of the stuff is going to go towards my silicon and the other half is going towards my ship fabricator. Now, I have my first bot already good to go. Actually, let's select both of those. Needs to be finished first. There we go. A little bit of patience, TDA. There we go. And then, yeah. Let's see where that other vent is. Maybe we can get some more power going. There is another vent over there. So if I hook that up, then hopefully, let's pause a moment. Because that first unit came in really quick, honestly. I was a little bit surprised by that. I mean, I know the game said, like, build units quickly. But I wasn't expecting it to be that quick. Is that up and running? Yep, it is. And that means we should now have almost full power. That is nice. So I am going to make sure my units are rallying over there. Is there some more power here that we can steal? I honestly don't remember. I think we're getting pretty close to the enemy base already, so I don't want to get too close. I mean, that's not going to end very well if I only have 2 tanks. But yeah. We can use this as kind of a choke point over here. Maybe actually, speaking of choke points, I can build myself some walls to actually make a choke point. I do want to leave somewhat of a open space though, because I've noticed in the previous levels that if you build something too close, your own units actually start struggling getting through there. So that is not necessarily what we want. If I park them right in front of the entrance, then they should kind of body block the enemies coming through. And there we go, there's the first units coming in, but I have plenty of units now, I think, to defend. I do need to kind of follow them around by the looks of it, because they are just running away from me. They do take a lot of damage, honestly. I'm a little bit surprised by that. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too hard to hold them off. And now I do have a little bit of silicon, as well as other materials to work with. I think I can also just build a couple of turrets now. And as people in the comments have been correctly pointing out to me, I wasn't really utilizing much of my water that came from the turbines over here. So I decided to hook up all my turbines to a nice little water pipeline that goes all the way to the front line into my bottleneck over here, while I'm actually using it to boost my breaches. Okay, this might just be my paranoia, but I still have a feeling the map is going to open up once I defeat the other 2 bases, and I'm going to have to deal with enemies coming from below. So I'm just going to build a whole lot of walls here, at least to buy myself some time in case that actually does happen. And as the small waves of a couple of units keep coming in, I have a pretty sizable army built over here, so I'm just going to take it to the other side of the map slowly. Let's make sure the other tanks are able to keep up. And see if I can take out the enemy base with just these tanks. They should be over here somewhere. Let's go in from the back. There we go. Let's pew pew them. Yay. Oh, okay, that was no problem whatsoever. What's this? Oh, this is actually... Is this a miner? Oh, seems to be. There's a drill over here. I actually want to destroy the main base. There we go. And that should be no problem at all. Well, I guess we found the tungsten, but before I go and settle here, I am going to go all the way to this base over here, take out a couple of these units, and then I am going to take down... Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this big laser thing? It is ripping apart my units. Ow, ow, ow. Okay then. So maybe I got a little bit ahead of myself there, but I'm just going to set up a bastion over here. I do have the resources for that. And make sure I didn't get some tungsten production, and then I can not only double my army, I can actually also build all those advanced units that we had in the previous levels as well. So that's like, I don't know, quadrupling the size of my army or something like that. So that's definitely going to be enough, at least I hope so, to take out this nasty turret over here. Well, first things first, I just put in a mech fabricator because once again, you only need a little bit of tungsten to build this building, but then you don't need any tungsten to start building the actual artillery. So that's now being produced, and now it's time to move on to the actual second base. Okay, so this base has a little bit of everything, just a little bit of beryllium, some tungsten, well, a lot of tungsten actually, and then some a small amount of graphite. So what I'm thinking is maybe I just build the tier 2 tanks over here, and then I can, at some point, once I make sure this area is safe, I can hook these two bases up together, and then kind of combine the throughput maybe in some way. But for now, let's just focus on building tier 2 tanks. And there we go. And I actually think it was a good call to just build these tanks over here, because I'm really struggling on power. So this building is producing the normal tanks, it's putting into the second building that's making the tanks upgraded. It's a little bit of a weird system, but it's okay. I am using my part of my water at least to turn that into ozone and hydrogen, because I need the hydrogen to make my second tier tanks. And I have a couple of those now, as you can see. That is a pretty decent army, so I think we should be able to take out a couple of turrets now. Then again, what do I know? Because that's what I thought last time. But let's make sure we take out this turret first. We should be able to just burst through the wall. Yeah, there we go. With all this firepower, there is really no issue. And let's see what else is over here. Oh, they are... Oh, they actually had some warpers over there. That's interesting. We didn't expect that. Not much defense here to speak of, just a couple of tanks. This is a very large base, honestly. Is this like the main base? I was expecting this to be a tiny little base in the corner of the map, but yeah, apparently not. Nuclear strike inbound. Construct backup cores immediately. Okay, hold up. Let's pause. We have a nuclear launch detected in 5 minutes, but... Okay. Yes, so that base is toast. And nothing else? Okay, so we actually still have this base then. And this base doesn't really have anything viable other than, of course, the construction that we are doing here for our bots. But if we can just basically take over this base over here, and then we should have everything we need, I think, over here to kind of replicate our main base. And then we're good to go, right? I don't know, something like this maybe. I have once again the problem that I don't have enough power to do everything I want to do in this base, nor do I have the resources to do everything here. So while my second base, or at least the second base I built, is just producing the large tanks, let me pause for a minute because we're 3 minutes away from nuclear disaster. This base is going to be producing the base tanks as well as the mechs. I am skipping on the, like, I forgot what they're called, the ships. What are they called? Eludes? Mostly because they need quite a heavy investment of graphite, which I simply don't have a lot of in this base. I only have these nodes over here and then one node over here. So that is barely enough to make silicon, let alone have additional graphite for the ships. So I think it makes sense to have this production over here. Now what I really do want to do is take my giant army that I have over here and see if I can also take out this base over here in the corner. I'm not entirely sure if there's actually resources here. They seem to be producing some liquid over here. I'm not entirely sure what they're doing with that. But at the very least, I can just steal the power that is coming from this base and take it for my own. So while this base over here isn't particularly useful in terms of resources, it did give me quite a bit of power. So now I've connected up all my power grids. Well, actually, I should probably connect up this one as well. But yeah, now I have all the tanks back in production with the exception of the eludes, and I have a pretty sizable army. So whatever happens in 1 minute from now, I think we're ready and good to go. I've built some more walls, but I don't really have the resources nor the time to build any turrets. So let's hope that this giant army here in the middle is going to be able to deal with whatever this nuclear attack is actually going to do. Will my Marui make it out? Probably not. Hope! Well, that was my base then. Can I just go in and rebuild it? Well, my army is not getting any bigger than it is right now because I just lost another core. So, yeah, we can just move in here, I suppose. And I just want to say, I told you so. Look at that base over there. Okay, let's unpause. Strangely enough, my turrets are still there, so that's interesting. If I just move over here, okay, so hold on. If I move over here and I pause, can I just press B and start rebuilding everything? Looks like it. Well, I mean, that is kind of cool, honestly. And that would be very convenient if I can do that with the enemy right there. If I just park my entire army over here, can I just get my base back? That's worth a try. Oh, well, it turns out the answer is yes, because I just did exactly that. Just rebuilt the entire base from scratch. Well, not from scratch, I could just replicate what I had already built. And that's something I want to stress. In this game, if your factory gets destroyed, it's super easy to rebuild it. And that's something that is quite vital for those of you that, of course, don't like your factories getting destroyed. In this game, it will happen every now and then, but as you can see, it's no problem whatsoever. It's a little easier, actually, than I thought it would be, but hey, I'll take it, because once again, I have a pretty huge army, and now I'm actually producing twice as much as I normally would have. And yeah, I guess. Whoa, whoa, whoa! That's units. That's flying airships. Where are you going? Where are you going? Okay, that's really annoying. I was about to say I'm going to go attack them, but that won't work if actually my own walls are in my way. Hold on. Okay, maybe moving out my entire army to deal with those few ships was a little bit too much, but I am going to retaliate. I am just going to bring that entire army I just built and bring it all the way down now. Oh, look, it's sort of one of those nasty turrets again, but again, this shouldn't be too much of a issue considering I just destroyed a very similar turret setup just before, and making sure that there's no more of these turrets right on my doorstep is probably a good thing to do. Now, there's going to be 4 enemy cores, and this is just the first one that I just found, so yeah, I'm wondering how many more. Well, there's 3 more, obviously, but where we will be able to find them. Okay, so there seem to be 2 bases down here. Not sure if this is 1 base or 2, but it looks like it's 2, and this is pretty heavily defended, as you can see, with a lot of walls. There are quite a few resources up here, actually, and there's another base over here. This one doesn't seem to be quite as heavily fortified, so I guess I am just going to see if I can take this one out. I mean, I can at least take out this little mining unit over here. Oh, look, they have tier 2 tanks as well. Well, that's concerning. But if I can at least take out some of these little outposts, then whatever ground is not owned by my enemies is something I can claim for myself. It seems I found another little base hidden here in the corner, so that's 1 more core down, but at the same time I'm actually under attack myself. Let me see where the tanks are. So these tanks seem to be intent on getting themselves killed on my turrets, that's fine by me. In the meanwhile, they do destroy some of my base. Luckily, I did have some defenses back here as well, so I'm just going to take out these little robots one by one, rebuild this little corner of my base, and then having taken out already 2 of the 4 additional cores, I think we're on a pretty good schedule to finish this level. Huh, would you look at that, there's another base hiding in the corner over here that I didn't expect. So then the other base, the first one that I showed you, the one on the bottom, is apparently a full base. However, again, all of this is not putting up much resistance, which is kind of a shame, because I do think I actually have another tier tank unlocked that I have no reason of building, because as you can see, I am just walking over everything with the giant army I built before. Well, I have to say this was a very impressive and very large base, but yeah, other than some turrets that they gave me some trouble near the end, all in all, this is going to go down pretty quickly. I am wondering now, however, where the last core is, because I seem to be missing something over here. Oh, actually, we still have this left over here, so there might actually still be a second base over here, or is it all of this connected? There is so much stuff here. I mean, it's very satisfying to just blow everything up, but it's taking me quite a while to actually get rid of this base. Well, I took down the last little bit over here as well, and now I'm really starting to wonder, where is that last core? Did I just miss it here somewhere? I mean, it's not in this thing over here, although we do need to take that out. I took down this core. There is nothing down here, I believe. Maybe it's hiding here in the corner. That must be it. There we go. I just walked right past the core that is hiding here in the back. And that should take care of the last one. Now, there's actually a ton of resources in this base that I can now take advantage of. And yeah, we did capture the zone, so this is everything there is. Now, I have to admit, this feels a little bit weird because I didn't unlock any new technology in this level, I think. But yeah, if you look over here, we have a mech refabricator, which allows me to upgrade, I think, the crawlers that we had. We've seen some of the enemies upgraded crawlers, and they look pretty nice to have. So I definitely want to pick them up. And what else do we have over here? We have the slag incinerator. Incinerates non-volatile items or liquids. Not entirely sure what I would do with that, but we have it unlocked. We also have a reinforced pump. Pumps and outputs the liquids. Requires hydrogen, so we can start pumping stuff. And we used none of that in this level whatsoever. Is there anything else we needed to unlock? Nope. Okay, just because I could and I figured you might want to see it, these are the larger tier 2 crawlers. They are quite a bit bigger than the other ones. I have... Oh, they can actually stand on top of each other. That's interesting. But look at that. That is pretty awesome and actually pretty intimidating. These things are going to come into use very much in the next couple of episodes, I believe. Because, well, look at that. Look at their size. This is a tier 2 tank. And this is a tier 2 crawler. They're getting bigger and bigger. And I like it. I also tried building some pumps and connecting them up to the liquid that I have on the floor, the Archisite, I'm not entirely sure how you pronounce that, that apparently needs some hydrogen to fuel the pump and then stuff comes out. So yeah, I just don't know what to do with that because it didn't actually unlock anything new. If we go to the technology tree over here, you can see I did unlock the Archisite. But as far as I can tell, there is no new buildings in my technology tree, so I guess we're going to have to find that out in the next episode. Look at my army of doom marching around the map now. Either way, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry. However, before we get into that, I just want to point out that a lot of you have been telling me in the comments to check out the core database because it can answer a lot of your questions. I am kind of regretting that I clicked this thing because look at the amount of stuff we have yet to unlock and how many sectors there are still to go. Oh yeah, we better get to it. Which brings me to the Marsh. Let's see, this sector has an abundance of archisite but has limited vents that build chemical combustion chambers to generate power. Well, I am looking very much forward to finding a new source of power. How much is the threat here? It's just medium, so this should be a fairly straightforward level, right? Well, I guess we're about to find out. Once again, let's land on the planet. Ooh, nice and green. Well, it's definitely the marshes. And let's pause there for a moment and see what we have to deal with. So, there is a lot of beryllium on the floor for a change. That's a new thing. And we have some tungsten over there as well. We have some basic setup. Just a tiny little bit of beryllium in the wall actually over here. And then this is the archisite that we also had in the previous level. There's a lot of it this time around. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to find out how we actually get access to that. Let's also take a quick look at the technology tree. It seems that we only have the oxidation chamber as a new technology. I couldn't find anything else that is new in here for the moment. And this is going to convert beryllium and ozone into oxide. So we need some ozone production, I guess. So doing just a little bit of planning in order to make that ozone, I need an electrolyzer. In order to build that, I'm going to need some tungsten. In order to build some tungsten, I am going to need an impact drill. The impact drill is going to need water. I also need a bit more beryllium because these two miners over here are not going to cut it. We have this, and it turns out that I can also mine beryllium that's on the floor with the same impact drill, but that means I need even more water. So I guess something like this, yes, and look at this, people. I'm actually utilizing the water that comes from my turbines. I am listening to you, even though I might not be as quick on the uptake as some others, but yeah. Looks to be about right. I'm also removing all of those nasty little things on the floor, because for some reason they started to annoy me, and yeah, it looks so much cleaner if you just take them out from the get-go. Oh boy, the game was not kidding when it told me I didn't have a lot of vents in this level. As you can see, with just this tiny little base, I'm already not quite meeting my power requirements, and I definitely want a lot more production than this. So let's check out the oxidation chamber. It's going to need ozone and beryllium, and then it's going to spit out oxide as well as heat. I'm not entirely sure what the heat is for, or, well, the oxide for that matter. But yeah, that means that I need the electrolyzer to turn water into hydrogen and oxide, ozone, and then the ozone to be turned into oxide. Okay, let's get on that. Okay, there we go. We have the electrolyzer up and running. I found out that I don't actually need to deal with the other output, in this case hydrogen. It's just non-stop producing anyway, even though that has nowhere to go. I guess it's venting it off in the air or something like that. And then this oxidation chamber seems to be doing just well. It is producing some heat. It's spitting out the heat on this side. Again, no idea what we're going to do with that, but I guess it has to use later. And we're feeding it some beryllium. So now we are going to need to research the chemical combustion chamber, the CCC. Which is this beautiful building over here. It's pretty expensive to build, honestly, but it is going to give me 600 power per second, which is about 3 times as much as one of those turbines. But it does require some ozone and arcosite to go in, and the arcosite is what we saw on the previous level, is what we can pump out of that green goo. Okay, wait, hold on. This is suddenly turning into a factory game again. So let's assume I have 2 of these turbines. These each produce 5 water per second. So 2 of these is 10 water. If I remember correctly, the electrolyzer needs 10 water per second. So this would 2 of those turbines would fuel 1 electrolyzer. That is going to give me 4 ozone per second. Then if I look at that chemical thingy that I just unlocked, that is going to need 2 ozone per second. So that is so 1 electrolyzer is enough to have 2 chemical combustion chambers up and running, and that is 1200 power. I also need some arcosite though, so let me refresh my memory how that works. We need those pumps for that. Those are going to be pumping out 80 per minute, so 1 pump is actually enough for both of those chemical combustion chambers, because each of them required 40 arcosite. And it's was also, the electrolyzer was producing 6 hydrogen per second, so we could actually build 4 pumps, but we only really need 1. So okay, that seems pretty straightforward. Let me see if I can make a pretty nice looking design out of that. Here we go, I'm pretty proud of this. So this is a tiny little facility that produces 1140 watt of power net, because there is an electrolyzer in here which takes, I believe, 60, yes. So 60 power goes into the electrolyzer, but we have the chemical combustion chamber times 2 that is generating 600 each, so 1200 total, and they don't require power themselves. As you can see, the electrolyzer is taking in the water from down here with the little junction to make sure that it doesn't get in the way of the other pipe. Then that goes into the ozone over here, which is split between the 2 combustion chambers. There is also the outgoing hydrogen over here that goes into this reinforced pump. And that pump then spits out the arcosite back into these 2 chemical combustion chambers. All of that resulting, like I said, into a net result of 1140 power, not counting the turbines, and I'm also actually gaining about 4.5 hydrogen per second net that I'm not using anywhere, so I could use that towards building tanks or whatever. So this is actually pretty efficient, and that makes me wonder, because if I've done my math correctly, once you have this set up, you could actually replace one of these turbine condensers with a vent, producing a lot more water. Although you do cut your power in half, but even if everything is just working at half power, that's not relevant, because the water that you get from that vent, you only need 10 water for this setup. So because a vent produces 30 water in total, I could replicate this 2 more times, get 2400 additional power-ish, and then replace every single turbine on the map basically with a vent and produce even more power. And as long as I have some power somewhere on the map that shouldn't collapse, it is a perfect recipe, by the way, for a total collapse of your entire factory. But that should work, I think. So basically, replace every single turbine on the map with a vent. Make sure you get all your power from Arcosite, assuming you have that, of course, available. And you have, well, not infinite power, but it's a lot of power to deal with. Now, I did pause my game, as you can see, because apparently as soon as I built the first chemical combustion chamber, a timer started counting down that is going to tell me that I have enemies incoming. And it was actually, I think, already counting down for a minute or so before I realized this. So we have about 5 minutes to prepare for an unknown amount of enemies. Now that is probably something I should have done before I started to build the actual objective of the map, but hey, let's just get those tanks up and running as quickly as I can. And I definitely want to start thinking a little bit more about layouts for these type of buildings, because honestly I've been kind of winging it every now and then, but I want my buildings to look a little bit better than they do right now. Let's see, everything here is powered. This is working just fine. We have all 3 base types of units in production. All I need now is the resource to actually get in here, and hopefully that will be in time before the enemies arrive. Aside from the units that I'm now producing, I just realized I actually have a new type of turret available in the technology tree as well. That is the Sublimate, which apparently is a giant flamethrower, and if I remember correctly from the previous level, I think we saw that turret there, and it did a massive amount of damage. And honestly, if you look at the damage this is doing, and yes, people, I'm using the codex, this is 540 damage per second. Now, if I compare that to our most basic tank, this one, this does 30 damage. So that's like 15 tanks, even more than that. So yeah, this turret should be pretty good to hold off the enemy. Alright, so we have the enemies coming in a couple of seconds, and this is what I've done to prepare. So first of all, I replaced this turbine with a vent condenser, so I could power 3 of these impact drills over here to get some more beryllium, because I was barely producing any of that. Then I also replaced the other turbine with a vent condenser, so I could add another impact drill and also make sure I still have enough of the water left over to power the electrolyzer over here. Now the electrolyzer is producing 4 ozone per second, and I only need 2 for the oxidation chamber. So the other 2 is going to go all the way up here into a sublimate. I also built a wall to hopefully funnel the enemy right through here. They seem to like to chase just straight for your bastion, so hopefully that means they're going to come through here. If they are going to be one of those flying units, then they will be passing here. But yeah, there's only so much I can do about that. And then on top of that, I do have a pretty sizable army. There's about 15 units over here, so it's not the biggest army in the world, but along with this tower, hopefully that will be enough. So let's see what the enemy will be bringing on. So I was expecting a wave, but apparently it's just the enemy core. Well, okay then. That's easy. Then I can just keep building my army and actually maybe expand a little bit, and then just go straight for the enemy base, I suppose. Well, the enemy is sending increasingly strong units at me, so I have a feeling they're actually building up their base. So it's about time I go and find that base and just go and destroy it to begin with. Or, you know, I wait until I have tier 2 units, because apparently there is a lot of defense. There's not the strongest defense, but with all of these walls in place, my tier 1 tanks are definitely not going to cut it if I only have a handful of them. Well, on the bright side, that gave me the opportunity to do a couple of things I wanted to do anyway. So first of all, I made a nice looking layout for all my robot production, or my unit production, I should say. I have all the different inputs coming in a nice little organized flow, and as you can see, I am now producing every single robot that I can currently build. So that is a thing I wanted to do. The other thing, and that's probably more important, that I wanted to do is actually replicate this power setup a couple of times. So what I've done over here is basically replace every single turbine I had with a vent condenser, with the exception of one, just as a backup. And then I have basically replicated all the power units that I have over here. So I have this vent condenser supplying all the water for these 3 units, which are now producing a huge amount of power. As you can see, I am producing all the robots I can. I'm still sitting on a surplus of almost 2k power. So power is not going to be a problem anytime soon. Famous last words. And I also replaced the turbines I had fueling the drills over here, so that now I have one of them fueling the drills for the beryllium, and one of them fueling the drills for the tungsten as well as the electrolyzer. All in all, this base is now looking a lot more impressive than it did before, and I'm actually getting quite a bit of production out of a fairly small amount of resources. And while I was at it, I expanded into this tungsten area over here. I moved up the bottleneck for my defense up here. I actually have 2 of these turrets now on top of the one I already have. And the nice thing is, if you use a little liquid container over here, then you can use all that overflow production that you're getting while you're not using your turrets and use that as ammunition once you actually need it. So that is working very well, I think. And yeah, as you can see, my army is pretty sizable now. I have almost 15 of every unit, with the exception of the tier 2 ones, but we are pretty much to the point where we've capped out. I really like the fact that I can now just basically build a vent, make sure it's powered up, so you do need some seed power to start with, but just build a vent, have that water being transformed into some chemicals and get a lot of power from that. As you can see, I'm sitting on a surplus of 2.4k power now, and I'm not even trying to conserve any energy anywhere in my base. Okay, time to get things moving and finish this level. I am going to attack a little bit more strategically from the side this time around to make sure I don't have every single turret in the base firing at me. And by doing this... Oh, hello. Let's retreat for a moment while we take out all these units. I had a feeling that the enemy wasn't attacking me for some reason. Not sure why that is. Maybe because they can't actually reach my base. Yeah, they have been stocking up in units. Okay, let's do a tactical retreat into this direction and have the enemy units kind of kill themselves on my turrets instead. It's really weird. The enemy was kind of bugging out, and I know it's not because I built this wall over here, because that wall is very recent, and they definitely did not build all of these units in the last couple of minutes. Whoa, there's a lot of units here. I have a feeling these units were supposed to be attacking me one by one rather than all at the same time now. But at least now we are going to get to see the power of these sublimator turrets. As you can see, they're just ripping through these tier 2 units. Yeah, so let's try that again. I think the tactical retreat there was very much called for. Let's make sure we actually have all of our units here at the same time. Focused firepower is a thing that is typically useful in games like this. Okay, let's take out the tier 2 units first. Take out the turrets whenever we are advancing. Let's take out this turret. This is actually a lot more difficult than I was expecting it to be. I think we pulled through now, and we can move on to just taking out the unit production over here. That will make our life a lot easier. Let's find the bastion. Where is it? Where is it? Well, these are some defenses that we should probably also take out. Not really what I was looking for, though. Oh, actually, there it is. Sector captured. Oh, already? I was expecting to have to clear out a lot more than that. Well, after doing some more cleanup, it looks like the enemy base was pretty large. There's quite a bit of resources in here, but other than that, not really anything special. Now, I am actually wondering if it makes sense to set up all of these facilities, because as you can see, I did start out by setting something up. But honestly, it's quite a bit of work to put all these factories in place and all the miners and stuff like that. And if I look at my research tree, as you can see, I have a pretty decent amount of planet-wide stockpile of all the different resources, with the exception, of course, of the new stuff we're adding. So I did go to the through emotions basically to set up some basic oxidation chambers. As you can see, I added 6 more to the mix, so I have a pretty decent inflow of oxide coming in, just to make sure that if I need to unlock anything that is related to that, I am producing that, because this is the only level where we're currently producing any of that. I could probably go back to some of the previous levels and set up some of that production there as well. But again, I don't think there's much point in that, at least not for the moment. Let me know in the comments if that actually changes, if there's a reason to go back to previous levels. For now, I think I'll leave it at this production and prepare for the next level. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around we're going to the peaks, it seems. This is another medium threat level, so I'm not expecting it to be too hard. Famous last words, once again. And let's see, the mountainous terrain in this sector makes most units useless. Flying units will be required. Well, that sounds exciting. Be aware of enemy anti-air installations. It may be possible to dismantle some of these installations by targeting their supporting buildings. Well, that's what I've been doing so far, so that sounds right up my alley. Oh, and a question for you guys in the comments. Is there an easier way to actually select the next level than just trying to scroll around this planet? Because honestly, the scrolling doesn't really work all that well. And the sector list over here only lists the sectors that I already conquered. So let me know. Anyway, ready for takeoff and landing. And I see a lot of resources there, so that makes me really happy after some of those levels with not a lot of resources to go around. So let's see, what do we already have? We have some graphite. We have an impact drill drilling for the beryllium. That's interesting. We have a lot of graphite over here. That makes me really excited, honestly. We do not have any arcosite, so I guess I won't be making more of my my power setup that I was using in the previous level, but I think we can make do with what we have. Before I get too far ahead of myself, let's check out the technology tree. We have the ship fabricator over here, which I guess we're going to need. And likely we're going to need the avert as well. Fires twisting pairs of bullets enemy targets. I guess this is the flying unit, so let's unlock that as well. Let's see then, what else do we have? Nothing over here by the looks of it. We do have a beam tower. Transmits power to other blocks. Stores a large amount of power long range. So that's kind of the upgraded version of the power node we already have. Then we have the Region Projector. Slowly repairs allied structures. That sounds pretty useful. It does cost quite a bit of oxide to unlock, but we're producing that in the previous level. Then we have the Deconstructor. Deconstructs inputted structures and units. That doesn't seem like my first priority, but I think it's the only other thing we can actually unlock, so we might as well go ahead and do that. Anything else? No, doesn't look like it, so let's start building some stuff. Wait a minute, hold on. We actually have a second area over here that only has a little bit of power, but it looks like the tungsten is actually over here that we need to complete the first objective, and there is arcosite here. So I do get to make plenty of power, and I guess that's where the upgraded power pole is going to come in. Sorry, beam tower. Because that is going to allow us to probably bridge this gap and make sure all the power that we're producing here can actually reach my main base. And remember, in order to make that happen, I'm going to need some of these payload mass drivers. And I actually initially didn't realize it, but you can see the range on these things. The reason I didn't see it is because it's pretty damn huge. As you can see, I can easily reach this base from the other base and vice versa. So yeah, let's go and set that up. Okay, so how about this design? I have a mass driver over here that's going to receive the units, unload it here, then put it on this belt, and then it's going to be put into that. The bucket is going to be put into here in the other payload driver that is connected to this one on this side. And it's then going to put it in this belt and then unload it over here and then shoot it right back to the first place. And this should mean this little box can keep looping as long as there are resources to be distributed. And even though I know the quest says to do this with tungsten, I might as well just get some beryllium up and running already, because I don't really have a lot of power on this side just yet. I have plenty of beryllium over here, and let's see if this actually works. So the box goes over here. Well, in theory this would work. Of course, I do need to have somewhere for this beryllium to actually be unloaded to. So hopefully this will work. Let's see if we do it like this. This will actually still work. So, did it actually unload any units? I'm not entirely sure. Let's see. It should get full pretty soon. So just a few more items. Some beryllium incoming. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, there it goes again. Yeah, there we go. So it's now dumping all the beryllium into my bastion. And this is working very nicely. Alrighty, so with that basic production up and running, I do think it's time to start adding some tungsten to the mix, because I need that for pretty much everything else I want to do over here. So let's see if that works. I assume actually I can mix up different types of units in here. Yeah, that works just fine. It actually instantly fills the box as well as soon as it reaches the payload loader, so that's really nice. So now it should just be a matter of time before we get some tungsten rolling. While that's running, I'm going to upgrade my silicon production over here by utilizing a lot of the stuff I have. There is a lot more to do that, but yeah, I don't currently have the power to do much more than this. In order to get that power, I'm going to need some oxide, so I'm going to set up a electrolyzer over here that's currently just connected to the turbine condenser. That's not going to be sufficient to have it completely up and running, but I don't need it to be completely up and running. I only need it to be half up and running, which is exactly what this turbine is going to do, because that will produce enough ozone to get some of that into the oxide chamber and then get some oxide going, and I need that. If I remember correctly, that is for my, what are these called? Chemical combustion chambers. As you can see, I need 40 oxide for that. And this will give me all the power I need. But yeah, there's a couple of steps to go first. With that tungsten and oxide now coming in, I can actually set up my power. So as you can see, I am now sitting at a power surplus of 2000 in this particular zone. I'm not doing that much over here though, so we definitely want to give the advice of the game a look, because they're actually suggesting that I build a couple of beam towers, and I'm definitely going to do exactly that, because if I look at this, this is pretty much an oversized version of the towers I've been using so far. And yeah, if I build it something like over here, I should be able to connect these two zones together, and that means that I can leverage all of that power on both sides of my facility. Assuming, of course, I connect everything up, but that should only take a moment. There we go. And now I have my power surplus extending to my entire base. And now I have some power going. I upgraded all of my tungsten production over here, so I have a pretty huge amount of tungsten actually incoming. And I also upgraded my power even further, because, yeah, you know, why not? I'm now sitting at a 2k power surplus still, and I've built quite a bit of stuff over here. I've also made sure I had access to this beryllium, so it's all flowing into these boxes over here. I actually have 2 boxes in the system now to just make sure I can keep things flowing as fast as possible. I have 2 output ports over here actually to make sure I can unload it quickly enough. And while I was at it, I also decided to start mining some more graphite. Now, with all of that production up and running, as you can see, I'm sitting on a pretty large amount of stuff now actually. I think it's time to start to build some actual military units. Before I do that though, and this is probably just me being paranoid, I also built a couple of more of these breaches, so I have some air defense in case I need it. The only thing that my OCD has some trouble with this particular game is that it's pretty much impossible, at least very hard, to build a nice looking base. Resources are coming from all the types of different directions, and you need quite a few of different resources to build the upgraded ship. So you can see I have the graphite and the silicon going in here, then I need some more silicon over here. I also need tungsten and I need hydrogen, and actually connecting all of that up to my factories is not entirely trivial. However, as you can see, I am now double producing some of the ships, and it does seem that that triggered the enemies incoming now. Well, I have some turrets all over the place over here. I have some turrets already in existence over here, so I think we should be fine. But let me just add a couple more turrets just to play it safe. Well, I got plenty of turrets now up and running, and I have about 5 of my own ships. So let's see, where are the enemies? Oh, I thought there was a wave incoming, but apparently it's just enemy cores. Now, the question I really have is how am I actually going to be able to attack those cores if I can't do any exploring with these units? I mean, they don't seem to be revealing the fog of war, and there's nothing telling me how I'm actually supposed to do that. That's interesting. So it seems the enemy is coming from north, and they are kind of harassing my base all over the place. So I figured, why not just build some more of these production facilities so I can restock my defensive units really quickly. But then it occurred to me, I actually also have this region projector that I can probably use in order to automatically repair my base. At least that's what I think it's supposed to do. So let's see if that works. It needs hydrogen. Oh, well. I actually have that available right here, so that's really convenient. There we go. Is this automatically going to rebuild my base? I think so. Not really sure how to test that, other than having my base destroyed first, so that's not quite ideal. Anyway, how many units do I have? I have all 15 of them. So let's see if we can actually... Oh, look, I can actually explore the enemy's units. The enemy base, I should say. But I actually need to just find open space, basically, to explore first. Okay, that's interesting. Stop destroying my base, please. Thank you. So I just took out a power unit, and there's another one over here. So if I do that, can I then just take out the breach? That went fairly easily. I can take out some of these mining facilities as well. Not sure if there's too much of a point to that, but you know. Oh, there's another breach over here. Let's take that out. I think that does more damage than the flying units. There was another flying unit coming from up there, so that's a thing I probably should do something about. There we go. Well, they aren't putting up much of a fight so far. Let's make sure I keep restocking my units. I'm producing 4 of them at the same time, so this shouldn't be too much of a problem. And the game was hinting at me that I should probably take out the supporting building, so you know, anything that pretty much... Whoa, okay. Anything that shoots at me, I was about to say, but I probably don't want to get anywhere near that specific building over there. There we go. Let's take out another turbine condenser. I think that's all the power they have in this base. I mean, there's some power stored up, of course, but hopefully that should allow me to take that out. Can I get killed Bastion? Ooh, no, 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 no. No, I can't. They did actually take out most of my ships there. So this particular turret, I might just have to make sure I kill everything that runs into that, like the belts and things like that. And then it should run out of fuel and ammunition and things like that, I suppose. And I can take out the rest of the base. Looks like I can attack the core from over here just fine, assuming I'm not being attacked by air units, that is. So that's out of range of the turret, and hopefully once I take out this bastion over here, the turret will automatically be destroyed as well. And there we go, that is one base cleared out, well, mostly cleared out anyway. I should probably construct another bastion over here so I can build twice as many of these flying units. They're kind of cool, honestly. And then let's find the other base. Okay, so I'm gonna take a couple of my ships and do some exploring. Well, I don't know what that is, but it's probably not good. There's also another turbine over here, so if that works on power, then that's probably the trick there is to it. Okay, I can take out that drill probably. Let's just do a little bit of scouting before I engage anything and make my presence known. I'll probably take out that supply source there as well. Is this where the enemy is? If they are, this is a very small base, but yeah, I'm gonna have to take it out one way or another. Well, it seems two can play the same game because I'm just casually harassing this base from the sides, very carefully, trying to stay out of range of those turrets, and just picking apart everything I can reach from over here. And by the looks of it, this should do the trick, because all of this graphite mining over here is being distributed through here and here, and that seems to be the only inputs going into this turret. So this is working on graphite for sure. So now I've taken that out, all I need to do is, well, make sure it spends its ammo. And then I think we should be able to just fly around without being attacked. Now this might take a moment, depending on how much ammo this actually has. But yeah, I have plenty of ships in production, so that should not be a problem. There you go, just some flying in circles around this turret, and it's now completely out of ammo, so I can just destroy it without taking any damage whatsoever. And the same holds for the second turret now, and that means I can now just destroy the base without any defenses whatsoever, and it means we have completed yet another level. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, because I'm really much addicted to this game. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around I really want to play the level Ravine, because as far as I can tell this is the only one available to me, but there's a problem. I need to research slag first, and as far as I can tell, I don't have anything to unlock in my technology tree. So yeah, how are we going to do this? I have a feeling I know the answer, but I wanted to include it in this video just in case anyone else has the same issue. So I think I probably have to pump out some slag in order to unlock the research for it. And there we go, I hooked up this pump and I have now the research unlocked. So yeah, this is apparently how you discover that, but I do have to admit it's not the most intuitive thing in the game. Oh well, it unlocked the level, and for some reason the threat is medium, but this color is actually a little bit lighter red than it was before, so does that mean level is going to be easy? I don't know. An important transportation route for the enemy, no cores detected in the sector, but expect a variety of enemy forces. Produce surge alloy, construct afflict turrets. Okay, well, that seems like a pretty clear thing to do. Okay, wait, there's something red over there, that's interesting. Is this a new type of resource or something? I don't know. Let's pause the game because apparently the first timer has already started. Okay, I'm going to have a quick look around and then I'll get back to you. And when I say looking around, I meant that quite literally. So I actually went and explored the entire map as far as I can actually explore it right now. And as you can see on the west side of my base, I have a lot of beryllium, some more tungsten, and this is also completely walled off as far as I can tell at least. Meanwhile, on the east of my base, there is a lot of terrain here. There's not much resources actually. There's just some beryllium, some tungsten, but that's about it. And if I go all the way up here, look, this is where the enemy is going to come from. Now, I'm not entirely sure if there's a couple of areas here that might be viable for some of these crawlers to get around, but it looks for the moment that this is all there is. For a level like this, I also think this map view is very useful because as you can see, you can now see that this is where my base is going to be, this is where the enemy is going to come from, this is where they're going to land. There is a very tiny choke point over here that I can probably utilize. Maybe I should be utilizing this choke point actually, because this is, well, this is just a single choke point where I think that any crawling units might be able to crawl over here, so that's not ideal. But there is also a couple more spawn points all the way up here. Now, actually, I have no idea how the enemies that are going to be spawning here are going to reach me, but I have a feeling they might come in flying. I also unlocked a couple of new things in the research tree. So over here we have the Surge Crucible, forms surge alloy from slag and silicon, and it requires heat. And remember, the oxidation chamber produces that heat, so these two things belong together, I suppose. We also have the heat redirector, which is just a way to get the heat somewhere else where you want it to go. Not sure if we're going to be using that, but at least it's unlocked now. What else do we have? We do have the unit repair tower unlocked as well, which is going to be very awesome because for some reason it was impossible to repair our unit so far. So this is going to solve that problem. Also makes for a very nice way to defend, I guess. So you can repair your units while the attackers are just going to get damaged. And then last but not least, we have the Core Citadel. This is an upgraded version of the Bastion, which I don't think I can actually build in this level. Let me double check. No. We saw that upgraded thing actually a couple of levels ago in the enemy base, and it was 3x3. So right now, I can only build a 2x2 thing here. Pretty sure I can just overlap it. Let me double check before I make a stupid mistake. There we go. Nope. Won't fit there, even though there's plenty of space, but we need a designated area to be able to build that. And with all that information in the back of my head, I'm actually going to restart the level because obviously it doesn't make sense to spend the first like 5 minutes of our time exploring while not actually building anything. And we are back. So let's see, where should we start? So first things first, let's keep in mind what we need to do to expand our base as quickly as possible. We need a lot of base building materials. Now, I only have a tiny amount of beryllium production over here in the corner, and I have some production over here that is just going to go into those towers, but not actually into my base. So we're going to have to fix that, and then there's some more beryllium over here that I can easily reach to get that into my base as well. There we go, that should take care of that. Something else I actually just enabled is the block status in the options. That it was a tip from one of you guys in the comments actually, that easily allows you to see which buildings are working and which are not. It wouldn't be the first time around that I find out like halfway through the level that there's a couple of my buildings not doing anything, so hopefully this should help out with that. Now we have that fixed, let's look at our power. I still have a little bit of a surplus, but not that much, so I think we should go into this direction and get that power facility up and running. But before I can actually do that whole power thing, I need some oxide. So I built a little oxide facility over here, getting the water from some of my turbines, then putting it into an electrolyzer, into the oxidation chamber, 2 of them for a perfect ratio setup. And then this is spitting out oxide now at 2 per second. So that's actually pretty nice. I actually built this over here, by the way, because I am going to need that heat that these things are producing for the slag production later on. And since I don't think I mentioned that this episode yet, the slag is actually this lava stuff on the floor over here. And considering this is the only spot of lava I have around, that is where my slag production is going to have to be located. Speaking of tips that you guys gave me in the comments, something I completely forgot about is that you can actually boost the basic mining drills with hydrogen. And considering we're now producing quite a bit of hydrogen as a side product of pretty much everything, might as well utilize it. So I built a little bit of a pipeline over here to all of these beryllium miners I have over here, so that these are now being boosted by 250%. So this is going to turn this pitiful amount of beryllium into a lot of beryllium all of a sudden. Et voila! As you can see, I now have some pretty decent power production over here. We're now sitting at a surplus of 1.3k, so that should allow me to expand my factory quite a bit. And the reason I built this over here will become obvious in a second, but before I get to that, I want to start upgrading my tungsten facility a little bit, because I'm going to need that for pretty much everything else from this point forward. And this should do the trick. This is 3 times as much production. Now let's increase our power production a little bit more. And that extra power production doesn't just let me build a lot more stuff. I'm sitting at a 2k power surplus right now, but it also lets me utilize that hydrogen once more to increase my mining operations. Now, as you can see, initially I wasn't too happy about this layout over here. It's really messy with all the things going in between. So I experimented a little bit, and it turns out you can make a much cleaner layout by having the pipeline go in front of the actual miners. Well, I guess you could flip it around as well. You could have the belt on the other side as well, but it doesn't really matter if you have one on one side and one on the other, and leave some distance between the miners and the actual nodes. It takes a little bit more space, but now this is actually producing 2.5 times as much as before, and it doesn't just hold for the graphite over here, it also holds for the beryllium. So now I have a pretty substantial amount of graphite, beryllium, and tungsten production, so that means we only have one thing left to do, which is producing every single unit we can currently make. So these are all the tier 1 units and tier 2 units that I currently have unlocked. And obviously we need a ton of resources to make that happen, specifically silicon, because pretty much all of these machines use silicon, and this single facility over here is not going to cut it, which is why I'm utilizing the graphite in the bottom corner over here, along with some of the sand. And the red stuff is actually really efficient to make sand, so that's helping. And we have 3 more facilities over here making silicon, so all of this is going to go into this pipeline over here, and then there's a bit of a spaghetti happening over here to recombine some of the initial supply lines I have. I am utilizing things like underflow ducts to make sure that if my production is that as much of the production is actually going towards my unit production, but if I don't need it, it is going to flow back into my bastion, because, well, of course we don't want it to go to waste. So even though I have all of these units in production now, I'm not just going to sit around and wait for the enemy to come to me. I remember there's some beryllium over here. That's actually the resource I need the most at the moment, strangely enough, even though it's the most basic resource we have. So I'm going to set up another one of these vents over here, a little bit of a radar to go along with it, so I can actually see what I'm doing. And then I'm going to get this beryllium, even mostly because I can then put up some turrets on the north here, because I do have a feeling, once again, because we have some air units incoming most likely, that I'm going to need some air defense as well. Speaking of air defense, I just remembered that the game actually told me to build a certain type of turrets that I currently don't have unlocked. So that's probably why I also am going to have to construct one of these surge crucibles. So I don't know, we might as well do that. Apparently there's only a single enemy in this wave, so I think we should be able to hold that off. Even though I don't have that many units myself yet, but I am cranking them out like 4 or 5 at a time now. So let's find out. I am actually wondering where that enemy is coming from. I assume it's going to come from this direction over here, where we saw the initial spawn location, but you know, it might be a flying unit. If that is the case, I'm gonna have to potentially chase it around my base, but let's just find out and wait and see. Well, that first enemy was taken out so quickly I actually missed it, and considering you can't reload to this game, I can't show you, but at the very least it didn't do any damage that I can tell to my base, so yeah, we're good on that front. Now I am actually upgrading my power a little bit in the meanwhile, because as you can see over here, well, actually now I have a power surplus, but that's just because I just built this. And then I am wondering what is next. Well, obviously the Surge Crucible. I almost forgot about that. I actually did build it already. It is going to need a little bit of silicon production to go in here as well. So I need to bring that in from the production we have on the bottom right. And with 1 second to go to the second wave, we have produced our first Surge alloy. This actually unlocks quite a few new things on the technology tree. First of all, we have the Afflict, the turret that the game was telling me to build. This is going to require heating in order to build. It's also going to require quite a bit of Surge alloy to unlock. So yeah, first things first. We can also build an upgraded version of a wall, which is not too interesting, but yeah, we have that for future reference. And then on the far left side over here, there's actually a couple of things that look very interesting. So we have the unit cargo loader. This is going to construct cargo drones and that distributes items to matching filter cargo unload points. Now this is going to be super interesting if I don't want my entire base to turn into spaghetti. We also have the Surge conveyor, which is I think an upgraded version of the normal conveyor. But as you can see, this game is turning into a proper factory game at this point. This is definitely not a trivial facility. I think I managed to keep it quite clean, but yeah, if we can get some cargo drones moving around to keep things more organized, that will definitely be nice. I also want to note that this Surge Crucible is only currently working at 50% because apparently it needs 10 heat and this oxidation chamber is only producing 1. Now I was looking around to find out if I can make some more heat production going. I mean, other than just building more oxidation chambers that I even don't necessarily need. And it turns out I might actually have it. So if I look at the technology tree, a while ago we unlocked the where is it? I completely forgot where it is. Oh, here. The slag incinerator. Now, incinerator to me tells me that this should probably produce some heat. However, if I look this up in the core database, it tells me absolutely nothing. It just tells me that I can put in some slag, but it doesn't tell me what comes out. But so I'm just going to have to build one to figure out if this is actually going to produce heat. Well, I guess the short answer is no, because apparently the slag incinerator does consume slag. I just have no idea what else it's supposed to do, because right now it's not doing anything. It's definitely not producing the heat I need for this Surge Crucible at least. At the very least, I get to show you the second wave, which is 6 units, but so far it seems to be just normal tanks. And as you can see, no problem whatsoever to defend against those. So after some more experimentation, it seems like this is one of the more optimal layouts to use my oxidation chamber as well as my Surge Crucible, because now it's actually functioning at 100% by putting it inside of these 2 oxidation chambers. Now, of course, I could also use one of these heat redirector blocks in between here and make it a little bit different layout, but this seems to be pretty efficient, pretty nice and tight and nice looking, so that helps. Now, the real question is, what am I going to do next? Actually, it feels like I need to upgrade my production a little bit more, even though it also feels like I'm already producing more than I've produced in all the other levels combined. But still, I'm a little bit low on tungsten production, and that is kind of getting into the way of my expansion, but also it's slowing down my unit production a little bit. And I'm definitely also low on silicon production, so we might need to upgrade this. For the tungsten production, I'm going to set it up like this. So the tungsten production is going to be produced over here with some water from these vents. And then I'm going to let it flow all the way around right into the already existing route for my tungsten. This way, I don't have to kind of like have it go through the entire base or anything like that. Looks a little bit weird, but this is a very nice and clean and efficient way to set it up, as long as you don't mind the fact that there's an entire belt going all the way around. When it comes to the silicon production, there's actually a couple of things to note. First of all, I can now easily boost all of my production with just an electrolyzer and a vent if there's one close by. And that allows me to really scale this up. At the same time, all of the scaling up is really nice, but this is actually going to produce way more than my belts can handle, because I just realized I can only have 15 items per second on a belt. And 3 of these silicon arcs are actually already producing quite close to that. That said, I might actually not need all of this production right now anyway, because I just made a small little but very important mistake. I put an underflow duct here, which basically means that all of this production is going to go straight into my bastion, which means I'm easily capped out, but this should have been an overflow duct, not an underflow duct. So yeah, just changing that one up is going to massively increase my unit production. So I've upgraded my power production even further, and now it really looks like I'm going to need to do some more of this slag production over here, because this is not producing anywhere near enough compared to what I need. So how about this? This is 4 times as much production, and I needed the space and I wanted it to look clean, so I moved it from over here to over here. Now all you really need to do this is some water, some slag, which of course I only have in this little tiny puddle over here, and some silicon. Well, and some beryllium, so actually quite a bit, but still, it's all up and running. I have a lot more slag coming in now, so it's time to start unlocking some of that technology. As a side note, a question for you experts in the comments: is there a way to fix this problem that I keep having? So whenever I try to build kind of like these intermediate jumps over crossing sections of belt, then the bridges connect to each other. What I want to happen is that this bridge goes down to the ground floor, so it does not create this tiny little bridge in between, so that I can actually hook up for, say, let's say a duct router in between here like so, and then have that split up that resource to the side. However, the way this is connected right now, that doesn't actually happen, because this is counting as an air bridge for the entire section rather than ever going down below again. So let me know in the comments if there's a fix to that. So intermissions aside, let's look at the technology. We have the Afflict over here, which is the main thing we're going to need in this level, apparently. And this is going to fire a massive charged orb of fragmentary flak. It requires heating as well. Well, this is going to be interesting. This tower requires apparently a gazillion power. This is a massive amount, really, but it also only requires heat as input. Now, heat by itself is not easy to produce, but that means that there's no beryllium or anything like that into this tower, so that's pretty interesting, actually. So I guess something like this could work. We have some oxidation chambers and an afflict in between. This is a giant thing, by the way. But it feels like this is way too clunky to be intended, so let me go back into the technology tree to check if I missed something. Oh look, turns out I'm an idiot after all. There's an electric heater in the technology tree that applies heat to structures. That sounds like a lot more reasonable way to produce some of that. Then we also have the heat router, which is basically the belt version of or the heat version, I should say, of the belt router that we already have available. So that should make heating up buildings a lot easier, hopefully. There you go, this looks a lot more reasonable. Now, I do have to say that this setup takes 700 power. I mean, this is a very powerful turret, but there's a lot of power to put into a single turret for defense. If you compare that with the oxidation chambers, for example, the oxidation chamber itself only takes 30 power and produces almost twice as much heat as one of these single electric heaters that take 100 power. So yeah, if you want power, or I should say if you want heat, then the oxidation chambers are actually a very efficient way of producing that, even though you are going to need to put in some beryllium. So that's actually quite interesting that you could go one way or another and work it out either way. What's also worth noting is that apparently when I'm on that screen, the game isn't paused. I didn't realize that. Okay, time to see how much damage these turrets can actually do. I set up 2 of them now with a lot of heat. Oh, look at that. Well, at least they look really cool. Oh, they're actually ripping through these tier 2 units. That's amazing. I have 2 of them. I could probably do with a single one of them, but yeah, these things are just getting ripped apart. Let me finish constructing this little section over here, and then I think we can start speeding up the waves, because I don't think I have a lot more things to build in this level. Famous last words. Hold on, I just remembered there was actually one more thing I did want to build in this level, and that was the unit repair tower. Now, this thing actually doesn't cost all that much resource or power, but it does cost ozone in order to actually function. So, let's see. So I have plenty of ozone production around that I'm not using for all of that hydrogen I need. So yeah, you just saw it glow for a moment. It healed all the units that I have here on air defense. And that means I should probably also build one at my front line. Well then, this pretty weird pipeline I have over here with a random vent and a electrolyzer to produce some ozone hooked up to one of those thingies that is now standing in the middle of this giant blob of my units. So, bring on the enemies, I would say. I'm not sure if they are even going to reach my units at this point, but I think the answer to that is no. But yeah, let's just keep speeding up. 41 enemies. I mean, I can only build 15 of each type myself. But yeah, as you can see, this is not even close. There are going to be some air units as well, which is the 10 that are remaining. But I do have a little bit of an air force myself, and it feels like the enemy is usually coming in this direction. And between these 3 of these flicks that I have over here, I don't think this is going to be much of a problem. There is some healing going on, but yeah, as you can see, super easy, so we can just keep this coming and going. Only 11 units, and it's apparently these units? Oh, it's just a couple of tier 2 tanks. Well, that was easy. 46 units. Yay, bring on the carnage. I'm just gonna show all of these waves to you because honestly, this is extremely satisfying to see all the hard work paying off. Yeah, 10 more units. I guess that is those flying units. So let's get back to this side of the base and see them getting destroyed as well. Actually, it takes them quite a while to get across the map because they spawn so far away. But yeah, I mean, it's not even close. I could probably do without the afflicts, but just given how many units I have and how much damage and defenses I have, but yeah, all in all, this is not hard at all. Oh look, it's a new type of flying unit. That's interesting. Not sure if this is going to make a big difference. Nope. But these seem to be doing some AoE type of damage or something like that. It's threatening, but not really to make of a problem at all. So I think this is the last wave that is now incoming, and yeah, so far so good. The last 10 waves or so seemed pretty similar. I think this is going to be a larger wave of those new flying units that we just saw though. So I'm not entirely sure if that's going to make a difference. Well, I am sure that is not going to make a difference, honestly. If it is, that would be a super power creep. I'm just going to move my units a little bit to the back here so they're a little bit more defended. But yeah, that was it. And yet another level completed. So this was probably the longest level so far, and I do have to say, in a couple of episodes ago I was kind of wondering like, okay, is this more strategy than it is factory game? But it is definitely both. I mean, you can say that this is not an actual factory that's going on here, and it actually took a lot of planning to keep it neat and organized, because I can easily see this turning into complete spaghetti for people that are not as familiar with factory games as I am. So I don't want to pat myself on the back or anything like that. That was not my intent. I just wanted to point out that it is very easy to be overwhelmed by this. Anyway, if you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one, because we are far from done. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, because honestly, after building this pretty awesome looking factory last time around with boosted mining drills and all kinds of awesome stuff going on, I'm looking really much forward to playing another level. And it looks like the next level is going to be Caldera. So let's see, the resources detected in this sector are scattered across several islands. Research and deploy drone-based transportation. Finally, I get to use some drones. So let's see where that takes us. Into a nice little island by the looks of it. So yeah, let's do some more scouting and see what we have to work with. Well, unlike last time, this time around this told me absolutely nothing. Well, other than the fact that I am on an island, but this island seems to be going nowhere. I have found no resources anywhere in the range, so I'm guessing I'm going to have to build some of these ships in order to fly over all this area and conquer some more resources there. It is worth noting, however, that there are quite a few new types of things I can actually unlock in the technology tree. So, for example, I have the large plasma bore over here, which is apparently an upgraded version of the base one we've been using so far. And this is going to be able to mine tungsten and thorium. So we might as well unlock that. Then we have the slag heater here, which is another way to generate some heat, but it's very much welcome, and it does so by apparently using slag, so that's going to be useful. And then we have the atmospheric concentrator, and I think this will be vital for our bots, because this is going to allow us to produce nitrogen. And I actually tried to build it in the last level near the end, but it turns out that in order to use these cargo loaders and the drones that they function with, you need nitrogen to build them. So yeah, this is going to allow me to do exactly that. Then we have the wall over here that I didn't unlock before. And I think that's about it. So yeah, let's get to it. So let's see what we have to work with. We have some beryllium production over here, which is actually boosted, so that's really nice. That's the first time. There's an electrolyzer over here, which is getting a little bit of water from this turbine condenser. And then we also have an oxidation chamber, actually. So we are already producing some oxide. So that's pretty nice. We have a lot of the bases covered. It's actually the first time that the game starts me out with a ship fabricator as well. The first unit production, at least, the game has ever started me out with. So that's interesting. And then we have some graphite production over here. The only thing we don't actually have is tungsten. We do have some nodes over here. So that's probably the first thing I want to go and grab. Okay, there we go. So we now have some basic tungsten production. I also tapped into all of the power nodes that I had over here just because I could. It's very cheap to do so. And I hooked it all up to the tungsten impact drill because, well, it needs a lot of water and I actually need 3 of these turbines to give enough water to have it completely function. So we're going to redo this because honestly this looks really ugly. But for now, this is what we need to do to keep things going. There is a tiny little bit of graphite under here that I wasn't mining yet, so I might as well mine that and boost it. So it's actually a pretty decent amount of production added to the mix. And then I'm just gonna have to sit around and wait a little bit for the tungsten production and or the ship fabricator to do its work. Because yeah, I need tungsten for pretty much everything else. Oh, which reminds me, I do have a ship now, so let's do some exploring. Well then, turns out there was a lot of exploring to do, because as you can see, this map is pretty large. There is an island over here that has a lot of resources. There's another island over here, another island over here, and then another island over here. All of them have quite a lot of resources. I have been exploring, and in the meanwhile, I'm actually under attack, so I'll have to go and deal with that. But it seems like the enemy is over here, and this seems to be completely walled off. So this island should be safe to take first, I believe. Well, aside from flying units, but at least everything else can't reach me. There is an opening here, which is how I discovered that the enemy was there. I don't think this can actually be trespassed by any units other than flying units. So all in all, it seems like that we're going to take this island first, and then we're going to work our way across these islands towards the enemy, get more and more resources, more and more, well, I would say units, but there's a limit to how many units I can build. So at least we're going to get more and more resources, and then we're going to have to take out the enemy while doing that. Before I get to the second island though, I want to make sure I optimize my first one. So like I've been boosting the little boar over here, I also boosted the ones over here. So I now have a lot more graphite production. And I do have a little bit of arcosite over here, so I might as well build myself a power facility. There we go, a lot of additional power production along with some electrolyzers. Now what am I going to do with all of this power? I'm not entirely sure yet because honestly I need a lot more resources. And now it's time to turn to the second island to get those resources. So here's the island I was talking about. So as you can see, there is beryllium here. There is a couple of vents, but not any arcosite, so we can't build any additional power. I can also not stretch the power over this chasm. It's too wide, even with the improved towers. So I'm just gonna have to do everything I want to do here with just the 3 vents of worth of power. Now there is actually tungsten here in the walls, as you can see. So this is where we can fairly effectively mine that, because remember, a large plasma bore like this one uses 48 power and a impact drill uses 160 power. So it's a lot more efficient to mine things from the wall than it is to mine them from the earth like this. Now let me think about setting this up. Okay, so this is a little annoying. Apparently the enemy can come through here. I'm not entirely sure how they did that, but yeah. I was just trying to defend and repair my base over here, and look at that, they're actually just going all the way around to clear this out. So this is going to be like a little bit whack-a-mole over here to make sure I clear out all these enemies while I'm also trying to build up my base. And of course I can put up some turrets, but in order to put up turrets I need ammunition, which I currently don't really have. Well, maybe a couple of turrets will help out with that. I do have a little bit of beryllium here in the wall, so it should be fairly easy to mine. I keep getting attacked all over the place, which is really annoying, especially since some of my buildings are extremely easy to destroy. But yeah, let's try to keep rebuilding and progress as we go. Once we have a little bit of a foothold, I think we should be just fine, because I'm not getting attacked by anything particularly dangerous. It's just that it's really annoying to defend. Well, what I thought would happen is actually happening, so the enemy just runs straight past my defenses right into the back of my base. It does get shot at, so it's very easy to kill afterwards, but it's yeah, still quite annoying. Anyway, I have my large plasma bore up and running. You can see that it's running because it has nowhere to deliver its resources right now, but it is mining tungsten. And the electrolyzer is supplying the hydrogen to this thing. Now I'm going to have to build some drones in order to get this back to my main base. In order to get my stuff from A to B, I'm going to need that unit cargo loader. This is extremely expensive to build compared to the other resources that I need for the other buildings. It's not going to consume too much power though, so once it's up and it should be running. But we also need some nitrogen in order for this to actually function. Now, this is the cargo loader. There's actually an unloader as well, this one over here. This is pretty cheap to build. It's just some silicon and tungsten, and it doesn't even require power. So once you have the loader up and running, pretty much delivering it to wherever it needs to go is pretty straightforward. So here's what I'm thinking. I have some slag over here, and I have a slag heater now that I can use to produce heat. Then I can use that heat to put a atmospheric concentrator in front of that is going to then provide me with the nitrogen that I can then channel into one of these, well, I should say one of these unit cargo loaders in order to get my tungsten to my other island. Let's see if I can make that work. I don't have a lot of power to work with on this island, so I definitely need to keep things small. Okay, so this is all set up. I'm not entirely sure if it's doing anything yet. It doesn't look like it. It also seems to complain that it's not getting any nitrogen, which is probably because I built a belt over here rather than a pipeline. Let's do it like that. Does that work? Yep, nitrogen is now coming in. And look at that. It's actually, well, it's doing something. I guess it's constructing drones? Well, let's make sure it has somewhere to deliver that as well. Okay, so I built an unload point over here, and now if I set this to tungsten, does that mean I will have little drone? Oh, look at that! Look at that! Is that my drone? Oh, yes. Oh, I am going to have a lot of fun with this. Oh, these things are really, really fast as well, by the way. But first things first, let's optimize this island as well. So I doubled up on the slag heaters and the atmospheric concentrators to make sure I have all the nitrogen I need to not only fuel this cargo loader, although I'm not entirely sure if it just needs the nitrogen to build the little drones, or if it also does something else with that. It doesn't seem to be using more than just one. So I think it can actually make up to 20 connections. Is that how that works? Well, we're going to find out one way or another. But for now, I boosted my plasma bores as well. So you can see these are now producing 4.5 tungsten per second each. So that's 9 per second. Just to give you a comparison how much that actually is. These impact drills were producing 0.75. So yeah, we have all the tungsten we're going to need for a very long time. Which is nice and all, but if I want to expand further in order to get some more of these cargo depots going, I am going to need slag. And in order to produce slag, I need surge crucibles. So I turned this abomination of a factory island, and I pretty much gave up on keeping this clean because A, I don't have the space, and B, the production is so fragmented that it's pretty much impossible to do. But anyway, I built 2 of these surge crucibles. One is hooked up to my oxidation chamber. I just built a second one just because I wanted some more oxide production as well, and another one with a slag heater attached to it rather than the oxidation chambers to make sure the heat is coming in, and I'm leeching off my silicon production as well. Now, I currently don't need a lot of silicon, but I am only producing it in a single arc, so I'm definitely going to have to boost some more of my base production on the third island. And in order to finally make my life a little bit easier, I built an F-Lake tower here on the corner of this island that should hopefully be able to pick off all the enemy units that come in through here and have been harassing my bases all over the place. It's extremely annoying to defend against, honestly. So hopefully I can now just use all my units and bring them down to the third island and protect that island with these units while my F-Lake takes care of the defense all around. Now let's see if this works. Yep, seems to be working like intended. Barely, but yeah, it's working. I also built a couple of additional beaches over here, but that's just kind of like backup firepower in case I need it. And hopefully when I build my third base over here on this island, that should run most of the enemy fire. As a backup, I'm actually going to put all my units in this particular spot on the top over here, because I think that's actually where all the enemy units have to come through. So maybe these units can actually pick them off, and that should give me another kind of like a bottleneck that I can just hunt the enemies down and build leisurely on this island, and then hopefully end the level after that. So step one, I actually have some arcosite on this island, so let's set up some power, and I think I have plenty of power now, 3.7k actually. Most of that is just coming from turbines, but these 4 chemical combustion chambers are definitely pulling their weight as well. And then step 2, I'm turning this entire island into a silicon facility. So as you can see, I am now drilling with the large plasma bores, just because I can. I'm drilling way more than I actually need, so this is why I also have the unit cargo loader over here, which is going to pick up some of this supply and hopefully drop it off at my main island. As you can see, there's way more stuff going in here, so there's definitely a bottleneck when it comes to how much a single unit cargo loader can handle. So, you know, I might want to multiply this. Maybe something more like this. So now I actually have one dedicated unit cargo loader to offload some of the graphite that I'm producing, considering how much I'm producing. I should probably be producing a little bit more, actually, if I actually power up my, my plasma bores. That helps. There we go. And I am also producing a major amount of silicon now. So all of this is probably, again, over-designing, but I felt like doing something nice and organized and at least one of my islands. Anyway, so that means that now I have pretty much all the resources I will ever need for, well, this level and all the levels after that. But I am going to have to produce some air units, I think, to take on the enemy base. Before I get into that though, there's one last thing I do want to point out, and that is how this game is now coming together very nicely. We're using some water production to make the electrolyzer produce ozone and hydrogen. The ozone is going to go into our power production, while the hydrogen is being used to pump some slag for heat, which is then turned into nitrogen. It's also being used in turn to produce some of that arcosite that is again going into our power production, but the hydrogen is also being used for our drilling operation over here. And I could be drilling anything I want pretty much over here. So I could make tungsten, I could make graphite like I'm doing now. All in all, it's really intricate and things are really linking up very nicely together. You actually do have quite a few options in how you want to produce your different items. The nice thing about this setup is that I can now very easily make any combination of items go into a certain direction and then build those, for example, units like I'm doing over here at pretty much any point in my base without resorting to an entire mess of spaghetti. I now have an unload point for the silicon, for the graphite, and for tungsten, and I just have a pipeline with some hydrogen flowing into this one. And that is pretty much all I need in order to start producing some air units, assuming I actually power my building. The interesting thing is also that even though I have multiple unload points, let's look at this one for example, it just arrived with some silicon, this thing is full, and now it's actually moving on to the second offload point that it can drop off that silicon to. So that means that it's either alternating, I believe, between the different unload points, or it's actually passing through to the next one whenever the first one is full. Maybe it will do the reverse thing that we just saw as well. No, that one actually went back. Well, either way, it's pretty smart in how it distributes between the different offload points. Of course, if you have like a dozen different locations where things can go to, it's probably going to get a bit messy. But all in all, it's actually behaving a lot more intelligently than I was expecting. Which actually makes it a lot easier now to replicate certain setups, like for example my ship production over here. I am really liking this development, even though it's a little bit late game-ish, at least it feels like it for now, with all the slack that is required in order to set this up, but all in all, once it's going, and it's lovely. And expanding my landing strip a little bit further, I am really liking how this is turning out. At least there's one part, finally at the end of this episode, that is actually somewhat organized. And I'm really liking how these cargo drones are flying up and down, distributing the items between all the different drop-off points. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun moving forward. Anyway, enough talking about these things. Let's actually use them and try and harass the enemy a little bit. Let's see if these flying units can take out a tower or two. Actually, it feels like this might be a little bit more work than I was initially expecting, but I can take out some of these nodes on the sides. Potentially even just fly. Can I just fly into the middle of the base like they've been doing to me? Well, sort of. I mean, there's definitely some safe spots over here where I am sort of out of reach of stuff. And I can do a lot of damage in here. And hopefully maybe I should just prioritize things like power production and stuff like that. Take that out and then come back after that. I'm not entirely sure if the enemy is going to rebuild in this level. I don't see any drones flying around and I don't see any signs of that base being rebuilt. Oh, never mind. There it is. Okay, yeah, so I'll actually have to take a little bit more care in how I approach this. And yeah, now I took it out, it seems like all these little plasma bores and stuff like that all turned off. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that these turrets won't be shooting back at me, because they don't use power, at least most of them don't. I think we'll find that, yeah, as I move close to the turrets. But it does mean that once they're out of ammo, they should not be getting refueled. So that should mean that as long as I just take it carefully and take the turrets on one at a time, we should be able to kind of attrition our way through this, so to speak. Well, I was going to show you how I destroyed the core, but then I misclicked my recording button and the thing blew up before I got a chance to do it correctly. Anyway, yeah, I didn't have to go and destroy every single turret on the map because the core that I needed to destroy was right in front. So I just took out a couple of turrets. Actually, I took out the supply lines first, just flew around a little bit to draw some fire, and then just took down the core. And that is it for this level. So we have a ridiculous amount of resources actually still left in this level. There's several islands that I barely even touched, but then again, we don't really need that. So if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, H3A, and today we're playing once again some more Mindustry, and this time around we're going to take on the Stronghold, which apparently is a high threat sector. And the large enemy encampment in this sector guards significant deposits of thorium. Use it to develop higher tier units and turrets. I like the sound of that. Let's dive in. Let's see if we can build a little bit of a neater factory today with all the new things we've unlocked. Okay, well actually the start of this level is kind of interesting. We have this nuke over here that has some graphite production and some payload mass drivers that are going to shoot that graphite over here. Then that graphite is going to go in my citadel. I actually have an upgraded base this time around. And it's also going to go into the arc furnace to have some silicon production. We have some beryllium production, not too much honestly, but at least we have some of that. And then we also have some cliff crushers, and that's about it. And we also don't really have any new resources inside, other than a little bit of graphite here that I can pick up, but other than that, well, we are probably going to have to build some basic units, because we do have enemies incoming in 3 minutes already, and then use those units to explore and expand and defend those expansions while we're at it. Well, this covers that graphite production, and I might as well just get all my base vehicles in production because I have all the resources I need to do that. Now, once I've done this, I actually think I should be starting to boost all of these drill ores just so I have a little bit more base production to work with. Okay, well, looking at this, I probably need a lot more silicon production to get all of this up and running, so let's get to that first. Well, I've got my first units up and running, and it seems that we have the first enemies incoming. Although it's not necessarily, again, enemies that are actually going to attack me, for now at least. It just means that they start to become active, I believe. So we have a little bit of a, well, a little bit of a defense line over here. I don't think it's an entire base. It's probably just a small outpost or something like that. There's one of them over here as well. There's a lot of turrets there, though. So we're going to need some army to defend against that, or at least take that, but well, this might actually be an entire base. Well, I guess we'll have to find out one way or another. I am in the progress of upgrading my base, so I now have 2 arc furnaces, and I just realized I actually have quite a bit of power left, so I can utilize some of these turbines over here to start making some water and use that electrolyzer towards boosting all of my base production. Okie dokie, well this looks like a nicely powered up facility thanks to some of those electrolyzers getting the hydrogen into all the drill bores. This is producing quite a bit of stuff. Now the real problem is I actually can't find any tungsten on the map. Might be me, I might be overlooking it. Let me double check, but I see some beryllium, some graphite here in the wall. Let me double check that it's not actually tungsten. I don't think it is. Nope, this is definitely graphite. So yeah. I guess I have to take out one base before I get access to tungsten, and that's probably going to be this one. This seems to have some basic defenses. This one definitely has all the turrets in the world, so yeah, I'm not going to get through here with the tier 1 units. I might be able to get through here. Even though this is, well, it's not the heaviest defense, but it's still some defense at least. But I can build up to 45 units now with all the base units in production. I can't build any of the tier 2 ones because remember, I need tungsten for that, and I have 0. Well, yeah, no, I don't have 0. I don't have enough to produce tier 2 units. So, I guess I'll just build up a little bit more of an army. I can almost triple it in size compared to what I have right now. And then we're going to take the fight to the enemy already. And since I had to do something while waiting for my army to build up, I figured I might as well just upgrade my defenses a little bit. These are not going to hold off any significant waves of enemies, but at least for now it's going to be a fairly decent defense against the tier 1 units the enemy has been sending at me so far. I even put up a little bit of water production to help boost these turrets, along with a nice little liquid container which is going to store up the pitiful amount of water that they're producing in a single turbine that is powering all of this. Anyway, yeah, you have to work with what you have, and this is all I have available at the moment. Stop, don't shout at me, I just realized I had another turbine over here, so now this one is also powering my front defenses here. Now, almost good to go. We are closing in on the maximum number of units I can build at the moment, and then hopefully we can just run over the base down south. Alright, so I just got attacked, and this is where I'm going to counterattack right away. It's always better to have the enemies kill themselves first before they stand behind their walls and attack you from their side. Hold on, I'm actually going to... Can I just... Yeah, there we go. I'm going to walk you over the wall and attack from the other side. That's probably going to be a lot more effective. There we go. And that's one tower down. Where are you guys shooting at? Are you actually shooting just at the random walls? Come in here already, if you can at least. And there we go. That's the front line down. Now let's start wreaking havoc on whatever we can find. Let's take out the unit production. That's probably going to be useful. And there is the bastion already. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot more trouble with the second base, but at least for now this is one base down, and that should allow me to get all these nice little resources. Do we see any tungsten in here actually? Because that's what I'm looking for. But I don't know. There's graphite here. That's nice. There's a whole lot of stuff here. That is, well, nice since I can destroy it. Oh, there we go. There's the tungsten in the corner over here. And let's take out these turrets. They should be no problem considering there's no walls to protect them. And yeah, there's a lot of tungsten over here actually, which is actually nicely walled off. I mean, I'm gonna have some trouble with the enemy crawlers because they can get over here, I think. But other than that, all the other units are going to have to go around. Unless, of course, this is the part where the game starts sending flyers at me, then they can come from any direction, but one problem at a time. Alright, so it took me a moment to actually clear out this base, because for some reason it didn't completely self-destruct, nor could I delete the remaining things in the base. So I actually had to move my units all around the map, clean up all the individual pieces of belt by shooting at them. But yeah, I managed, and as you can see, we got a fair amount of power from all of this. Not a massive amount, we have still no Arcosite on the map that I can see, but at least we have a lot of resources here, and the second base that we now have will also allow us to double up on our army. So, more importantly, we have the tungsten available over here. Now, I did actually build a large plasma bore, but I can't fuel it because I need hydrogen for that, and I could, in theory, run a pipeline all the way from my other base. But I am just going to temporarily put down a tungsten drill over here, on the tungsten that is on the floor, and then connect that to my bastion, and then make sure that it's powered by water. And from that point on, once I have enough tungsten, I can actually build an electrolyzer and start fueling this thing, and then this power-hungry drill bore can be replaced by some more of these large plasma bores. Alrighty, there we go. So I replaced the original drill bore with an electrolyzer, and now I have 3 of these large plasma bores making tungsten. I could actually double up on that even still, but I think for now this is more than enough, because we want some of our power, which is kind of dwindling at this point, to go into the production of tier 2 units. I am really starting to enjoy all this hydrogen boosting that I can do. As you can see, we have a lot of production, even more than a single belt can handle now, so I think we're good on graphite for the moment. I also made sure we had that beryllium coming in now, which is almost a full belt as well. So between the tungsten and these bare resources, all I need now is silicon. I got worried there for a moment when I was trying to hook things up to the sand, and it turned out that all of these walls over here don't actually work with that, but there is a little portion of the wall over here that I can actually mine for sand, and there's some more over here. So it's not a problem, but yeah, something to keep in mind, that sand could actually be the bottleneck, strangely enough. Anyway, I now have another 2 furnaces making silicon. I could probably add in a couple of more because I do have more sand over here. And there we go, all 3 of the tier 2 units in production now. It looks pretty organized. It's also a little bit weird because I don't think I have any way of building any more complex machinery because, well, I don't have slag, and in order to build anything more complicated, like the crucible, for example, I am going to need some slag. So yeah, anyway, tier 2 tanks are a very welcome sight, and we're going to have some air units and creepy crawlers on top of that as well. It's also worth noting that I pretty much optimized my base as far as I can without running into power issues, because as you can see, my power is hovering around 0 because of all of this production, and I have no more vents, I have no arcosite, so I have no other ways of getting power other than taking my power from my neighbors. So yeah, we're just going to have to sit around and wait for some units to build, and in the meanwhile I'll set up some more defenses just because I can. Okay, so at this point I'm starting to wonder, is this level called Stronghold because I am building a stronghold, or because I'm supposed to destroy the enemy stronghold? Maybe it's a little bit of both, but I haven't been attacked for like 10 minutes while I've been building my army, and as you can see, it's yeah, it's a pretty sizable army. I have something like 150 units almost here. It's going in that direction for sure, at least. And I built, well, this was my first defense line, but I also have a secondary defense line over here. I built some turrets here just in case crawlers would come through, but yeah, I haven't seen any enemies for a little while. That probably means they're all stuck in the base for some reason. I do like setting up my defenses with these blast doors just all over the place. They're, I think, a little weaker than the actual walls, but at least like this, if you take a unit, you can just fairly easily move through. Units don't get stuck as much, they kind of get in each other's way already to begin with, so yeah, just being able to move your units in and out is well, pretty handy to have. Now I do have some air units, so I'm gonna do some recon. Okay, I scouted the entire enemy base just by suiciding a couple of units kind of like through it, because there are some of these larger turrets over here that are quite dangerous. But I also noticed that I can easily take out a couple of things on the fringes, as it seems that the actual ammunition is coming all the way from over here. So if I can just take out a couple of these blocks in terms of the ducts, then these things will no longer get their ammunition and I can just bleed them dry. The same thing kind of holds for some of the other resources over here, as well as these supply lines, because as you can see, even though this is a big jumble, if I can take out, for example, this block over here, that means that these turrets are no longer going to get their fuel. And similarly, I can also take out, for example, the water supply, things like that. So I am just going to whittle away at this base at this point with my air units, and then take in my ground units. Now, there's also something else I accidentally found out. There's like a mini base over here, and it also seems like the map might be expanding after I take out the next base, because this definitely is going somewhere, but this is where the map stops, at least at the moment. There's also arcosite over here. There's also arcosite over here. So at this point, whenever we take over one of these bases, we can actually easily take this one out. It just has a single turret defending this. I'm a little bit worried though. If this is part of a larger base, then starting to build here is going to be a disaster if the map actually opens up. That said, if I can take this arcosite, that's a massive amount of power I can get. And I actually kind of want to try it anyway, because if I can take this power and build that up before I destroy this base, then I already have all that power supply good to go for whenever we are expanding. So yeah, something like this maybe. This is probably over-designing it, but I have a lot of power production here, so now I'm actually up to a surplus of 3k, and that is even with upgrading some of my facilities already. So I added in a couple more of these plasma cores for the tungsten. I upgraded my oxide, I should say, facilities over here. Why? I don't know. I don't really know what I'm going to use all of that for. Why is this one not working? Oh, it actually doesn't have any power. There we go. Let's fix that. Yeah, putting on these signals, by the way, is super useful. Thank you for that tip, because now at a glance I can see if something is not working. So I am producing pretty much everything at a pretty decent speed. I have all my army completely produced. Once again, there is one building not working over there. There we go. And I have a lot of surplus power production. Now you might be wondering what all these turrets are doing here. Well, I know when I'm trying to build something that there is an enemy base over here. So this is like on the front steps of the enemy, and I figured, well, why not put some sublimates here? They're using ozone, so I can use that ozone that I'm producing here anyway to defend this. These things are going to be using way more ozone than these 3 electrolyzers are producing. I added in a couple of liquid tanks because of that, which are actually not filling up, because I am using all of the ozone in the chemical combustion chamber. So not a perfect design, but if I do want to speed things up a little bit, I can just remove a little bit of this pipeline over here. Then everything will flow initially into these liquid tanks and will be spread out to the actual turrets. So, you know, in case I need to have a little bit of defense up and running, but in the meanwhile, I can use this for power. Now, I think by now it's time to start destroying some bases. It's funny how effective it is to just harass the enemy base from the sidelines, because now I just took out the bastion from the back. And look, 6 minutes before enemy production is going to be escalating. So yeah, we are definitely going to get more enemies incoming. And yep, the map opened up to the south as well. So I'm really happy I built all of this extra production, because this is just going to make this phase of the game a lot easier. I can build another one of these bastions over here. So that's going to increase my army size quite a bit. So yeah, I have stuff to do. Oh, and I just noticed that there's actually some thorium over here. The game doesn't actually tell me how to mine this. I assume it's with these larger plasma bores. There's also nothing in the technology tree yet that I can unlock. Would have been nice if they kind of gave you the unlock for thorium, so you know how to actually get it, and then require you to just mine some of it to actually unlock the other things. But yeah, I don't know. Let's set up some miners and see if that works. There we go, this looks like a pretty nice and organized base. So what I've done is I set up a whole bunch of these thorium miners. I also set up the hydrogen, so I can actually operate these. Now, since I'm producing hydrogen, I figured, well, I have Arcosite here, might as well produce even more power. I have quite a large surplus of power still, even though I decided to go the suboptimal route and use a massive amount of that power to produce some nitrogen. Now, this is not entirely suboptimal, because I am using that nitrogen to boost my facilities, my plasma bores over here. Actually, I am not boosting this one, so let's fix that. This is going to give me a whole bunch of thorium, and in 3 seconds we are going to see what the enemy is going to bring to the table, and we're probably going to have to use that thorium in order to build some upgraded units. Now, I do like that this is nice and organized, and when I say suboptimal, I just meant that it's kind of wasteful to use all of that power to make these electric heaters. But I could instead use that power towards producing even more oxide. I am already producing so much oxide, however, I was like, let's just go the easy way out. I am producing a massive amount of every single resource I have available, including the thorium now, so I think we should be fine. And speaking of thorium, it's a good thing we have a lot of that in production now, because there's a massive amount of new things to unlock with it. So we have the reinforced vault. I'll zoom in a little bit so it's actually readable. That's just an upgraded version, I think, of the containers that we've had so far. We also have the large payload mass driver. This is a long-range payload transfer structure. This is, I assume, going to allow me to just shoot things across the entire map almost, compared to the previous ones I have, which is going to be useful because we also have the prime refabricator, which upgrades inputted units to the 3rd tier. So yeah, we're definitely going to want to do that. There is also the build tower, which is going to help me build my buildings, which honestly, given that we're now getting to the more complex buildings, it's going to be pretty useful, because some of these buildings actually take quite a while to set up. We also have the eruption drill, and it's an improved impact drill capable of mining thorium. So yeah, we have that going. What else do we have? We have a new tower. The Titan fires a massive explosive artillery shell at ground targets, and it requires hydrogen to function. So yeah, and all of this is actually pretty expensive. For example, in order to unlock the Titan, I need 13k thorium. So that's going to take a minute. Oh, we actually have a upgraded version of the Disperse. Sorry, no, we had the diffuse, so the disperse is the thing that was shooting at me so far. Also going to take 1.3k thorium to unlock, so I'm just going to focus on the things I actually need for now, which is the upgraded refabricator, as well as probably the mass driver. What was it? This one over here. Really expensive to make as well, but I am going to have to use that, I think, to get all my resources where I want them to go. Especially considering I can't actually build those cargo drones that we unlocked in the previous level, because I don't have slag available, at least not until the map opens up. Well, first of all, I was right. There's a small enemy base over here. There's actually a turret shooting my own turrets, and they have a smaller range, so they're not firing back. But that's not going to be a real problem, because I can actually just sneak a couple of flying units in the back over here and shoot at the bastion, by the looks of it. There don't seem to be any units defending this, so yep, there we go. That is one base down. Would you look at that? There was actually a unit coming to defend that, but too little, too late. So this map is actually turning out to be pretty interesting after all, but I guess as you can see, there is some little outposts here and there on the map that are just, well, not really doing anything by themselves, but that we do need to take out if we want to progress with our land units. And on top of that, whoa, that's also not the button I was trying to press. On top of that, there seems to be some bases over here. The map actually extends all the way out here as well. There's some enemy units coming in from the south. I'm actually under attack, as you can see, so I am going to have to kind of marshal my defenses while I'm also trying to build up a new army and take out the enemy. So, interesting. There seems to be a pretty substantial base to my west actually, but once you can punch yourself a way through the wall, you can pretty easily take out things like turrets and a base along with it, apparently. Actually, I don't think that was the main base yet. Let's just start whittling away at this base and take it out. There is a turret here that's not actually doing anything. That works for me. This one is actually also not working. Is that because I turned the power off? Could be. I'm not entirely sure. But yeah, this is again one less base to worry about. And we can take out this citadel, build one for ourselves, and then we should be in a pretty good position to take over the rest of the map. And same thing with this base over here. I might be actually kind of cheesing this level at this point, because I'm just using the army I already built to walk all over the existing enemy bases, and there doesn't seem to be too much defense. They're scaling things up, but for now that doesn't mean a lot. Oh wait, this is where the actual enemy is, I guess. Let's not walk my tier 2 units in that. We saw from experience what our turrets did to the enemy while we tried to do that, so yeah. Okay, yeah, things are definitely scaling up, but we are taking out substantial amounts of enemy fortifications. And well, this is base number 4 taken out. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if this is how you're intended to play this, but it's working. I should note that we have several more bases to go. There are constantly units coming in, so it's not without resistance, but I am definitely getting the Stronghold feeling while also having a lot of fun just walking over all these enemy bases. Well, that's base number 5 down with just the help of some flying units. Yeah, sneaking through the back door with these units is very, very effective. That's at least 2 bases down by just a couple of flying units and 3 bases down with the initial units I built to prepare. Not entirely sure how many bases there are actually on this map, but the number is definitely going down very quickly. Speaking of which, I'm really starting to like this whole meta where I'm just flying in a couple of units, literally, and then take out the supply lines from the back. And now I think these turrets over here are not getting any supplies whatsoever, so that should be fairly easy to take over pretty soon afterwards as well. There are some mass drivers over here. Ooh, this is probably not a unit I want to take on with a couple of flying units. But, oh, this is actually apparently connected to another base before. Well, let's just take out some more belts. I mean, the resources are not going anywhere. They can't harm me, right? Right? The tank is trying to find me now. Oh, I can actually do a lot of damage here, assuming I don't get blown up. But yeah, taking out some more of these power lines and things like that. Yeah, the tank, you can try to chase me around, but that's just not going to work. I'll take out the silicon production over here as well. Now, these things are probably going to be repaired by the enemy at some point, but the enemy seems to be pretty slow in repairing overall. So, yeah, any damage I can do is definitely going to make my life taking over this base a lot easier. Ah, would you look at that? There's another base over here that I can just kind of sneak in through the back and destroy whatever defenses there are. Try to not get in range of the turret too much, but as long as I just keep bouncing back and forth, I think I should be able to take this out. I'm not entirely sure what triggers the fact that it can or cannot reach me. But yeah, it's a little bit time consuming doing it like this. But if it works, it works. And if it takes out the base, I am definitely going to do that. And if you're wondering what I've been doing in the meanwhile, well, mostly just unlocking stuff. So the Prime Refabricator is unlocked, as well as all the units that go in there, or get out of there, I should say. The Mass Driver is unlocked, the bigger Vault is unlocked, and I'm working on a couple of other things. And most importantly, the build tower over here, just because I think it's cool. Okay, given the size of the explosions coming from the turrets over here, I don't think I want to go through the back for this, I think, last base in the south. But like I said, my flying units can do most of the work here. And I will just move my units all the way back through all of this in the direction of my main base. Let's see if I skipped anything over here. No, I think we pretty much cleared out the entire south. And I have a pretty substantial backup army waiting for me. So let's see, if I look at the map now, there's probably going to be something over here, but I think we're all the way down to a single base still defending, but that was the base with all the slack defenses and massive turrets, so that might require a little bit more work. And yes, I am going to build some of those foreign units, but for now there doesn't seem to be any reason, and taking out, I think it was 6 bases so far, was definitely worth just kind of focusing on that for a moment. That said, the game is now telling me that enemy air unit production is going to begin in about 4 minutes. Let's pause the game there. I'm not entirely sure where they're going to be producing those air units because they're running out of bases. There is this base on the top, so I assume this is where the enemy units are going to come from. I also figured that it might come from down here, but I've been able to cripple this base with my air units, as I just showed you. So even though this bastion is still up because there's some nasty turrets here, as long as I just draw the fire from that turret with a couple more units, it should run out of ammunition. As you can see, all the ozone and stuff like that that was going in here is now been destroyed. So it will run out of ammunition pretty quick, but there's no production anymore happening in this base anyway. I think there's only going to be some base unit production in here to begin with, so the air units are definitely not going to come from the south. Now that doesn't really solve anything because the AI is pretty smart in just sending their air units to harass wherever they can, and they can pretty much just show up anywhere. So what I'm going to do is I am going to hoard up some of my own air forces, and I'm going to focus on building my own tier 3 air units first. Okay, I hope you like over-designing things, because as I was making the layout, I was like, can I do a couple of other cool things? I'm not entirely sure if this is going to work, but I wanted to show it to you anyway before I try it. So, what I have over here is a couple of these mass loaders. Not entirely sure why I need a big version, because if I look at the range, it can barely reach over here. And I could do the same thing with 2 of the smaller ones. But anyway, this works, hopefully. And this is going to bring the thorium to this side, so where I have my tier 2 facility as well. I pretty much just replicated that over here. I did take a little bit of space in between, mostly to make all the things I need to link up a little bit more convenient to place. And then I have this kind of this belt over here that is leading into the tier 3 production unit. And what I'm hoping this is going to do is actually a couple of different things. So it's going to put all the different machines on this belt, then put those into these 2 upgrading machines. But I also hope that because I'm using these routers over here, that if they cannot fit into the machine, that it will also output them just like on the floor over here, and thereby being able to produce both the tier 2 as well as the tier 3 units. Is that actually going to work like I hope it will? I have no idea. Let's go and find out. Well, we're about to find out, and can I just say, look at these beautiful connections, these bridges at the 90-degree angle. Thank you for everyone in the comments that helped me out with understanding how these bridges are actually supposed to work. But yeah, this makes things a lot easier and a lot cleaner looking. It's also worth noting that the first machine actually reached this refabricator. It went all the way through, and yes, oh, this is beautiful. It's working exactly like intended. Now, I do have a feeling it won't spit out these units on the floor, and thereby I cannot use this just to produce the tier 2 units as well. But all in all, this looks pretty awesome and efficient. So I guess I'll just add a third machine to it and nicely tucked in the corner because I'm running out of space over here, but all in all this should be producing all my tier 3 units. Now I do have a problem because all of this is taking a massive amount of power. As you can see, I'm now at a deficit of 3k. So yeah, I'm gonna have to go to some of these bases I captured and set up some more power because this is not going to cut it. Okay, apparently the AI actually did start to rebuild some of this base. This is worrying. Now I have to double check all the other bases as well to see if they rebuilt those as well. And the answer is no, sort of. I mean, you can actually see this base is actively being rebuilt, but I also checked out several of the other bases and nothing seemed to be happening there. So, not entirely sure what is happening, but I assume if I build this, I should be okay. I should probably send some flying units here, though, to take out whatever they're trying to build here. Okay, so what you doing, guys? They seem to be really bad at trying to rebuild stuff for some reason. I mean, you saw the laser beams or whatever they are called building stuff, but yeah, I actually don't know exactly how or if they're actually rebuilding stuff. You can see this was in production, but maybe the moment like my units arrive, they take off again. I honestly don't know, but at least for the moment, it seems like we're not having to deal with these bases all over again. The nice thing about having a gazillion bases is that it also allows me to build a gazillion units. Now, most of these are just tier 1 and 2, but I am starting to build my tier 3 units as well. And I actually don't know where they went. Hold on. Well, first of all, we have these giant crawlers now, and they can crawl over pretty much everything. Well, not everything, but it's pretty close, though. Let me see, can you actually crawl over everything? No, you can't, but it's pretty large areas that they can go across, which is super useful for getting around everything really easily. Why did you guys stop moving? We also have the tier 3 air units. They look really, really cool. And then we basically have giant tanks that can shoot at stuff. That's a nice demonstration of how these things work. There we go. That was a tier 3 unit of the enemy that I just killed. Yeah, and I can build 135 of every single unit in the game now. Now, that's probably a little bit overkill, but yeah, you know, it's something we can do now. Okay, I do have to note that the downside of this layout in particular is that it seems to always prioritize the main belt. So now I'm pretty much just making crawlers. That happens to be the type of unit I like the most, but it's not necessarily efficient. So in the next levels, we are probably going to have to make just a dedicated facility for every single type of unit. Now, what I do like is the fact that thanks to these belts, we're kind of stocking up in units, even if we're capped out. So that means that if your units are getting destroyed, it's a lot easier to start rebuilding them because you already have some in the pipeline, basically. So anyway, yeah, I can build, I think, up to 900 or even 1,000 units, but that's probably a little bit overkill. So let's just send this wall of death at the turrets and see where that gets us. Probably not that far if I do it like that, but there's so much firepower in here. I think we should be able to blow a hole in this wall pretty easily. And yeah, if we can just move in here, the turrets, I think the pure firepower should do the trick. And I think in the rest of the base, there's actually not that much defense. There's some anti-air turrets. There's a lot of anti-air turrets. That's not really going to be the main issue, I think. Look at that. We can easily take this down. This is a pretty well fortified base though, so it's kind of satisfying to walk all over this. Now let me find the bastion. Where is it? I really love, by the way, these large crawlers. Look at the range on these things, and then they're actually doing some long-range AoE. Yeah, that's just awesome stuff. But that should be the last bastion, unless they rebuild something that I'm not aware of. But yeah, it doesn't look like it. So yeah, that was the end of the Stronghold, and it turned out to be a pretty fair Stronghold after all. So even though I was initially a little bit disappointed about this level, it turned out really, really fun, and I'm really liking these tier 3 units as well. So if you're still here, hopefully, because this was a pretty long episode, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and I did want to point out, by the way, that in the last episode during the Stronghold level, I really experienced the fact that, even though this game feels like a strategy game most of the time, look at the entire factory I had built. While I felt I was mostly just dealing with waves and destroying the enemy, I built a pretty sizable factory, as you can see. So yeah, this is a very nice kind of mix between real-time strategy and factory game, without really feeling like you're playing one or the other. Anyway, let's move on to the next level. We're going to be playing the Crevice, another high-threat sector. The enemy will send fierce attack forces to take out your base in the sector. Developing Carbide and the Pyrolysis? I don't know how to pronounce this. Generator may be imperative for survival. Okie dokie, well, let's launch to the new sector and see what we have to work with. Well, at least we have Arcosite, so we can make power from the get-go. Yay! Oh, would you look at that? We actually have quite a bit of additional resources. We have a first wave incoming of 46 waves. Okay, that's a lot of waves. Let's pause there. Let's see, what do we have? We have this Arcosite over here. That should allow us to make a lot of power. We have beryllium on the floor. There's a lot of beryllium here, actually. There is a lot of graphite as well. Do we have tungsten anywhere? Not that I can see. We do have thorium over there. Just let me double check, because graphite and tungsten tends to look like the same thing, but no, it is definitely not one or the other. Okay, I'm going to do my whole exploring thing once more. Okay, here we go. I did a lot of exploring, and it's actually turning out to be quite valuable to do that, because as you can see, this entire map kind of goes north. There's an enemy spawning zone over here, so that means that I should focus my defenses probably on this area here in the north, so you can kind of have this entire area for myself. And there is a lot of resources in this area. So we already saw the beryllium, the thorium over here. There is a bunch of tungsten as well as graphite over here on the left, along with some slag. So we do actually have all the resources available to us that we are going to need. And yeah, there is a whole lot of graphite and tungsten over here. And there's a reason for that, because I just looked at the research tree, and it looks like we are going to have to work with the Carbide Crucible. This is going to fuse graphite and tungsten into that carbide that the game tells us we're going to need to defend ourselves in this level. Something else that blew my mind when I just saw it is this setup here. So there's a constructor that is making beryllium walls, and then that wall is being transported by the mass driver to this other mass driver over here, and then deconstructed again into normal resources. Now this is a way more compact setup for the mass driver. It's also a little bit more power efficient, I think. Mostly because there's not two of them, and you don't need the whole box to be tossed around either. So yeah, I might use this setup rather than the other setup. I'm not entirely sure. I do think there's probably going to be some resources lost in translation by doing it like this. And I'm also a little bit worried on how much throughput this can handle. But it seems to be doing fairly well. Yeah, I mean, it can transport 24 at the same time. It builds the walls pretty quickly. Yeah, this might actually be a pretty efficient way to transport resources. Now, the last thing I want to know is how much enemies are actually going to spawn initially at the start of this level. We should see a wave coming in pretty soon. And there they are, so now we know that the first wave is just going to be a couple of level 1 units that are pretty easy to defend against, so we don't have to go full panic mode just yet. Okay, so let's try that once more, and let's get things going as soon as we can. Okay, so step 1, I need a lot of beryllium. It's always the bottleneck when I first start to expand, and this should take care of most of that, I think. I'm going to make sure all of this beryllium is boosted, and yeah, I think that should give us plenty of production. I'm kind of worried if this constructor payload mass driver system is going to handle all of this beryllium incoming, but I guess we'll find out soon enough. Well, the short answer is no, it cannot handle all this throughput, so we're going to have to deal with that soon, because I can't actually build a bridge across this Arcosite. The length is just wide enough, and that's probably intentional, that I can't build a normal duct bridge over that. So we're going to have to replace this with something more powerful, but I need tungsten for that. I do have a little bit of that, but I only have a pitiful amount coming in from this single large plasma bore over here with these two nodes. So yeah, we are going to have to get some more access to tungsten, but I also only have a tiny amount of silicon production, and that is definitely something we need a lot more urgently than the tungsten. First things first though, I have the Arcosite power up and running over here. Not too much though, because again, I'm trying to save a little bit of my tungsten, but this is giving me a couple of hundreds of power to work with. Thanks to my scouting, I do know that there's a pretty nice region over here where I can make a boatload of that silicon, because I actually need mineable walls, and a lot of these walls over here I can't actually crunch into sand. So yeah, but there is quite a bit of graphite over here, and these black walls can actually be used for sand mining. As I was trying to build that, I also realized I just needed some more basic graphite as building material, so I upgraded this kind of mining facility over here. I'm definitely going to rework all of this because this is not efficient, but I am on a timer, so I do need to focus on the first things first. And honestly, building all of these these sand farms over here is definitely not what I should have done, probably, because I'm actually also going to be attacked in a little under 3 minutes, and I might want to set up some turrets here just to make sure I actually have the time to get my defenses up and running and start producing some units myself. 15 seconds to spare until the first wave, or at least, well, until that wave spawns. It spawns a little further off, so it takes a minute to get here, but now I have 2 diffuse cannons up, armed with some plasma bores to make sure they have the graphite to shoot with, and a sublimate to fire some lasers at the enemy, powered by this electrolyzer for some fuel, and of course a little container to make sure it can keep firing non-stop until everything is dead. Now this is not the most impressive defense, but this is going to very easily take care of that first wave, hopefully. The only thing that I'm a little worried about is that there's actually a second passage down here. It's a little longer way around, so I think the AI is just going to march its enemies, its units right through these turrets, and that should do the trick, hopefully. Okay, here the enemy is, and it looks like, yeah, this is no problem to defend against. It takes a surprising amount of time to set up facilities, and now I do have all my silicon up and running, so I have pretty much all the silicon and graphite I need. The beryllium is still causing a little bit of trouble, but I do want to set up my tungsten first, but I have another wave incoming in 6 seconds. So we have pretty much, I think, a few more minutes to get our unit production up and running. So a little bit of everything is going to do the trick for that. And I keep having to manually drill additional beryllium, which is starting to get really annoying. There we go, that's a fair amount of tungsten production, and now I have everything I need coming in with the exception of thorium and of course the new carbide. But in order to set that up, I am going to have to do something about this beryllium production, because this is definitely not cutting it. I'm actually going to do that in a way that you might find a little bit weird, but I think it should be optimal in the long run. Here we go, this is a very long way around all of the stuff that is in the way in order to actually just have a direct duct from my production to my main base. But hey, it's working, so you can't really complain when it's working, right? Okay, so I blocked off the second passage just to make sure that most of at least the units are going to come through here, so that I have a nice little killing zone over there. I added in some more graphite production just because I could, and made sure that everything here is now boosted with hydrogen that I'm producing up top anyway. I have the tungsten, so now it's time to really start producing some units. And there we go, tier 1 units in production, which is a good thing too, because the enemies are starting to slip past my towers. But still, all these tier 1 units along with some additional towers should do the trick in keeping the enemies at bay. As you can see, they're nicely running into this funnel over here. Still, I can definitely notice that the strength of the enemy units is increasing, so I'm going to add some tier 2 units to the mix. Since I can only build 15 units of each type, I'm going to have to rely on turrets for most of my defense. Now, I do have a lot of thorium over here, so I'm going to utilize that. But before I can do that, I'm going to need some more power once again. Luckily, we have all the arcosite we need in the world, so power should not be a problem. Just adding a couple of these chemical combustion chambers now put me over 2k surplus once again. There we go, we have some thorium production up and running, and now we are going to have some fun. Introducing the Titan! Let's see if this actually can do some damage. It's doing a surprisingly low amount of damage, honestly, compared to what I was expecting. And these crawlers running all over the place is definitely a problem as well. Luckily, I do have the region projector over here, so that is going to take care of most of the damage that goes on while the enemies are passing. But I might need to upgrade my turret defense a little bit further. Okay, so let's see. 3 of these things should do a lot more damage, I believe. And yeah, they are definitely tearing through some of these tier 1 units. Now, it's still annoying me that these things are walking all over the place, but I can fix that. But I also want to add in some different defenses while I'm at it. But if I want to do more interesting things, I'm going to need some more advanced materials. So here's a couple of Surge Crucibles, so I can start making some of that slag alloy that we can use to then build a couple of these Afflict Towers that are awesome, as we saw a couple of levels ago. But I also, of course, want to focus on the new stuff in this particular episode. And for that, I'm going to need a couple of these impact rails to have some more tungsten production, and I'm also going to need to get some of that graphite, because if I'm remembering correctly, the carbide crucible, let's double check this, requires tungsten, graphite and heat, and it's going to spit out some carbide in return. And for that I'm going to need another couple of crucibles, this time the carbide crucibles, which take in the tungsten, a lot of the graphite I'm already producing. I should probably restore my supply lines over here. Speaking of restoring, this single flying unit destroyed a lot of stuff over here. So yeah, I'm gonna have to build some air defenses to make sure that doesn't happen again. Hopefully this little battery of turrets is going to hold off those stray flying units that seem to be coming in about from this direction. So in between my turrets and my flying units, I should be able to fend those off for now. But I'm gonna have to deal with probably larger waves of flying units in the future. And of course at this point I'm low on power again, so I built some more electrolyzers. I feel like I've built like 50 of those by now, and some more chemical combustion chambers as well. And then I did something pretty stupid, and that is build even more chemical combustion chambers. And before you start angrily typing in the comments, yes, I did realize my mistake just right after I made it, but considering you can't reload in this game, I'm going to have to deal with it. So that's a lot of more power. We have some slag over here, and we have some arcosite over here, and all of that is going to be put to a very good use, because as you can see, I built 3 Afflict Towers, all charged at 160%, thanks to some slag heaters. It's a pretty efficient way to get some heat going, because I have both the arcosite as well as the slag over here. And with all of that power, I can field a lot more of these towers. I'm now sitting at an almost 6k, actually it's over 6k now, power surplus. So I could build a lot more of these towers, maybe like over here, for example. Even just with electrical heaters, it would work just fine. Making sure that I have some more air defense over here, etc, etc. And I think that should probably take care of the remaining 23 waves. I mean, no offense, but this is working pretty decently, I would say. It's shredding everything before it even gets to fire at my walls, so yeah. However, coming back to my mistake, I just realized that the pyrolysis generator, or pyrolysis generator, still don't know how to pronounce this, is actually going to use arcite and slag to produce power. So, you know, the exact thing that I just used to make my other power generation. And this is probably going to generate a lot more, so let's try it out. So yeah, this thing actually produces 2.5 times as much power as the other chambers, and all it needs is some slag and arcosite coming in, and it's actually going to produce a whole boatload of water on top of that. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to use that for at this point, but you know, it's free stuff, so you might as well get it along with all that power. Okay, so let's take a second look on the facility that I just built. Can we improve on that and make it produce even more power? And there we go, and it almost feels like the game heard me complaining about building all these electrolyzers, because honestly this is super efficient. As long as you have slag and arcosite, all you need is pretty much just a single one of these electrolyzers to fuel a couple of these pumps, and then you have all the power you need. Each of these is producing 1500, so this setup by itself is already producing 9000 power. It's producing a boatload of water as well, which you could use to fuel all of your drills. And then on top of that, I'm not using any of this ozone that I'm producing here either, so I could use that to make a whole lot of oxide, or I don't know, this feels like definitely a pretty big step forwards in terms of efficiency of my factory. This also means I now have about 12,000 power to spare, so I think it's time to set up a lot more turrets and just spam my way to the end of this set of waves. So, you know, a couple of these Afflict Towers just powered with electric heaters in this case, to make sure that all those pesky flying units are basically dead before we can even see them. And then I also placed a couple of these at my back door over here. Now, honestly, if any units come through here, it's not really a problem, considering pretty much every of these larger towers I have has this area in range as well. So people will be getting shot at a lot if they try to come through here. But, you know, having a little bit of backup firepower is never a bad thing. And, you know, when in doubt, add some more Afflict Towers. Now, I did unlock a new type of tower, or at least I can unlock a new different tower, the Luster, but I needed a lot of carbide for that, so which is the reason I was just building a lot of those Afflicts. But let's see if this adds anything to the table as well. And no, I don't know what adding something to the table means anyway. I don't think that's an actual saying. But anyway, the luster fires a slow-moving single-target laser. I'm not sure how a laser moves slowly, but that's probably the way it angles. But it does about a gazillion damage. This is a lot of damage, honestly. Doesn't do that much damage to buildings, but that's not what we care about. And it also pierces armor. So all in all, it can attack air, it can attack ground. This seems like a pretty badass tower. It will require a fair amount of nitrogen, which is a little bit annoying to make, but let's see if we can set something up. Actually, nitrogen is not annoying to make now. I actually have all the power I need, because I just realized you just need an atmospheric concentrator, and the reason I've had in mind that it was annoying is because we needed heat, but now we can actually very easily produce heat, and all we need is 2 of these to power a single one of those towers. Something like this maybe. I have 2 atmospheric concentrators over here fueled by some electric heaters, providing all the heat it needs to make the nitrogen. Then there's a liquid container here in the middle just because I could fit it in there, and then that's fueling the luster, which is joined here by its little friend. It's probably a little bit of a safer setup with this stuff more to the background, but yeah, I'm kind of liking this setup. I have to say I really like these more advanced towers that don't rely on too much like beryllium or things like that needing for ammo, just some stuff that you can produce pretty easily in a local manner, so you can pretty much put these turrets wherever you want on the map. Now let's see how they perform. So what's interesting actually is that the waves are getting smaller. The level of the units in those waves is definitely going up, but the waves themselves, not too impressive. Now let's see, these 10 enemies that are being sent at my base are probably ground units, considering any air units would probably have reached my base by now. But yeah, where are they? There they are. They're incoming now. Let's see. Yeah, so these are definitely higher level tanks, but they are getting ripped apart by these lasers, afflictions, and titans. And yeah, I think we are pretty much done for this level. However, I'm just going to keep adding turrets while I'm at it, because you know, I have to do something while waiting for these waves, although I do know I can speed them up. It's worth noting though that the luster has quite a smaller range than the afflict as you compare this to this. I mean, it's a pretty decent range, especially if you compare it to something like the breach. But yeah, it's definitely something you want to put in the front lines rather than in the back, and then have to support it by things like the afflicts. And you can see these air units are getting torn apart, even though they did actually manage to take out the turret here. But that's nothing I can't easily rebuild. And well, in what ended up, just built some more turrets. So I have built kind of a corridor over here because the AI just wants to march straight to my bastion. And if I let them have a clean path, this is exactly the path they will seemingly every time take. I have a lot more afflicts here that are all covering this corridor, as well as a couple of afflicts over here, because why not? I had the time, I had the resources, so I might as well build some more defenses. Now, it's worth noting that I'm still sitting at a 5k surplus in power, and of course there's power stored in every single one of these beam nodes, so I have 500k power almost saved up. All in all, not very hard to defend against. Now, it is actually interesting to see that I am getting, I think, tier 4 units sent at me now every now and then. These, I think, are still the normal level 2 or 3 type of units, but these ones seem to have shields. I mean, just look at it. These things have shields. I mean, they're getting deleted by my lasers and my afflicts, but I don't know, they're powerful units. It's also worth noting that I keep getting a warning that there is a Guardian incoming in a couple of waves. That's the last wave, if I did my math correctly. So let's see if that puts up a bit more of a fight than these waves so far. Well, I guess we're about to find out, and apparently this thing comes with a health bar. Okay, well, that's interesting. I do hope that this thing is actually a ground unit, because if it's a flying unit, I might have a problem. So I just put all my units in its way, just in case that's actually where it's going to come from. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it should follow the same route as everything else. Otherwise, this would be a very nasty surprise at the end of a very long level. Now, it also seems like it's actually not just 1 unit, it's 4 units. That's interesting. So, where is it? Can I actually see it on the map? Oh, there it is. There it is. Ooh, these things look impressive. Let's see what they actually do. Well, they get melted. That's what they do. Okay, well, mission accomplished, I guess. That wasn't that hard. I really like the design of this type of level, by the way. Even though it might look very easy, I can very easily see this actually going very wrong for people that are either less experienced or that are just making other assumptions, maybe a different type of build, I don't know. But it's definitely ramping up the difficulty as you go, but it doesn't do so in a too punishing way that makes you kind of have to restart the entire level, as long as you're, you know, keeping up and building new stuff and things like that. I mean, it's very easy because I actually built all these high-level towers, but if I would have tried to defend myself with, for example, my units, or with just like these base towers, this would have looked a lot different. Well, anyway, if you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, although I'm a little bit worried because this level is called Siege, and apparently it's an extreme threat level. So let's see what it's all about. This sector features 2 parallel canyons that will force a 2-pronged attack. Research cyanogen to gain the capability to create even stronger tank units. Caution, long-range missiles have been detected. The missiles may be shot down before impact. Okay then, well, this is going to be fun. And there we go. I'm a little scared, like I just said. Let's hope we start out with a fairly decent base. Is this all we're getting? Yes, this is all we're getting. Okay, so let's pause and see what we have. We have some graphite over here. We have a couple, well, I was about to say a couple of turrets. We have 1 turret over here. That's not going to do much. We have a couple of turbines, some sand, silicon production, some, well, yeah, this is not really going to do all that much, is it? What's over here? We have some mass drivers. Okay, this is the 2 canyon approach, I guess. So we have some part of our base here, some part of our base there. Oh, this is going to be fun. Huh, okay, well, I was going to do my usual exploring thingy, but it seems that for now the map is cut off right over there. That actually doesn't give me all that much space to build with. And I also don't really have that much materials. I mean, we have some tungsten on the floor here. We do have, and this is important, we have some slag and arcosite over here, but not a lot of it. And we do have a lot of slag over here, but this is a very inconvenient location considering, well, I can't really build anything here until the enemy approaches in about 10 minutes. So we're going to have to work with what we have, which honestly is not a lot. That said, we do have the technology tree, so let's take a look at that as well. We have the large deconstructor over here that, I don't know, it's not going to be particularly useful for now, I think, not at least not as a first priority. We also have a shockwave tower. Damages and destroys enemy projectiles in a radius, requires cyanogen. Well, we'll probably want to unlock this one. This is the synthesizer for that stuff. It synthesizes cyanogen from arcosite and graphite. Okay, so let's unlock that. Then what else do we have? We have the new units over here. So this is the tank assembler. Assemblers large tanks out of inputted blocks and units. Output here may be increased by adding modules. Okay. And yeah, let's unlock the Vanquish, I guess. This just costs a couple of basic resources that we already have. I can't unlock anything else. That's interesting. And let's see, what else do we have? We have the carbide wall. Yeah, I mean, we could unlock this. Not sure why not. And then last but not least, we have the scathe over here. Launches a powerful missile at ground targets over a vast distance as well. It's probably going to be useful. I actually don't have enough carbide to completely unlock that. That's the thing. I can unlock the shockwave tower just in case. And I can also not unlock the large deconstructor yet. I do have carbide coming in from the previous level, so it's just a matter of time before we can unlock that. But I think we have the most important stuff unlocked for the moment. So let's check out the tank assembler. It is extremely expensive to build. Takes a fair amount of power, but that's not a problem. Let's see, it takes in cyanogen, and then the Vanquish that it builds is constructed out of tier 1 tanks, and I believe these are tungsten blocks. Well, this is actually pretty cheap, so getting this building down and supplying the cyanogen might be the expensive part, but once you have it up and running, these things are, well, almost free, I would say. I mean, it's not completely free, but it's close enough. And something similar actually holds for the cyanogen synthesizer. The building itself is relatively expensive considering it takes in carbide, but once you have it up and running, it's just some arcosite, graphite, and some heat, and you have your cyanogen. So this might be interesting to see if we can get those tier 4 tanks rolling straight away. Okay, so this is definitely going to be a level where we need to plan ahead, otherwise things are going to be chaos. So we only really have the most basic resources on this side. Beryllium, some graphite, and that's about it. We do have slag over here as well. And let me refresh my memory. What do we need to make the search alloy, whatever? Silicon and slag. So we could make that on this side. Then on this side we have pretty much everything, I think. We have tungsten, we have graphite, we have some beryllium, we have slag, and we have arcosite. So we could actually make those tier 4 tanks on this side because we have the tungsten and we can make silicon here as well, or we can just pick up the silicon from this side, but either way, and we have everything we need. We can also make some power over here because we do have the coveted combination of slag and arcosite that we need in order to do that. And yeah, so that's it. I guess that's the plan. I really need to do some math to see how much of these starting resources I actually need, because I don't think I'm going to be making carbide anytime soon. Let me refresh my memory. Carbide needs tungsten, graphite. Well, actually, we could make that as well. Oh man, but that also costs thorium, so we do need to keep in mind that we don't have any thorium other than what we start with, so oh man, I'm going to have to do some math, aren't I? And I don't actually remember what I started with, so I'm gonna have to reboot the level while I'm at it. Okay, so we actually have a decent amount of starting resources if you don't spend them all on research straight away. And I'm going to start with the basics first. I have done the math. I think we should be just fine. The main bottleneck is actually the carbide, so we definitely want to get that into production at some point as well. But first things first, we need to be able to defend ourselves. So I can build anything without a huge amount of beryllium, so this is where we're going to be starting. And just because it's always the bottleneck in my early construction, I'm going to boost all of this beryllium production with a single electrolyzer, making some hydrogen. So this is now pumping out quite a bit of beryllium per second. I also grabbed these turbine condensers while I was at it. And I think that then for the moment we're done on this side. Next on the list is a little bit of tungsten production. I do think it's important in this particular level to get something of everything running as soon as possible. So I then have options to make sure I can build different types of things. Sounds a little bit complicated, but I think it makes sense. I noticed in the last level that I tried to build too much too soon, and that was just actually slowing down my progress rather than speeding it up. Next on the list is some carbide production along with some oxide production. I already was making the ozone over here, so I'm using that to feed into these oxidation chambers, which are also producing heat. And if I have heat, tungsten, as well as graphite coming in here anyway, I might as well start producing some carbide. And then the last and probably most important resource I'm not yet producing, but I will be producing once I have this completed, is alloy, search alloy. So I have this crucible over here with 3 of these heaters around it that all are going to work on the slag I'm actually getting all the way up here. So this might turn out to be useful after all. I am going to build another one of these electrolyzers over here that is going to take advantage of the water I have available already. And then, yeah, oh yeah, I actually am building a little bit of silicon production to complement the one I already have, just to make sure I have enough of that coming in as well. And then we should have a little bit of everything trickling in, and then we should be able to start scaling up. And I'm not entirely sure how much time it will leave us, so this is either a very good or a very bad idea. Well, at the very least, I can notice my tungsten production is way too low in order to keep up with all of this, so I am going to expand a little bit on that to make sure I can get all those resources up and running as quickly as possible. And to further assist with that, I actually need a little bit more graphite as well, because I am using it for a lot of different things, and this should speed all of that up. At this point, I am running low-ish on power, and I'm going to fix that once and for all, or well, at least for the time being, with some of these pyrolysis generators that we have available we can easily get the slag and the arcosite from over here, and with a little bit of hydrogen coming in with fueled by the water from this turbine, we should get this up and running. And then as soon as this first pyrolysis generator is online, it will start producing a whole lot of water, which then is going to feed back into the electrolyzer. So, with 3 minutes left on the clock before the enemy starts attacking us, we have quite a bit of power, nicely. And I also still have the resources I need for the tank assembler. I have 50 thorium to spare, so yes, I did my math correctly there. Okay, so the tank assembler, let me remind myself, needs cyanogen, as well as tier 1 units, as well as some tungsten blocks. So that should all be doable with the resources we have left. And I intend to spend those last 3 minutes trying to get my tier 4 units up and running. And in order to do that, I actually need quite a bit of stuff. So I have a couple of these cyanogen generators over here. They're going to draw in the arcosite from this pump that is being fueled by the same electrolyzer that's already fueling the other pumps. Then these are going to feed into this tank generator over here, tank assembler I think it's called. I am going to need those tungsten blocks, so I'm actually getting some new tungsten up and running just because I now have all the power I need, and I also get some water from these generators, so I might as well put that to use. Then I'm also farming some graphite over here that is going to go straight into this block that is going to be making some silicon, that's the word I was looking for, and then of course I need some sand in order to do that, and along with some beryllium that is going to make our tier 1 tanks. Now, is this all going to be completed in the next 3 minutes and actually produce some tanks? I have my doubts about that, but I hope the 3-minute timer, as before, doesn't necessarily mean that the enemy will be on my doorstep after 3 minutes, it's just when the enemy gets activated. With a little less than 1 minute to spare, I do have the tank assembler and everything that feeds into it up and running, although I do see that the constructor and tank fabricator have a hard time keeping up with how much stuff the tank assembler actually needs, because it's 4 base units along with 10 tungsten blocks, so that's actually quite a bit of stuff. So now I'm thinking I might have to scale up my tungsten production even further, and maybe even get a second tank fabricator as well, just to make sure I have enough of the raw stuff going in so the tanks are actually non-stop being produced. Well, okay then. This is one of the things I don't like about levels like this, because now I'm just finding out that the enemy is actually right on my doorstep over here, and they blew up my pumps. So, right now I'm no longer producing any slag. However, I can just build one of these afflicts. So hopefully I can just build that like over here out of range of the turrets, and then use that afflict to actually shoot down the turrets that the enemy has and rebuild my pumps as a result of that. Well, this seems to be working like intended, so hopefully this will take only a couple of moments before this is all taken out, so I can actually start building some more turrets after that. Alright, and we are back up and running, and it seems that the afflict is also taking out some stray units every now and then. Now, hopefully this will only take a moment for my vanquish to be completed as well. Hello, are you done? No, you are also not building. I'm not entirely sure what's happening over here. Never mind, it was already good to go. This is one big tank, by the way, so hopefully this should be able to take out any enemies that get in the way on this side. Well, I just paused the game here to let you see what a mess I'm dealing with at the moment. So there's actually a lot of these tier 1 units coming through. I didn't manage to build my wall in time, so now my super slow tank is trying to chase these very quick tier 1 units all around my base. They're not doing that much damage, but they are definitely getting in the way and destroying some random buildings here and there. In the meanwhile, on the other side, kind of the same thing is happening, although this afflict is doing a pretty good job at keeping the enemy at bay. They are still taking out my my pumps every now and then, although they're mostly up and running, so it's not the biggest problem on this side. But yeah, I'm definitely fighting an uphill battle at the moment. Okay, so this is a little bit of a time jump here, but honestly, this has been the most stressful time in the game so far for me. I think I have everything under control now. So I have 2 Afflicts on this side along with some of those tier 4 tanks. I have another one in production. So this side seems to be pretty well defended now. And on the other side I have only 2 Afflicts, but I also have some of these regen projectors that keep repairing anything that takes damage. The enemy turrets have been completely cleared out. So all in all, I think I have everything under control. If it wasn't for the fact that the enemy production is going to be escalating in 18 seconds. And honestly, there's just pretty much non-stop waves of enemies coming at my base. So this was all pretty much, like I said, an uphill battle. Trying to build towers while you're actually non-stop under attack is not the easiest thing to do. But that said, I do have everything up and running now. I think I should probably add maybe a couple more turrets over here. That should make a very heavy defense line over here, and then we can use our tanks to start pushing forward. I'm probably going to have to build some sort of units on this side as well, maybe just the tier 1 and 2 units, and push to this base as well. Let me see, do I actually have space to fit all of that in? Yeah, I can build some tanks over here. Let me think about that. Okay, so I now have tier 1 tanks, well, I should say tier 2 tanks in production, because, well, I don't think there's much point in making the tier 1 tanks at this point in the game. I might be wrong about that, honestly, because again, it is adding 15 units that can do some damage, but compared to how much damage output everything else has, I think the tier 2 tanks are just going to overshadow whatever the tier 1 tanks bring to the table. Although I might change my mind later on and bring the additional firepower, but that does mean that we now have some means of actually progressing on the left side. So I'm going to build maybe another set of Afflicts in this side, and then I'm going to use these tanks to see if I can clear something out and take the pressure off my main base a little bit at least. Okay, so now I have 3 Afflicts on every side. I also have some regen projectors to make sure everything stays alive. I am starting to build up an army on the left-hand side. So it's definitely now time to take all these large tanks and see if I can take out some enemy bases. And it looks like, again, there is one right on my doorstep over here that actually my new Afflict tower is partially taking out. Which is not nice and useful, but it's time to see what these tanks can do. I really wish, though, that this game had like a save function, because if I have to restart after this is going to be horrible. But yeah, looks like they're doing a fair amount of damage. Let me see, there's actually some turrets over here. I think I can pretty much ignore the breaches. They shouldn't be able to take out my tanks all that easily. I definitely should focus on taking out some of these storage units, because that will definitely... even if my attack is not successful, break up the amount of defense they will be able to muster on my next attack. I think I should be able to take out this entire base with these units. Well, it seems that the enemy is launching some sort of large missiles at my units, so I definitely want to make sure I spread things out, because otherwise these units are going to be toast really quickly, although they do have a lot of health, as you can see. These missiles are definitely a nice way of AoE damage to take out units. I probably want some of those myself at some point, but for now I'm going to have to deal with these enemies before I can further expand. Okay, so that's one base taken care of, and even though I was hoping to find a bastion here so I can produce some more units, at least we took out some production facilities and we put a bit of a buffer between us and the enemy, so that's definitely going to make things easier down the line. There's also thorium over here, which I kind of want to grab. However, I haven't found the launching pad for those missiles that were coming from over here. So I think if I start building here right now, I'm just going to get barraged by missiles. Now, I can probably take care of that if I build some anti-air towers, question mark. But at first I'm just going to see how far I can push down this line and clear things out. So the answer is not that far. I did manage to take out a lot of the production over here and all of the defenses, but yeah, that took out pretty much my entire army. So hopefully the enemy won't be rebuilding this too quickly, so I can rebuild my own army and then push through and clear this completely out. I mean, it's worth keeping in mind that my army was already damaged from taking out the first base. Probably should have gone back and repaired, but yeah, lessons learned there. It was pretty easy so far, so I was actually kind of expecting to be able to take out the second base as well. But that means we can now just turn back to the left side and see how far we can take that. Well, the short answer is not that far, because those large missiles keep taking out my units quite quickly. Okay, well, this is going to be a lot more difficult than I expected. Okay, so I've been repairing my army, or at least rebuilding my army, I should say, and I stopped getting the messages that the enemy is building up its strength. So I think this is about as worse as it's going to get, and honestly, it's not all that bad now we have all these defenses in place. The real trick now is going to be to actually push out and make sure we can expand. Luckily, I do now have almost a full army. I'm at 10 of these tier 5 units, 4 units, I'm getting ahead of myself there. And I have also rebuilt my army over here. I have added in a couple of tier 1 units on both sides, just because I can. I figured, well, might as well bring all the firepower I can get, because as you can see, I am facing a pretty steady flow of units, and I need to push through that in order to destroy their bases. There's about 4 of them left. I think if we can take at least one out, and we can build a bastion there for ourselves, that should allow us to basically double our army in size and then push through to all the other bases as well. Strangely enough, it seems that the enemy is completely ignoring the left-hand side now, so that means that there's either a massive amount of units waiting for me there, or that it's just stopped building units on that side altogether. I'm hoping for the latter, but yeah, there's still that tower over here that is shooting missiles at me, and oh well, hey, there we go. The units suddenly woke up, and I'll just retreat momentarily until I can push back. Now, if I can destroy this bastion over here, that would go a long way towards getting a foothold here, because hopefully that also means that everything else will be destroyed. I am just going to focus on taking out as much as I can while I'm here. Let's see, where is that tower? Can I just push through? Let's see, let's see. Is this the tower? No, this is a Titan. That's bad enough by itself, honestly. But, yeah. Where's that missile coming from? It's not even in this base, is it? Is it even further down? That's kind of annoying. Let's make sure we take out all the ammo production, though. If I can, that's another army wiped out. Well, did do a fair amount of damage in this base, honestly, but I still haven't actually found where that turret is. A little annoying. And there we go. That is one base down. And I'm still getting shot at by large missiles, so let's see if we can find the origin of those missiles, because otherwise I won't be able to build myself a nice little base here. These missiles have an insane range, by the way. I mean, seriously. But yeah, at least we have another base down. This should also take care of some of the incoming units, hopefully. And yeah, this is not going to be as easy to push through as I had hoped. But is this actually where those missiles are coming from? I'm basically just trying to find the missiles at this point, because those things have an insane range. And I'm still not going to find them, am I? Nope. Okay, well, that attack was probably one of the worst you've ever seen in the history of this game, but sadly there's no reload button, so you just have to deal with it. Enemies does seem to be rebuilding something here, but they're typically not very good at it, so... and I did knock down the front door over here, so I can actually walk in my tanks now on the next wave and hopefully take out these turrets and whatever else is hiding behind here. We took one core with that attack at least, and I'm actually hoping that somewhere in the back over here, this right-hand side connects to the other side, so that I can just walk around and attack the other bases from behind. If that is actually the case, I don't know, because I can't build any air units, otherwise the exploring would have been a whole lot easier. So we'll just have to rebuild once more and try again. Well, it turns out if you just send enough waves of units at the enemy base, it will crumble at some point. So I actually was able to take out the bastion over here just by basically right-click moving my units to it. And yeah, as you can see, I'm actually taking out some of these tier 2 and 3 units as well, which is impressive considering these are just tier 2 units. Well, actually, that's not all that impressive. It makes sense. But still, I am taking out a couple of bases now, and we are now down to 2 enemy cores, which should mean I can actually start expanding if I would want to. The real question is, do I actually want to do that? I could try to set up like a secondary line of defense over here, and then take this bastion and double my army, and yeah, that does seem like a pretty solid idea. Okay, so I set up a bastion over here with some athletics again to defend. It seems like 2 or 3 of these simply do the trick. I also set up a regen protector just to make sure I don't have to worry about this base ever getting destroyed, because as you can see, it's very easily taking care of everything. Now I actually do have access to thorium. I can build twice as many units as I could before. I think we're in the end game now of this particular level. Okay, small problem. I can't actually mine this thorium because in order to do that, I need an interruption drill, and an interruption drill actually needs 120 thorium, which I don't have. So, the only answer is to get one of these other drills, the large plasma bores, and mine this thorium over here, but in order to do that, I'm going to need to safeguard this area, which means I need to push forward on the right-hand side once again. Now, that's not going to be a real problem, honestly, because as you can see, I'm almost up to my full strength again on this side, and I have a whole bunch of tier 1 units on top of that. So yeah, we should be able to just secure that area. As a side note, this is probably the most spaghetti base I've ever built in this game so far. I mean, look at that. It's ugly, it's condensed because I needed to get everything in here while defending a pretty small amount of territory, so hopefully you'll forgive me, but it's kind of an eyesore, honestly. Okay, that is that problem solved. I now have some thorium up and running, and look, I built myself a cargo bot, finally! Yeah, I haven't actually used these things after I unlocked them, but yeah, look, they're doing their job pretty nicely now. I am getting so much thorium incoming now that I don't really know what to do with it, other than maybe building some more units. Okay, so there we go, now I have tier 3 units in production as well, and honestly it feels like the enemy completely stopped attacking me, and of course as I say that I'm being attacked, but there's barely any units coming at me anymore, and honestly I don't think on the other side, let's see. I think nothing is happening here at all. Whoa, whoa. Okay, never mind. There is some attacks still happening, but yeah, as you can see, it's not really doing anything. I think at this point, these 100 units, most of which are tier 4, are definitely going to be able to take out the last couple of bases. Okay, so I'm just gonna mass move my army into the base. It seems a pretty efficient way of actually dodging all those missiles. It's not necessarily the most efficient way to attack, but I'm taking out this base while I'm at it anyway. I'm losing all those tier 1 units, but they're kind of serving as cannon fodder to take up some of the attacks that otherwise my other tanks would be taking. Now, as you can see, they did rebuild the wall, which is kind of unfortunate, but that wall is now down. And yeah, I'm just doing massive amounts of damage now to this base. Should be able to take at least most of it out now. And even if I don't manage to take out the entire base, I'm doing so much damage that they will not be able to recover from this. Let's see, where is the actual bastion? There it is. Let's just go and attack that. Just ignoring everything else. That's usually not the best attack, but best approach. But in this game, it seems a pretty efficient way of doing things. Because, as my game is lagging... Hello? There we go. As you can see, that is a pretty efficient way of making sure that the entire base is taken out at a single destruction of a building, basically. It's kind of what the enemy tries to do to me all the time. Just zerging past everything else I have and trying to take my base down that way. But that's honestly not the most efficient way of attacking normally, unless you have the supreme power that I have on my side now. Now, would you look at this, I think I just confirmed that the other base is actually accessible from behind as well. So that means it's now time to not just take this army, but also take the second army and move in from two sides at the same time. There we go, a two-pronged attack, just like the game told me to do that. I mean, again, it's probably the most stupid attack I could do from this angle with those units, but hey, if it's working, it can't be wrong, right? Where's the bastion? Oh, it's over there. And there we go, sector captured. So this was an interesting level. I only built a relatively small factory. I mean, this part of the factory I didn't even really have to build. I could probably have done without it. But yeah, the first 10 minutes were extremely intense. Maybe the first 20 minutes when I was trying to get up my defense. But honestly, as soon as you get up the afflicts, just 2, maybe 3 of them if you want to be really comfortable is all you need to very easily defend against everything the enemy throws at you. I'm kind of surprised about that, honestly. I was expecting some more dangerous attacks, but yeah, can't complain. We won the level, and that means that if you are still here, you are awesome, and I hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, HTDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this episode is a little bit late, so apologies for that, but I was very busy the last couple of days, but I'm also really excited to get back into this game. So, we are apparently at a Crossroads. It's a high-level threat zone, and let's see, the enemy bases in this sector have been established in varying terrain. Research different units to adapt. Additionally, some bases are protected by shields. Figure out how they are powered. Didn't we already play a very similar level to that with like variant terrain? Well, anyway, that was fun, so let's do it again. And there we go once again. Now let's see if we are going to start out with something that looks like a base this time around, because that would be very nice, and yeah, it looks like we actually do. Let's pause the game there for a moment. What's this? This is actually part of my base, or is this part of the enemy base? This is confusing. Okay, I think that's not part of my base, so let's pause again. And let's see, we have some arcsite over here. We have a little bit of slack, not much, but we have some of it at least. We have quite a few miners over here. What are they mining? They are all mining graphite. We have some thorium already up and running. Plenty of beryllium as well. Some minimum amount, I should say, of silicon. We have some oxidite coming in already. Oxide, I should say. Yeah, okay, we can work with this. Okay, so I did some exploring as usual, and this is a very complex level. So we have thorium over here, so that's good to know, and this area in general seems to be pretty safe. I don't think the enemy can come through here. Famous last words, but yeah, this all in all looks pretty safe. On the other hand, if we go down here, and this is actually pretty close for where my actual base starts, there's an enemy base right over here. There's some turrets that actually prevent me from building anything here. There is some turrets over here as well, so that was why I couldn't explore in this direction either. And yeah, it looks like we might get some creepy crawlies from this direction, because you can't really get through here unless you're one of those. Now, this looks like an area where like dispersion things might be coming from, or creepy crawlies as well, because, well, nothing else is really going to come through here, I don't think. Which actually makes me wonder where normal tanks are going to come from. They might be able to come through here, but I'm not entirely sure if they can actually. But anyway, looks like most of our initial threats is going to come from down south. There are, however, several bases in the north that I found. So here, there's an entire area over here with a shield and plenty of turrets. So this is a pretty well defended place. And yeah, I actually don't know how to get there. Obviously, I can start building a base here, but yeah, that's going to be tedious at best. There's another base over here, and there's but I'm not sure if this is two bases or one base, but there's also some afflicts shooting at me from over here. So there's all in all some pretty well defended bases here. And yeah, I actually have no idea what will be the best tactic for this level. I also noticed that I can actually upgrade my bastion to, I think it's called a citadel. What's it called? Citadel? Yeah. Actually, you could build one larger version even, but yeah, I would actually have to invest quite a lot of resource into doing that, so we're probably not going to do that very quickly. But it's worth noting that you can do that, and I think we actually can up our unit cap by doing that as well, so it's something to keep in mind. Okay, so time to reboot, so we actually have 10 minutes to prepare, and let's see what we should do first. Okay, so I'm going to start by spending all my carbide on 2 of these pyrolysis generators to get quite a lot of power, because we are already very low on power even to begin with. And I'm also going to redo some of these pipelines and belts and things like that, because honestly I don't like the looks of it, and I'm trying to make, for once, a nice looking base in this level if I can manage it. Okay, with about 3k power up and running, it's time to do something about this beryllium layout, because it looks like one of mine in the first few levels. In other words, it's pretty bad. So this looks a lot better. I think I have a lot more production actually here now as well, because I am producing more than I can fit on a single duct. Now I could of course upgrade my ducts, but then I would need surge alloy, which I don't currently have yet. But yeah, I am going to have plenty of beryllium coming in here now. I also want to upgrade this graphite production over here, as well as grab some of this tungsten, but in order to do that I am going to need some more hydrogen, because this single electrolyzer is not going to be producing enough for that. 3 of them should do the trick though, and as you can see we have a lot of hydrogen coming in now, and it's also a little bit more clean than it was before, with kind of this electrolyzer randomly tucked in over here. Now, is all of this rebuilding worth it? The resources and the time I'm spending on it, I don't know. We're going to find out. But honestly, it's not taking me all that long because we had a pretty decent setup to begin with. Now, I have plenty of hydrogen. That means I can set up some alternative mining here as well, because we can also use the large plasma bores now. And there we go. Now I have a full belt of graphite incoming. So as you can see, this is pretty efficient if you actually rearrange things a little bit and add some hydrogen to it. And I have 5 of these plasma bores here making tungsten. And you can actually see I removed the drill that was initially over here, because these plasma bores not only produce more, they actually are more power efficient as well. So there's no reason not to use them as long as you have the hydrogen to power them. Then I have almost all the base resources I need, but I really need some more silicon because that goes into everything when we're building units. I'm actually a little bit surprised that we didn't get a better way to get sand yet, but we have plenty of sand here in the middle, so I'm going to redecorate this just a little bit. And if we place 3 of these silicon arc furnaces over here, we have about a full belt full of silicon. And as you can see, I have a little bit of a back door in here, so I can always make sure there's some silicon going to my base. And I have an overflow over here so that any that is not going to go to my unit production, which I'm going to be placing over here, all of the remainder is also going to go into my bastion. So for some reason, I'm always struggling a little bit with silicon. It's one of the few things that I tend to run out of, but hopefully this should fix that. And that makes sure that with about 3.5 minutes to spare, I have all the tier 1 and 2 units in production. Now, tier 1 units, I'm not really sure if it's still worth building them, considering we're up to tier 4 now. But on the other hand, every hit they take is a hit that one of my other units is not taking. Any shot they take is extra damage. So, you know, they're not that expensive to build, so I figured why not. And would you just look at this nice and tidy organized base. I'm really proud of it. I'm very much hoping it's actually going to survive once the enemy comes in. But yeah, in order for us to be able to defend ourselves, we're probably going to need some towers as well. And I'm going to need some more advanced resources for that. Since I am already producing quite a bit of ozone, I might as well start using it, and that is where these oxidation chambers come in. Now, actually, I want to try something new, because remember, all of these things produce heat, and I haven't really been utilizing that heat as efficiently as I could have. At least I don't think I have been. Now, it's worth noting that there was already an oxide production somewhere over here when we initially started the level, but I removed that because honestly you don't need that much oxide and it was in the way of what I wanted to build. But again, I am probably over designing this level at this point, so this might come back to haunt me. But anyway, I used some of these heat directors over here to redirect the heat produced by these oxidation chamber into a single surge crucible over here. So you can see this is now actually getting heated by 3 oxidation chambers. Now the reason that this is actually not being heated for more than 5 is that I am now having some power issues. I can solve these power issues, but in order to do that, I'm going to need some carbide. At least the way I want to fix it is by building some more of these, but then I am going to need that carbide. Now, I can actually make a very similar setup like the one I have over here to do exactly that. Oh man, look at this. This is so awesome. I have a couple of slag heaters over here and then a lot of these redirectors all feeding into a single carbide crucible that is already functioning at 160%, and I can easily add in some more slag heaters on top of that. Honestly, I should probably do the same thing for the Surge Crucible as well, but at least for now we have all the resources in production with the exception of thorium. But since we now have everything else in production, what I can do is I can start building some of these cargo loaders and then get the thorium from over here, and then we actually have pretty much all the resources we need to build whatever we need. Now, there are enemies coming in 10 seconds, so hopefully all of this clean building and redesigning was worth it, and I will be able to keep my base and defend against everything. But all in all, I feel really good about this base. Hey, would you look at that, we actually have the first wave incoming. These guys are actually a little bit running past my defenses. That was not really the plan. But luckily these should be fairly easy to take out, I hope. Yeah, there we go. I do need to rebuild some stuff, but that should only take a moment. And now we know they're coming from this direction. And like I thought, we did indeed get some creepy crawlies coming from this side. So we're going to need to wall off pretty much this entire area. Anyway, in the meanwhile, I made sure to keep upgrading my facility, so now this Surge Crucible is producing at 300% speed, and this Carbide Crucible is doing the same at about 320% speed, which means I have all the rare resources in pretty high production. I even upgraded my Oxide production, because you need it for quite a few different things that I want to build at this stage, although this might probably be a little bit overkill, so if I ever run low on power, I might want to remove these, but at the same time, they're not that expensive. Now, speaking of power, I do need some more power facilities, because as you can see, I'm just below what I need. But luckily now I also have everything I need to build some more of these generators. And with some more power up and running, as you can see, now it is time to start thinking about some more defenses, so we can actually go on the offense as well. So how about this? I have two Afflict towers over here, both powered at 160%, by using all of that slag I have around, and yeah, this is actually a pretty cheap way of powering these towers. Now, this won't reach to this area over here where some enemies might be coming from as well, but you know, if you do it once, why not do it twice? And you can see I have so many of these Afflicts over here, all with regen projectors to support them, that I don't see the enemy coming through here anytime soon, be it on land or through the air. Speaking of the air, the enemy air unit production is starting in 2 minutes, and I have a feeling they are going to come from the other side of my base. Luckily, I now have all the tools I need to turtle up even further. At the same time, I also kind of want to start the thorium production, because that's what I need for my tier 3 units, and I'm guessing that is what I'm going to need to be able to really push through, maybe along with some tier 4 units, but yeah, one thing at a time. So, air defense first. Remember, the south should be covered by all these Afflicts. I now have a Disperse over here as well, that is actually being supplied by ammo from this impact drill over here that has some tungsten. I knew there was a reason the tungsten was kind of spread out all over the base. There is no tungsten on this right side over here, but I did build myself a unit cargo loader now. Yay, more ships flying around. And there is an unloader over here that is storing some tungsten in this box, and then it goes straight into this one. And now I come to think of it, we do have some water production nearby, so I might as well have a little thingy going like that. And that should make sure that this disperser is actually being overclocked with water as well. This one actually is super easy to boost with water, because, well, remember, all these generators are actually producing water as well. And then last but not least, I now have all the thorium in production over here as well. Well, not all of it, but I did actually wanted to place down 2 of these dispersed towers along with one of the cargo unload points like I just showed you. Why 2? Well, mostly because I could, because I now have everything in production, including the water I need to actually make sure these things are boosted. So I also doubled up on the dispersers over here, because I do think that I'm going to get them attacked in the air from mostly these 2 directions. And just in case, the nice thing is that these dispersers should hopefully also be able to defend down here a little bit in case I'm going to be attacked over here. Is that going to happen? I have no idea. So far, actually, I've only been attacked from the south, and even that wasn't too severe, honestly. So, now I do have everything I need to start tier 3 production. I'm kind of wondering if tier 4 is actually going to be needed, because there's a lot of these tight spots over here that I don't think, honestly, is going to be very useful for my tier 4 units to get through, just because they're so huge. It's also worth noting, by the way, that the enemy production is escalating again in about 15 minutes, and given how much time they're giving me to prepare, it's probably going to be bad. So at this point, I'm really hoping I'm not postponing attacking too long, but yeah, I kind of want some tier 3 units. I'm focusing on the air units and the creepy crawlies, mostly for now, because, well, the air units can get anywhere, the creepy crawlies can get in most places, and the normal tanks, well, they can only get into certain places. So, using that logic, my reasoning is that that will be the most optimal way to approach the use different units to get in different places style that the level told me to go for. So I've done a bit of scouting, and honestly it seems like this base over here has very poor air defense, so I should probably be able to take that out just for tier 2 units. This is also powering, I think at least this is powering one of the shields over here. This definitely has better defenses, but yeah, I can't actually attack anything under the shield. So we're going to have to find out what happens if we take out this base. Now this one is also linking all the way up here through the lava. This base is better defended, but this one I can actually reach with my creepy crawlies. There are level 3 creepy crawlies over here. The interesting thing is actually when I just sent a couple of air units to attack this, that triggers the wave of units to come to my base, and if I could send my own creepy crawlies in return, maybe I can take it out before it becomes a real problem. There is also a base over here, which I'm not entirely sure what to do with, but yeah, let's start with one base at a time. So yeah, this base was actually pretty easy to take out. Just some basic defenses, mostly air defenses really by means of ships and some basic turrets like these, but those really don't do much against tier 2 and 3 units. So yeah, taking out this little base not only means that I can now double up on my army, I actually was able to build a couple of towers here as well with the power supplied. So, anything that comes through this corridor over here will be attacked by this afflict. Anything that attacks me from this general direction is going to be attacked by this afflict. I don't think this is going to do too much. However, it actually took out a small part of this base over here. What is in this base, I actually think this is probably going to be the creepy crawlies that were attacking me all the way in the beginning. So this should be a fairly easy base to take out as well. And since this base has a lot of air defense, I really have no other choice than to just walk my creepy crawlies in and take the base by force that way. This thing is being really annoying, but it should be able to be taken out. There we go. And I think we should be able to clear all of this up pretty easily. Well, yeah, there's a few more of these actually that I wasn't counting on, but I think we've gotten past the defenses now. Well, no bastion over here, but at least I was able to build yet another outpost, again with some regen projectors and some afflicts. It's really nice once you have that initial production up and running. These afflicts just make a perfect like front outpost, forward outpost to make sure you can defend yourself against anything that comes in. Because the creepy crawlies, the level 3 ones at least, do come from this direction, and I think they should be in range. Well, maybe not actually, for most of these afflicts. But on the other hand, my main base has no problem defending against these either. Now, I do think that if I take down this base over here, that should take down the shield. That links up all the way over there. So that's where we're going to go next. And I figured I might as well just set up some silicon production over here, because that's always the thing I run out of first. Speaking of which, I am actually, almost capped on my units now. So I'm probably over-designing this, and I should start taking my creepy crawlies to the second base. Oh man, I was wondering why I only have 3 of those tier 3 creepy crawlies, and it turns out that somehow I turned off my factory for thorium over here. I'm not sure what happened, but yeah, it doesn't help if you're missing the one ingredient that actually makes your tier 3 units. Well, I was able to take out most of the defenses on my initial wave, but then the afflicts, I should say, that are hiding here in the back are doing the exact same job they are doing for me, and it is taking out my units instead. So that's a little bit unfortunate, and as you can see, I was thinking I was being original, but apparently, of course, the AI had the exact same idea of hyper powering those afflicts. So anyway, I'm hoping this defense is not going to be build up too fast, so I can actually stock up my army once more and take another shot at this. The weird thing is, and I had this happen in different levels as well, is that it doesn't feel like I'm really being attacked anymore now I've taken out a couple of bases. As you can see, I am still actually being attacked, but it's not really anything worth talking about. And it just feels a little bit undertuned here and there. Well, this is interesting. While I was waiting for my army to recover, I figured why not just take my flying units for a spin. And it turns out I can actually take out quite a bit of this base over here. Not entirely sure what it's doing here, but yeah, these turrets are not really a defense against tier 2 and 3 air units. So whatever it is supposed to be, it is now no longer there. Oh, and on another note, I know why I feel like I'm not being attacked, because all these units over here are stuck. Look at this. They are completely stuck on this particular area over here. I'm not sure if they're supposed to get through, but they can't. So that explains why only a few of them were able actually to reach my base. Well, with some more aerial harassment and my creepy crawlies back up and running, I was able to take out this base pretty easily now, and that means I have one more bastion to go, and thereby increasing my units again by about 50% compared to what I had before. Just one more bastion to go, but I did actually do some scouting, and this base over here is probably where that core is going to be, and it has some pretty nasty towers. Well, honestly, this map is not my favorite one, because look at this, my units have the same problem as the AI had. Getting through is actually the main challenge I have now to get to the enemy camp. Well, you know, that and all the units that got stuck over here that I now have to fight all in the middle of nowhere, just because, well, the map is still being a little bit weird. You can see there's actually a lot of enemy fire intercepting all my missiles from the back, so they actually have a fair chance of getting through like this, but I do think I have the superior firepower to deal with this. It seems I'm actually helping them get through at this point, but yeah, my athletics are going to make short work of them if they go in that direction. Meanwhile, I can clear out this little camp over here, so I no longer have to worry about this last pylon, and then I should be able to move towards the main base of the enemy that is over here. Now, I'm not sure what these towers are, but they do a lot of damage. At the same time, I do now have to deal with an incoming series of waves of enemy units, which is interesting. While I'm waiting for my army to be rebuilt, I actually took out my air units once again, and there was a disperse here with a boosted version, but yeah, if you bring enough air units, you can just take that out, despite taking heavy losses, and softening up this base from behind is probably worth it. Well, or, you know, just take out the citadel without having to go through the main defenses at all. If this works, it's the most cheesy way to take out a level that I've done so far. Well, I had to dodge a few tanks that got in the way, but this definitely seems to be working. If this is the last core, and it is, then this should mean I win the level without having to take on these towers at all. I mean, it's just smart play, but yeah, there we go. Now I'm actually very curious to find out what is over here. Smites. Interesting. But you can see, this base would have been not easy to take on if I would have done it the hard way, but yeah, you know, it's one. And that means we have yet another level completed. Well, even though I do think that this level was a little bit weird, I did manage to fulfill my goal of building a pretty nice and organized base, so there is that. If you're still here, you're awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing some more Mindustry, and this time around we're going to a Karst. Now, I was actually wondering when I saw the name of this level, considering every single other level has some sort of geography type of name, with the exception maybe of Siege, I was wondering, what the hell is a Karst? So, I looked it up for you. A karst is a type of landscape where the dissolving of the bedrock has created sinkholes, sinking streams, caves, springs, and other characteristic features. I'm not sure what to do with that information, but I figured you might find it interesting as well. Now, we have a extreme, I should say, threat level over here. But the good news is the sector is rich in resources, but will be attacked by the enemy once a new core lands. Take advantage of the resources and research phase fabric. Now, speaking of research, as some of you pointed out, I completely forgot to check the technology tree in the last level. It wasn't needed, it was easy enough to do it with all the technology I had already unlocked, but apparently I actually got some new tier 4 units. The air version and the crawler version, I guess, of the tier 1, 2, and 3 units we already had. We already had the tier 4 Vanquish that you saw a couple of levels ago, but yeah, I got some new ones on top of that. And in addition, there is also a new type of core, the Acropolis, which is an even larger version of the base that I can build to upgrade everything I'm doing even further. Speaking of which, some people in the comments mentioned that if you upgrade your core, you actually get a better build rate and things like that for your own unit as well, the main unit you use to do pretty much everything in the game. Now, if that is true, I actually don't know how you're supposed to know this, because as you can see, the description here just tells me that you can store more resources. You can definitely tell that you can build more units if you have more of these things, and you get, yeah, as you can see, you also get an increase to the maximum amount of units, but this doesn't say anything about build speed or anything of the like. So now I'm actually wondering if is that just on the other planet maybe, people are being confused, or is that actually a part of Erekir as well? Let me know in the comments. But anyway, here we go up to the new section of our map. Now, just from the start, I'm really liking the layout, so let's pause here. We have the first wave. We actually only have 10 waves. That sounds like not that much, but I don't know, maybe that's a reason I should be worried. But they weren't kidding when they said this zone is rich in resources. Look at all this stuff. We have a lot of slag, we have a lot of arcosite, so that at least means power will not be an issue. Heat will not be an issue. We have, what do we have over here? Tungsten. We can set some of those ore miners up here, so that is going to be awesome. I don't see any thorium just yet. And let's see, what else do we have? We do have a tiny bit of tungsten production up here already, although, oh, it's actually 3.6 per second. That's not a tiny bit, that's a decent amount. Yeah, we do have some beryllium, not that much, honestly, and the layout of how this is set up is awesome, or awful, I should say. Probably going to have to redo this, because I definitely want this boosted. And what do we have over here? Just graphite, more graphite. Yeah, okay. So, okay, I'm going to do a tiny bit of exploring. Someone challenged me in the comments to do this level without exploring. I like playing optimal, and I'm not sure not exploring is optimal, but I'll give it to you. It might be fun to do it with at least less exploring than just like uncovering the entire map. But I do want to briefly scout out just outside of my radius here, just to see if I can find some more of those basic resources like thorium, so at least I know in which direction I'm going to be expanding. Okay, so I've done a little bit of exploring. We have some more tungsten over here. I'm not entirely sure if this area is closed off, but I think it will be. Yeah, some more resources over here, nothing too special, honestly. The same holds for this side, although we do seem to have a natural choke point over here. So setting up a defensive line here could be a good idea, maybe. Not entirely sure what's going on over here. There's a very large open area, so this might be nice for some unit production, assuming I can actually get the units across this arcosite. But if not, maybe this could be a power hub? Could be, I don't know. If we look at the map, there's two spawn points. So we have all the enemies apparently coming from the south, well, at least south and kind of like southeast. I assume, and this might be completely wrong, that this spawn over here will just have enemies moving straight up, and this will be coming through that choke point we saw earlier. Now, will there be air units in here? Probably. And in that case, they will likely just charge like diagonally into my base from over here. So I might need to have some air defense set up here as well. Now, what are we going to do with all of this information? Not entirely sure. We don't have any afflict production available just yet, because we would need to set up slag for that. We also barely have any power over here. As you can see, I actually built a couple of turbine condensers while I was exploring, but you barely start out with any power whatsoever, so we're going to need to fix a lot of power. Other than that, we have, like the game already told us, a lot of resources. This is an extremely rich map. I haven't found any thorium yet. It's probably here somewhere on the map, but that's the thing, if you don't explore, but you don't know. So I'm probably going to have to build some units to do some exploring with that, and then figure it out as we go along. I do want to kind of stick to the challenge of not exploring. Not sure I'm happy about it though. And then finally, before I forget, let's check technology tree. We do have the phase synthesizer over here that the intro actually told us about, which synthesizes phase fabric from thorium, sand, and ozone. That's some very interesting things to combine. But anyway, we can already unlock that, so let's go ahead and do that. Not entirely sure what I'm going to use that for. Oh wait, look at that. It's probably going to be used for... Are these already tier 5 units? I guess so. they are super expensive to unlock. And this is one of the things I think is a little bit weird about this particular game. Why would I not just go back to the previous level, get all these resources, unlock this, and then reboot the level like that? I mean, there's literally no reason for me to not do that, because if I run into the fact that I don't have a lot of, for example, carbide production up and running in the other levels just yet, I might be able to, I might not be able to build these things when I want to. Anyway, it's a weird mechanic, I'll deal with it. I just find it a little bit of a strange design. Let's get to it. Okay, so we're back at the beginning of the level, and now I need to go do some more planning. Anyway, after I actually figured out that whenever you unlock technology on a planet, it actually takes from the inventory of that planet as well, I figured, yeah, I'll just go back to the previous planet, unlock all the different new tanks, and then launch again for Karst. So I've done exactly that, so we have everything unlocked that we might need in this level, with the exception actually of whatever comes after the phase synthesizer, because if we zoom in here for a moment, oh, there we go. There's actually something behind this, but we need to research phase fabric first, which I guess is what this is going to be producing, and will only unlock once you actually produce it. So there's still something to explore, but for now we are going to have to figure out what to do about our base. Okay, so step 1 is power, and I want plenty of power, so I built 4 of these pyrolysis generators, and I'm filling them with some of the archetypes from up here. We already had an existing electrolyzer, as well as a chemical combustion chamber apparently, which is supplying, well, at least most of the starting power. I'll just leave it here, but honestly all of these pyrolysis generators are far more effective. We have plenty of slag to fill them up with, so I built another pump over here. I'm fueling that from this existing electrolyzer, which is not being used completely to fuel these plasma bores, so I might as well use some of that to get one pump up and running. And if I look at my power now, yep, I am sitting at a surplus now of 6.3k, while we were actually running a deficit before. Now, next on the list, I think, is going to be fixing our beryllium as well as our silicon production, because both of those are terrible, quite honestly. We have a tiny bit of beryllium production over here, but none of this is boosted, and yeah, this is definitely not going to be cutting it. And the silicon production is getting some sand, but this is set up quite inefficiently, honestly, because this is producing about 75% of the sand that it actually needs. So yeah, we're going to have to do something about that as well. The silicon is an easy fix, so that's why I'm starting over here. Just a couple of more of these crushers over here will supply the additional sand that we need to have these working at full speed. Now, second of all, I have a lot of beryllium on the floor here, and I didn't used to make use of much of these drills anymore because they're quite power hungry, but it is the main way I think right now I have to get beryllium. There's some more over here, but this is where I want to build my choke point. I don't see anything that is quite nearby and convenient. So yeah, I'm just going to mine the hell out of this beryllium on the floor. I do have all the water I need to actually drill that, because, well, the generators over here are producing 80 water in total. So that's more than enough to feed all of these drills. And other than that, I just need to power them. And this is going to cost me about 600 power, I believe. So it's quite a chunk, but we're producing 6,000 at the moment. So I don't think that will be too much of a problem. Next up on the list is a Surge Crucible or 2, because I want all the Surge alloy I can get to build my favorite kind of tower, that is the Afflict. And we should have enough power to power those, so then actually being able to construct them is the main bottleneck. Now, we need silicon, lots and lots of silicon, and we need some slag. Now, I do think we had some more resource over here to the left, so let me go and double check that. What was it? This was tungsten. No, we need some graphite, but I think that was over here. We have the slag, so then we should have everything we need to get that production rolling. Okie dokie, well, it seems I remembered wrong, because we have tungsten, we have more tungsten, and we have even more tungsten over here. So that's one resource we're not going to be running low on. But what I really need is graphite, because I need graphite for several things, including making silicon. So that means we are going to have to redesign this area over here to make sure it's actually productive. Okay, so I think this should do the trick. I moved all of these little drills a little bit out. I'm actually producing more than I can fit on a single belt now. So this is why we have this secondary bypass over here, so some of that graphite can go into my base for now. And I have plenty of additional sand production over here in the corner, so I now doubled up on my silicon production. We should now be producing about 20 silicon per second, which is again more than fits on one belt, but we're going to use some of that production for something else in a moment anyway, so that should be for enough for now. Now, I really need to get my slag production up and running so I can actually build those afflicts, because in about 7.5 minutes we're going to need them. I actually want to point out, we started out with one of those already, which is a really nice bonus, because it covers pretty much everything I've built so far. It's not in the best position, but it's not in the worst position either, so yeah, we can work with that. And there we go. This is a nice little and by now familiar setup to get a lot of alloy going. Now this is only going to be producing 1.3 alloy per second, so given how much time I have, that's maybe not enough, but I do want to focus on a couple of other things too, and not just on the search alloy, because honestly the only thing that's going to give me is afflicts, which are really good, but I also want some sort of mobile defense. In order to do that, I'm going to need some more tungsten, and honestly, these two drills over here are not going to cut it. So adding in about 4 more of those should do the trick. Now we're producing something like 9, I believe, 1.8 times 6. So yeah, that's just about that. So I think we should have enough tungsten now as well. So that means we've covered all the basics. We have the beryllium, we have the graphite, we have the silicon, very important. We have oxide already, we have alloy, we have tungsten. So now really we only need some carbide and thorium, which I haven't found yet. The carbide we can pretty easily make. However, it's not really a high priority because we don't actually need it to build our tanks. And when I say we don't need it, that is not strictly true. We do actually need some carbide and thorium to build the buildings that make our tanks. But once those are up and running, we no longer need those resources. We don't actually have enough to make the creepy crawlies, but we do have enough to build either the ship assembler, which is the flying unit, of course, or the tank assembler, which is the heavy ground unit. Now, I really liked the tanks in the level we got them, but I kind of want to try out the air unit, and on top of that, the air unit will also make it a lot easier for me to explore the map. Okay, so maybe something like this. I need cyanogen to actually power the ship assembler. I need some tier 1 units to be produced, so this is where these 3 come in, and I need some of those tungsten walls, beryllium walls to be produced. So this is where those 2 constructors come in. I also need some heat in order to make sure we actually have enough cyanogen to produce these units optimally. So this is where these units come in, and well, that needs to come all the way from over here. All in all, my base is turning into a little bit of spaghetti. I do want to build this over here because I can hopefully relatively easily defend this, because I do plan on making some defenses over here. And I am probably going to set the rest of my production up over here. But if I do that right now, there's a very good chance that specifically this building gets destroyed. And if that happens, I have a huge problem, because I cannot rebuild it because I won't have enough thorium. Okay, so after about half a minute of staring confused at my ship assembler why it was not completing, I realized that while building the cyanogen synthesizer, I actually used a little bit of my carbide that I needed to complete this building as well. So, yeah, time to panic, I guess. We are going to need to make some carbide to make any of this work. And I do have all the resources I need to do that. I am probably going to set up something similar like this, but whether or not that's going to be in time to actually save my base, that remains to be seen. Okay, panic update number 2. As I was waiting for my carbide to come in, I was like, well, I might as well start building some afflicts then. But in order to build afflicts, I actually need some electric power, and I need oxide for all of that. And even though I have been producing oxide from the beginning of the level, it is not quite enough for all I want to do at the moment. So yeah, I am now rapidly also building some more oxide production in the hopes that I will be able to survive. But honestly, at this point, I'm starting to feel very worried. Oh man, I was also wondering why my production of slag was so low, my alloy I should say, and that's because for some reason, and I think it happened while I was building this particular bridge over here, a single piece of graphite snuck in here and is now completely blocking half my silicon production, but most importantly it's blocking the part that feeds into my alloy. Yeah, this is starting to be a disaster. Speaking of disaster, the first wave is here. It is a total of 16 units. If I can survive this wave, I should be fine. But yeah, luckily these units don't seem to be particularly strong, and hopefully that means I can easily take them out. I'm not sure what else is to follow. Something else that is really confusing me, by the way, is why my ship assembler is not completing. I think I've run out of thorium, but I should have had enough, so I probably spent it somewhere. I just don't have any idea what on, because it wasn't the crucible. As far as I know, this doesn't. This actually does require thorium. So yeah, I should have done the math there. I also still haven't found any thorium, so I am going to just explore the map now with my radar, because otherwise I have no idea where to get it from. Let's see, these are honestly not too threatening units, just some tier 1 units. So if I could have actually built my afflicts, which wouldn't have been a problem if I had enough oxide, because remember, neither the carbide nor the thorium was a problem there. It was just a matter of me not having built this at the beginning of the level. Yeah, we should have easily been able to fend that off. As it stands, I think I should be able to still take all of that out. I'll just need to actually repair some of these buildings, but nothing too major in terms of that which has happened. Well, after some exploring, I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is I found thorium. The bad news is it's all the way over here, which is quite far away from my base actually, and it is also beyond the choke point that I had in mind to use to defend my base. It's also really close to the second spawning point, which is probably intentional because the first wave just came from down south. I'm guessing the second wave will either come from both directions, but at least from the second location as well, which means that I'm now going to set up a facility in probably the worst place on the map in terms of how easy it is to defend compared to where everything else I'm building is. But yeah, anyway, I'm still here, so I'm just gonna go for it. So I had another panic moment over here because I just realized that I can't actually mine this thorium, because in order to do that I need an eruption drill, and in order to build an eruption drill I need thorium, which I already spent on other stuff. But as you can see, I now have thorium again, because luckily there was some in the walls over here which just need a large plasma board to get it out. So I now have a pretty decent amount of thorium actually coming in. And once again, had I done some exploring earlier on, I would have built this much earlier. Because all it needs is some beryllium, some basic resources, a couple of these miners, and you're good to go. But that means that now I have some thorium. I can actually finish my ship assembler. I also still have the slag coming in. I already built 2 more, so there's one over here, there's one over here. I am going to, well, actually power this, because right now it's not doing anything. I'm going to build a second one over here as well. I should probably build a regen generator there as well, a regen projector I think it's called. And in the meanwhile, that means I should hopefully have about 2 of these tier 4 flying units when the next wave comes in, along with some afflicts. I'm a little worried about this production facility, but honestly, rebuilding this just takes a moment and a little bit of resources that I have plenty of, and in the meanwhile, the thorium will be flowing in. So, let's see if we can survive the second wave as well. Okay, so the second wave is about to come in. I have 2 afflicts down here with a little bit of wall protection, nothing too special, but we have the crawlers coming in here anyway, so I don't think the walls are going to do much other than catch some stray bullets, like I've said in the comments to some of you in the previous episode. I do have a regen projector here as well, so all of this should be fairly stable. I have a similar setup over here to protect my thorium, and also I'm not entirely sure if the enemy is going to come from this direction, both. I guess we're going to find out one way or another. I do have another afflict over here, so all in all I have my bases decently covered. I hope. Again, I'm not entirely sure where the waves are going to come from. If you're wondering, how many of those tier 4 units did you build so far, TDA? Well, the answer is exactly 0. The first one is about to pop out, I guess. Yeah, so it should be here in time. But I had several issues with my supply line for my cyanogen. I completely forgot to hook up the arcicide. Actually, right now it's still not working optimally because I am not supplying enough slag. But I'm pretty much in panic mode, trying to fix too many things at the same time, and that is never a good thing. On the other hand, this level is definitely providing more of a challenge than the previous level did, so it's not all bad. Well, my prediction of air units was correct. I'm not sure if all 9 of the enemies are actual air units, but yeah. Well, at least we have some air defense as well, some mobile air defense, I should say. So this Afflex should hopefully be able to take it out with a little bit of help from this tier 4 unit. As you can see, the tier 4 units are really strong. So yeah, there we go. That was not another wave taken out, actually. There are still 5 units on the map. I wonder what those are. Oh, yikes, it's actually some pretty advanced units coming from the all the way down south. Now, I do think that these 2 Afflex should be able to take those out quite easily, but wasn't expecting that, honestly. In the meanwhile, I need more power if I'm going to do anything else, so I'm setting up yet another batch of these generators to fix that. And while I'm at it, I'm actually going to set up some of these unit repair towers so I can start repairing those very valuable units I have flying over here. Why is this not working? Oh, okay. Yeah, power is a thing apparently. Okay, there we go. So the third wave is about to come in, and I didn't really expand my base all that much in terms of production in the meanwhile, but I did do quite a few other things. So, as you can see, I now have 3 Afflex with a proper wall over here. There are some region towers that are actually overlapping, so the idea is that nothing gets destroyed here, or at the very least will be very hard to destroy it. I built a little bit of a gauntlet here for the normal tanks to get through, so they need to pass along the way before they can do any damage. And in the meanwhile, I have 3 afflicts powering up to 120% shooting at them, so ideally that should take care of most of the enemies coming in. So far, I haven't really seen any waves in any of the levels that were able to withstand the power of 3 afflicts, or even 2, to be honest. So, I also made sure I have some proper air defense. So I have 2 dispersers over here along with some additional towers that should all be in range of covering whatever air units come through here. As you can see, I also have my own little air force with 6 of these tier 4 flying units. So that's actually quite a bit of firepower by itself. And then on the right hand side, this is probably my weak spot at the moment. I have another little gauntlet, although I expect that there will be crawlers coming through here, because I also did some exploring. And if you look at where the enemy is coming from, this is one of the spawn locations over here. There's no way there's any units coming through here unless there are either the hovering ones, which do no damage whatsoever, or it's crawlers, and the crawlers should go through here if they want to reach my base. So yeah, this is not really a gauntlet because they can just move over here, but there are 4 afflicts in the way shooting at them in the meanwhile, all again protected by region projectors. So I'm hoping, and of course I can always bring in my air units to support as well, that should be enough to keep everything safe. Honestly, compared to previous levels, this is quite a bit of defense, but I don't have a lot of units, so that's something to keep in mind. Speaking of units, while I was exploring the map, there's a lot of stuff on the map, but yeah, nothing really I want to grab because, well, it would be quite in danger of being attacked. However, there is another place where I can put down the bastion. So grabbing this would allow me to double the size of my army. However, I also feel like that might get attacked. So whether or not I want to do that, I'm not entirely sure, because honestly, just filling the map in towers is probably not the worst way to defeat all those waves. But I do want to make sure I have more of a mobile army than I currently have, so I do want to focus on some more unit production next. Speaking of units, if we look at the tier 5 units that I now have available to me, these are extremely powerful. They have special abilities. All in all, having a couple of these would be a massive upgrade to my army. I actually think a tier 5 unit can probably handle small armies just by itself. They are, however, extremely expensive to build. Now, I have resources, so that's not really the problem. The main problem I see with these is that they take 3 minutes to build a single unit. Now, again, a single unit is extremely powerful, But that seems like a lot of time to invest in a level that is all about timed waves. On the other hand, what I could also be doing in that same time is build an entire army of all the lower level units. I think you could probably go either way, but I need to think about this for a moment. How about this? I made an entire new setup over here to produce the exact same unit I am already producing, namely the tier 4 air unit, but this time around it is in this zone of the base that cannot be reached or left by any ground unit, so producing the air units all the way here in the back makes sense because, well, you can just fly them around, and that actually allows me to repurpose this facility over here to making, for example, the tier 4 crawlers. I do need, of course, to actually transport some materials over here, but that's where these cargo drones will be coming in. I pretty much only need the graphite and the silicon to be transported here, because I have everything else here. We need cyanogen, which I can just generate over here. It's going to be a little bit more power consuming, but all in all, that is not an issue. And I have beryllium over here, good to go already. I am also going to set up a couple of these cargo stations like this, so I can easily get things around. They fit nicely in between all the production lines I already have. This is going to turn into one big spaghetti, but that's just what this level is all about. Since I do most of my recording on pause because of all the time limits in this game, it's worth noting that a large part of the challenge actually comes from the fact that you need to kind of keep building while you're also defending, especially in these waves kind of levels. Because as you can see, the next wave is coming in 7.5 minutes, but the first wave that I am waiting for, well, the third wave, I should say, is only now arriving. So it takes about a minute or so for the actual enemy to reach you. This doesn't look all that threatening with 4 Afflicts to rain hell down on them. Oh, okay. I definitely need to finish this wall. I already expected this might happen. But yeah, these guys are kind of coming in through the back door now. I do hope that... I'm actually wondering why they're coming from this direction. I mean, they spawn here. At least that is what I've been told. And this doesn't seem like the most logical way to approach my base. Although, maybe it's just because these buildings over here are closer to reach from here. Is that it? Doesn't look like it would be the case. But yeah, anyway. I'm going to have to defend myself on multiple fronts. Now, there's nothing... well, other than the base, potentially. I was about to say there's nothing here that I actually want, but there is this base over here that I kind of want to take care of. But yeah, we might need to have a third line of defense over here. Even though this particular wave was kind of large in terms of numbers, it was a lot less threatening actually than the last few waves, because it were only lower tier units. Right, so this should be a lot better. I find that the AI always wants to take the same route, but it also prefers a unobstructed route above something that is blocked off. So this is now completely blocked off. I mean, crawlers can get through, but the smaller units that can't fly or crawl over cannot get through, so they should be preferring this route now, because this has open space and they could, in theory, directly run through my base. Of course, they're going to be completely obliterated when they try that. But yeah, we should no longer have people coming in through the back door, basically. My tier 4 unit production is also up and running in the area to the north, so that means that now I can start replacing this facility with one that produces something else. Okay, there we go, and now I also have the tier 4 crawlers in production while I'm still producing the tier 4 flying units. Well, you know, as soon as I remembered at least that these don't require the beryllium walls, but the tungsten walls. But anyway, these are now actually in production, so we should have our first creepy crawler coming up. It's not going to be there for wave number 4, but what is going to be there for wave number 4 are a boatload of afflicts. I will be able to finish this one before the wave arrives. I also added some more of those to this side of the map. This is way more afflicts than I've ever had on defense. This side is not really that well defended, but I'm not expecting anyone to come through here anymore now I blocked it off. If that's actually going to be the case, I don't know, but that feels a little bit weird that I now have what I think is the best defense I've ever built, and we still have 6 waves to go, so I am a little bit worried about what is still to come. Well, for one, we're getting a Guardian wave in a little while, but for now it's still 31 enemies, and we are getting another wave in 8 minutes after that. Well, we do have quite a bit of air units coming in, but they... Well, I wanted to show it to you, but they died before they got anywhere close to my base. And the same actually holds for the units that came down here. Now, there's still some more units remaining. And they do seem to go through this side. And they do not care about the fact that these walls are closed. Can I just run over them? No, they can't. They actually get stuck behind it, although they do a fairly good job at actually killing my walls. But luckily, I think these tier 4 units should be able to take them out pretty easily. But that does mean that my tactic about blocking this side is not really working like intended, so we're going to have to do something about that. So how about this? Rather than trying to block off this area over here or trying to defend this base over here, I just made a bottleneck here. Now, this is, again, a highly defended location. As you can see, I do need to add the pipeline here. There are 1, 2, 3, 4 afflicts over here. A completely wall of area with 3 walls. Some of you recommended that I should be building my walls of 3 thick, so there you go. I do listen. And just because I could, why not just add some titans to it? Because I do have thorium over here, and that is what these titans need. These are only going to fire at ground units. But that's pretty much everything that will be coming through here, because all the flying units seem to be going straight from here to my main base. I've also got some of those tier 4 crawlers up and running, and holy moly, these things are ginormous. Not entirely sure what this is supposed to be. They kind of have, like, I don't know, antlers or something like that? I don't know. But yeah, these things are huge. And since I'm now capped out on flying units, I want to start building a citadel over here. That should give me a nice little boost to my maximum army size, and honestly, I'm kind of running out of other things to do at this point. Okay, well, let's see if this all works like intended. There are just a couple of units coming through here, though. That's not going to be a problem. Oh man, they didn't even get to shoot at the wall, I think. There's still some more units to go, 31 more enemies, so let's find out what those are. Hey, look, they have some creepy crawlies of their own. However, yeah, these are not going to make it against my afflicts. They did destroy a little piece of wall, though, so I need to repair that, but yeah, I just wonder where the other 28 units are. Oh, wait, hold on. Look, they are getting massacred over here. Apparently some of the units go through this route, and then some of the units go through that route, which is a little bit surprising, honestly. And they also sent some flying units in this direction. Interesting. Again, everything is completely getting destroyed by my defenses, and I have plenty of materials to add to that. But, yeah, so far, so good. Oh, wait, I think I just realized what is happening. So the creepy crawlies are coming from this direction all the way through here, I think. It's probably just a little bit shorter than going the other way around, so that makes sense in that way. And then the other group of units is coming from down here, goes all the way around here, so they come from this direction. So that does mean that everything I build in terms of defense should probably be in this general area anyway, because then I can catch them from this direction and use my turrets for both directions at the same time. Anyway, I am happy to report I now have a citadel up and running, so I should be able to produce some more units. Now let's see how our units are actually doing. Look, there's more and more of them showing up. I'm not actually using them for my defense yet, but I can now build 30 of them. So yeah, you know, that's a thing. So anyway, I built some more towers, specifically afflicts, because I really like these towers, just because they solely rely on energy, at least if you don't power them with slag, which is even more efficient. And considering I have this nice little lake over here, that's exactly what I'm doing. So I actually now have 2 lines of defense for my main base on the left side, which seems to be where most of the enemies are coming from. That is not even counting the ever-increasing amount of tier 4 mechs that is over here. How many of those do I have now? It's 8 of them, and I have 18 tier 4 flying units as well. I haven't really been using any of my units to defend at this point whatsoever, but yeah, you know, I can use them if I need to. I'm probably going to finish this wall for now because it's a little bit undefended if there's more of those crawlers coming from this direction. But let's find out how the 110 enemies are going to deal with these defenses. Well, a lot of them are just going to die instantly when they get over here, because theirs are just well, just tier 1 units mostly. There's some tier 2 and 3 in here as well, I believe. But yeah, there's not really much you can do against this massive amount of firepower. There are some air units trying to sneak past there. Hold on. And speaking of air units, there's also a whole bunch of them coming at my afflicts over here. But yeah, remember I did build some of these region projectors, so even though I am taking some damage, it seems that my defenses are holding up just fine. Now, how are we doing over here? Yep, there are some buildings being destroyed by these air units, but nothing I can't easily rebuild. Oh look, there's more. There's more. 16, 17 units remaining. Yeah, not really anything dangerous. At this point, I'm just trying to have some fun with the enemy, so I'm going to make a little bit of a obstacle course for them over here to get through. That is probably going to get destroyed, but I can easily rebuild it. It's just beryllium after all. I also added in a luster over here that is being fueled by a semi-optimized atmospheric concentrator making some nitrogen. It's not working at full speed. It doesn't need to, because half of the time it will be doing nothing, and I am storing up some liquid in this tank over here. So whenever we actually have the enemy getting close by, then it will start firing. It should have more than enough nitrogen to function off that. Yeah, at this point I have 11 of those large creepers as well. I repositioned my air force to the place that I just struggled a little bit because the enemy was sneaking through. Now that does put me at somewhat of a risk in case the flying units decide for whatever reason to go back on their original route, because I didn't really add any more defenses than I already had. So I might just opt to either just keep the new air units that I'm producing here. That might actually be what I'm going to do. But I also might want to move at least a couple of these units, let's say like 5 or so. Let's move those back, just in case the enemy decides to come through here. I don't know with how many units they're going to do that, but I have a feeling I should be just fine, even if I don't build anything new to complete this level at this point. But yeah, I might as well spend the resources that I'm now making. Okay, we're actually almost one more wave ahead, because I got a wave and I barely noticed. That's not really surprising considering how many turrets I have here. This is the initial line of defense that I set up. But now we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, I believe, afflicts, but also 3 titans over here, along with a gazillion of these tactas. There's 18 of them. So yeah, nothing is going to get through here. That would very much surprise me, because that would mean that wave is a lot stronger than the previous waves. I have a little bit of backup over here in case I need it, but then again, the other units are not that far away in case I need to defend here. I don't think these turrets have done anything past wave 3 or so. I'm not entirely sure why, but the air units seem to be taking a different route now. I have a backup afflict here in the back. I added some more afflicts over here. Why? Because afflicts are awesome, but honestly, these haven't been doing exactly nothing. This territory over here, I added in some more defense as well. I have a repair tower over here that is actually not working. Why is it not working? Because I am trying to get the actually wondering what this will give me. Ozone. Well, that's what I wanted. That's good. And now it's no longer ozone. And if I put this, that's really annoying to get the correct thing out of these electrolyzers if you put them like this, but that's my own mistake. Anyway, it's not really that big of a problem, because nothing really gets through all of these towers. As you can see, I have 5 afflicts and 2 titans over here. We do have a guardian coming in pretty soon. Let's see if this wave is actually going to be able to achieve anything. 77 units. So, you know, that's quite a lot. They're also melting away in front of my titans and afflicts. I really love these things because they do a lot of damage, but they also kind of nicely spread it around. You do see a couple of blasts going through. They actually destroyed a few buildings over here. I might need to go and repair those. But, yeah, all in all. The only reason I'm actually getting hit here is because the shots are going over this mountain, but they can't actually go through a wall. So if I do something like this, that should actually protect these buildings in the future from being attacked. Now, there are 22 more units. I'm guessing, yeah, they're going to come from over here. And as you can see, these are relatively low-level units. There are some higher-level units in here. Oh, look, this is actually a tier 5 unit, I believe. But, Yep, it's still melting away. I didn't even lose any of these tiny little walls over here either. I think we're pretty much good to go for the last wave as well. I'm just gonna finish building this wall, and then we're going to press that button. Okay, 117 enemies incoming and a Guardian. Well, a lot of those units were apparently the lower level units that are melting away, so those don't really count. Those are not going to do anything to my base, even though there are some tier 4 and maybe tier 5. I think these are still tier 4-ish. Well, anyway, they are pretty much dead. Let's check what's going on over here. I'm actually too slow. Everything already died. It is quite entertaining. I actually don't know where the enemy Guardian is going to come from. Is this it? I am not sure. I am bringing in my air units now, because if anyone was going to attack me over here, they would have already done so. So I'm just going to see if I can find that Guardian, question mark. Is it already dead? The health bar disappeared. I guess so. It was in here somewhere. Apologies that I didn't notice it, but we have one unit remaining. And there we go, sector captured. Now, I have to admit, the initial stages of this level were quite intense, especially because I didn't do any exploring. I wasn't really sure what I was getting in what order, and I was making a few mistakes along the way, which definitely did not help, running out of carbide and things like that. But yeah, once you have your initial defense established, that's about it. The game is no longer any difficult. And honestly, I was expecting a little bit more. Maybe it would have been fun if the actual angle at which the enemy attacks you changes every now and then. Maybe not every wave, but like you see a new landing zone popping up like after 3 waves, and you kind of need to adapt to that, or something along those lines. I'm not entirely sure what, but this was a little bit too easy after the initial start. I think the last like 6 waves or so didn't really add anything compared to the first 3 or 4. Anyway, I don't want to complain too much. I was just hoping for a bit more of a challenge, but I think the next level is going to give me exactly that. So, sorry for all the rambling. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I definitely hope to catch you in the next one. Hey, it's TDA, and today we're playing the final level of Erekir in Mindustry. However, before I can actually do that, I am going to need to complete the technology tree, which I have completely been ignoring for the last few levels pretty much. But yeah, I can't land on this planet until I do this research. So I'm gonna go back to the previous level and see what I need to do in order to complete that. I didn't actually build the phase synthesizer, which I unlocked in this level. So let's see, we need thorium, sand, and ozone, and heat. That's a lot of different things. Now I remember why I didn't build it. We also need quite a bit of power, but we should have plenty of that to go around. And then we're going to produce what? Phase fabric. Okay, well, let's get going. Alright, so thorium, we have a lot of heat production, we have some ozone and some sand, and oh look at that, we now have phase fabric. Let's see what we get by researching that. Well, the answer is quite a lot, and it seems I'm going to be here for a while just producing phase fabric, because all of this costs a ton to unlock. But let's see, we have a large constructor, which allows us to create larger buildings in this particular thing. We have the Neoplasia reactor, which is an even more powerful way to generate some power. Never built a flux reactor, but yeah, we can upgrade once more. Let's see what else. We have the phase heater. This is probably one of the first things I want to unlock, because this is a new way to heat our structures by using phase fabric. We have a shielded wall, which I can unlock straight away. It's just an upgraded version. We have a new turret, the Smite, which fires bursts of piercing lightning emitting bullets. That's always nice to have. The Malign, which fires a barrage of homing laser charges at enemy targets. Requires extensive heating. Yay, more buildings that require heating. Let's see, what else? We have the basic assembler module. Increases assembler tier when placed next to a construction boundary, requires power. This is going to be interesting. I'm not entirely sure what all of that means. So let's check that out. Yeah, I think that was it. The large constructor we covered. Let's go and unlock all of that. Alright, so let's start with the face heater. This is a heating building, and it's actually a pretty interesting one. It's not that expensive to make. We do need carbide, but other than that, it's pretty straightforward. It only requires 0.12 face fabric per second, so we can actually have 4 of these from the production of a single face fabric fabricator, and that will give us 15 heat. Now, the nice thing about this is you can actually pair it up with the phase synthesizer, that's what the building was called. That also requires heat, but it is producing the phase fabric that it needs to produce the heat from the phase heater. Now, of course, you do need to kickstart it by producing some initial heat, but once you have this going, it should be producing non-stop after that. So that's kind of nice. Let's see what else do we have. The assembler module is used to actually upgrade the machine production. As you can see right now, I'm making tier 4 units, but if I would place one of these down here, this will get upgraded and it will start to at least attempt to produce tier 5 units, which it can't because it doesn't have the right inputs, but that is how that apparently works. I'm not sure I'm loving this type of upgrading of your buildings, but it is what it is. So if we want tier 5 units, that is what we're going to have to do. We also have the Smite, which is another upgraded type of turret that actually runs on slag alloy, or surge alloy I should say. I'm not a huge fan of this because, well, we need that to build a lot of other things as well, but yeah, you know, it does do quite a lot of damage and it seems to be able to put out a lot of damage really quickly. And then we have the other turret that we just unlocked, the Malign, which is really expensive to put down. This is a lot of stuff, and it also requires a massive amount of power. Not to mention a massive amount of heat. So you definitely need those phase fabric heaters in order to get all of this heat going. And even then you still need 6 of them. So that's quite a lot. Anyway, they hit everything, land and air, so that's useful. And I have no idea really how to read this. It looks like this might do a lot of damage, but honestly I won't be able to tell unless we try this out. Speaking of trying things out, I didn't realize this until someone actually pointed it out in the comments, so this is a typical case of me not reading properly. The upgraded cores actually give you upgrades to your base unit, the one you're flying around with and building everything with, as well. So as you can see, the Acropolis that we just unlocked actually allows us to upgrade our main unit to an Eminent. It doesn't actually tell you what that does, but it will basically, I looked it up, build some things faster, fly around faster, so everything you're doing you can do better if you have the upgraded version. That has actually also already been the case for the Citadel, I think, yeah. You can see here the Citadel upgrades your unit to the inside, which is slightly better than what we have at the beginning, because that is the one that comes with the Bastion, which is the Evoke. This is all your core unit, you don't need to build anything as far as I know, but yeah, it's just a little upgrade once you get those larger cores going. Now, did I miss anything else? I don't think anything of importance at least, so let's go and give that last level a try. And I'm pretty sure this is going to be the last level, since the threat level is Eradication, so yeah, no pressure there. It has an enemy base, the final sector, oh, it says right here, with a significant enemy presence. No probable research opportunities remain, focus solely on destroying all enemy cores. Well, that sounds like a fun plan, let's go with it. Well, okay, here we go. Let's see how bad this is going to be. I'm actually going to try just to play it through straight away without doing any exploring. I thought that might be a nice little challenge. And there's actually quite a bit here to explore, it seems already. We have like a little bit of a secondary expansion over here. Okay, let's pause and figure out what we have to work with. Well, the short answer is not much. We have some turrets over here and here. There is an eruption drill making a decent amount of beryllium over here, as well as a lot of graphite production. There's a little bit of stone and therefore silicon production, and that's about it. We do have some oxide production over here and nitrogen. For some unknown reason, I'm probably going to find out at some point, but for now I have no idea why there's a nitrogen generator over here. We are going to need some nitrogen in order to actually transport our stuff from this island to over here, because as far as I can tell, this is the only place that we can currently get some tungsten going. and we're going to need plenty of that. There's more graphite over here, some more beryllium. There's no thorium on the map that I can see, which is where this ship fabricator is going to come in. This was already supplied by the game from the start, basically so I can do some scouting. This somewhat convoluted facility should produce all the tungsten we need for the moment and also export it through this cargo loader over here towards here, so we have that covered. Well, I took some of my ships and went exploring to see what I could find, and the answer is enemies, enemies, and more enemies. There are literally enemies at every single direction, with the exception of this one, which I'm not entirely sure, because I needed crawlers to get past here. But straight to the north, there's enemies. To the north, what is this? North-northwest or something like that. There's more enemies. Might be the same base, not entirely sure. There's another base over here down south, and probably a second or third base down here, and then there is another base here that has a massive amount of defenses. And this is actually the way I think we need to approach this, because the different bases do seem to have different levels of defense. So if we look at this one, it is pretty straightforward, just some breaches. The entranceway is actually open, so I could just walk my units through there and get through like that. Same over here. If we go down south, we can't really tell a lot yet, because my units were getting destroyed, but there are at least some basic defenses over here. However, when I went over here, you can see there's afflicts set up and things like that, and the same holds for over here. So long story short, I don't think we're going to get through here until we have like tier 3 and 4 units. Which begs the question, how are we actually going to get those units? Because as far as I can tell, there's no thorium on the map so far, so we're probably going to have to find that. I actually tried to discover things down south, but you can see the afflicts destroying my puny little tier 1 unit. So, no thorium on the map. We also have only this tiny little pool of arcosite, which is not going to get very far in terms of production. So that makes producing power very hard. It also makes producing certain other more high tier items really hard. So I think we're going to have to go back to basics, prepare an army to initially defend and attack with, and then just again take it from there. So how about this? We have all the tier 1 and 2 units in production. It gave me a reason to use my old blueprint again. And we're also running now a power deficit. So I'm probably going to go out and get some more power, because yeah, this is not going to cut it. So the next unit escalation is only in 20 minutes. That's actually quite a lot. So I think I'm supposed to take out at least 1 or 2 bases in the meanwhile. Now the real question is, how long can we afford to wait? You do kind of want to have a critical mass of units, because if you bring just enough units to take out the enemy, then basically after that you're going to be wiped out and not be able to destroy the base. But if you bring slightly more than what you need to break through the defenses, you will keep most of your units intact. That's just how that typically works. The real question is, how many units is that exactly? As you can see, my army is starting to mass up quite nicely. We have a little bit of everything already, even some flying units already. But yeah, as you can see, I am going to be attacked now as well. And nothing too impressive as of yet, but that will change in the near future. I've actually been attacked from every single angle you can think of, so I've put a diffuse over here because I do have the ammunition for it being supplied there, and I put another luster and breach over here because I have tungsten and I have nitrogen production here anyway, so that should hopefully make sure that random parts of my base are not going to get destroyed. It's going to take a little bit of a moment to get a foothold here. I also built another breach over here because again I do have tungsten, so at least I can hold off the enemy hopefully by doing that. But yeah, we're going to definitely have to take out a couple of bases to make this a little bit more manageable, because as you can see, enemies are coming in from every direction, every angle, which is really, really annoying. I do have to mention that something I didn't realize, mostly because I haven't been using these turrets quite a lot recently, is that the breaches and diffusers don't cost any power. So you might as well just build a couple of those and make sure you have some ammunition, because that does make defending these little corners a little bit easier, and it doesn't slow anything down because they do not require any power. That said, I do think it's now time to take the fight to the enemy, so let's find out if this is going to work. Okay, well, taking down this enemy base is not entirely trivial, considering there are Air defenses, there are a lot of different things going on. I'm just going to go and push through and destroy whatever I can, making sure I take out this bastion, and then hopefully that should avoid everything that is coming through the back door here to get in my way. There we go, that's nice, a nice amount of cleanup. Now there are some residual units and defenses there. Let's see if there's anything else here. Then at least one way into my base is now officially closed off. Okay, so the remaining defenses were taken out as well. I could actually go round the back over here and take out the remaining turrets. And look at that, we have Arcoside over here and Slag. And now this base is gone, we might also be able to grab this if we need some more Arcoside. But this will allow us to do a couple of things. First of all, it will allow us to build more power, because that's definitely an issue at the moment. Especially since all the other random towers I've been building are slightly going to be taken out by any enemy units. As you can see, I'm running a pretty massive deficit now. But yeah, hopefully that Arcoside will fix that. We also have access to a second base, so we can start building a larger army, assuming we can actually stay alive in the meanwhile. And we should now also have all the things we need once we have the power going to start producing things like alloy, carbide. Yeah, so we have work to do. There we go. It's all in the darkness for the moment until I build this base over here. But look, we have a vent condenser and electrolyzer, making sure we get some slag pump over here. And that goes all the way across to over here, where I have two of these generators, making me a fair amount of power. This is not going to be enough, but it is going to be enough for now, because as you can see, I am now running a surplus once again. So I can actually start producing all my units at maximum speed. So that means that we should now probably turn this into an actual factory making tier 4 units, but in order to do that, it's going to be a hell of a lot easier if I build a base here first. With this bastion up and running, I can actually now build 45 of every single unit, so I can make a pretty hefty amount of level 1 and 2 units, but I definitely want those tier 4 units to join the club as well. I think I should be able to fit everything I need in order to make those in here, because I also want to make sure I start producing alloy as well as carbide, because those are the two things I am, well, not running out of, but I am running low on, especially the carbide, and I need that for pretty much everything else. So I just want to make sure I get that up and running before I run out of anything else. It does seem that we don't really need to worry about thorium too much. I can actually build everything I want to do, I think, from the 2k that I still have in reserve. But yeah, this is going to be a bit of a puzzle. I think this layout is a relatively compact way to get all that graphite going, as well as the beryllium that we have over here. I kind of am still running low on beryllium. It's amazing that this far in the game, that's still one of the main bottlenecks, but okay. However, with all of this built, we are now producing a massive amount of silicon that I'm going to need to produce, well, a lot of other things. But I'm also, once again, quite low on power. So there we go, that's 2 more generators up and running, and I am now running pretty low on the carbide, but at least we have about 4k power to work with. And using that power, I made all of this. Now I am producing the carbide over here, the carbide crucible, and I'm also producing some alloy in the surge crucible. And to make sure all of that work, I need a ton of slag. But yeah, all of that is working according to plan. So now I'm producing every single resource in the game except for thorium and except for phase fabric, but I need thorium to make that. So this is about as much as I can do for the moment. So let's focus on some tier 4 tanks. But while I was thinking about making those tier 4 units, I got a little bit worried about the escalation that is about to happen. So I figured, why not use some of that alloy to set up some defenses. So 2 afflicts over here, along with some walls and a regen projector to make sure everything stays alive. I set up a regen projector over here as well. I haven't really been attacked here anymore. Now I took care of the northern base, but yeah, just in case. And most importantly, since I expect most of the enemies to come through this corridor over here, 2 afflicts over here and 2 afflicts over here, these 2 can actually double up to make sure this corridor stays safe as well. Although I think that is probably the next base I'm going to be taking out. Not entirely sure yet, but yeah, we might need to deal with that in some way or another. All in all, I think this is a pretty massive upgrade to my defensive, even if I already have a lot of units. But remember, tier 1 and 2 units don't do that much against the higher tier units. So yeah, we're going to have to build those tier 4 units ourselves. So, TDA from the future here. As I was trying to figure out how I was going to fit in all the tier 4 production in this area, the short answer was, well, probably I was not going to be able to fit everything in there. Mostly because this layout is quite horrible in order to fit these giant production centers in there. So I figured, why not just go to the neighbors and claim some more building space, which is exactly what I did. I sent in all my crawlers and my flying units, because remember, there's these little walls over here, and was easily able to wipe out this base. Now, sadly, my recording went wrong, so I have no way to show that to you, but there wasn't really anything of interest in this base other than some creepy crawlies and some turrets. Pretty similar, actually, to compared to this base. I think it was maybe slightly better defended. It had some anti-air turrets as well, mostly, but other than that, it was easy to take out. It's worth noting that I could actually build a larger base over here, but those are pretty expensive, so I figured, well, you just put in a bastion, make sure I have somewhere to deliver my resources, because look at this, we actually have thorium now. Which means that at this point I actually cleared out all the bases to the north, and that means we have, I think this is one single large base over here, probably like the main base, and then we have at least 2 more bases over here. There's one over here, there's probably one over here, and one over here. I'm not entirely sure about whether or not these 2 bases are separate. But yeah, we have plenty of bases to go, basically. The good news is that even though I just had the escalation, the next escalation is only in 30 minutes. Which means it's probably going to be a pretty large escalation, but that does give us quite a lot of time to build some of those tier 4 units. And now I have thorium. Maybe we could even consider building the tier 3 units as well. And it's also, remember, worth noting that we can now, if I select one of these buildings, if it will let me, we can build 60 of every single unit. So that is 60 tier 3, 4, etc., whatever we can build units on top of the level 1 and 2 that we already are producing. So that's a pretty massive army. Again, the levels 1 and 2 are probably not going to matter that much in the end, but they are able to take stray bullets, they are going to be able to do some damage. So yeah, let's just go and add in some more substantial units to that mix. And if you were wondering what I needed all that space for, well, here's your answer. Now, this is not entirely true, because I'm doing quite a few different things here. So first of all, I am going to be producing the tier 4 crawlers over here, and they should hopefully be able to get past here, because I also included quite a little bit of air defense specifically, because I'm a little bit worried that this base will start producing air units, will send them straight at this thing, and then I really have a problem. So a lot of dispersers over here to hopefully take care of that. Remember, they work on tungsten, which I'm producing over here in these drills, as well as here on these drills, and of course these drills are getting me some thorium, and that's the same thing that these drills are doing. In order to get all of those drills up and running, I need a lot of hydrogen, which is what these things are producing, and this one over here. And then I'm also using some of that ozone that I'm then producing to start producing phase fabric over here. Now, in order to produce a phase fabric, I of course need some of that thorium, so this is where some of that thorium is going to go with the overflow going into the bastion. I also need sand, so this is why you see all of this sand production over here, because I'm trying to overclock this thing. So right now I'm doing this with electric heaters, but I'm going to switch those to these phase fabric heaters as soon as I have the phase fabric production actually up and running. And I am going to use some of that phase fabric to also power a couple of other things. So that's why I'm exporting some of that into this exporter over here, which needs some nitrogen to get going. And I'm going to transport that all the way over here, because I want this cyanogen generator to be fueled by phase fabric only. Now, the nice thing about that is I can easily overclock it with a lot of heat just with these 2 phase fabric heaters. So hopefully that should do the trick. Now that the cyanogen is then going into the production of the tier 4 units, and of course in order to do that I also need some of the tungsten, which is coming from over here, in order to make the tungsten blocks, as well as the tier 1 units, which need of course silicon, as well as some beryllium. Now let me remind myself where I am getting the beryllium from, over here. So we have a little bit of everything. Hopefully that is going to be enough. It's going to take me a minute to build all of this, but yeah, if I have this up and running, I will have literally every single resource in the game in production, including phase fabric, and that will unlock some other interesting stuff for us to do. I will also have a lot easier time actually producing heat, I will have one tier 4 unit in production, and then we can take it from there. So this took me quite a bit longer to build actually than I expected, and the weird thing is, in those whole 10 minutes or so, I haven't been attacked once. So that's either a very good or a very bad sign, but yeah, it is what it is. However, I also have a problem because this production is not actually working. You can see the bots are actually being pushed out of the conveyor rather than into the building, which I actually didn't expect, so I'll have to slightly redesign this so it actually works. Okay, so production line fix, we should have our first tier 4 unit popping out soon, and that means it's now on to move on to bigger and better things. Specifically, I want to see if I can build a Neoplasia reactor. This is going to produce a massive amount of power. It only needs arcoside, water, and phase fabric, all of which I now have, and it's going to output not just neoplasm, but a massive amount of heat, which sounds pretty useful because that's pretty much used in everything else that I'm trying to do. So let's see if we can get it up and running. Well then, there we go. We have a Neoplasia reactor up and running, and this thing is putting out a massive amount of power, like I just said. I'm now sitting at a 7k surplus, dipping up and down a little bit depending on what I'm producing, but yeah, this is a lot of power. I can basically fill the map with afflict towers now if I would want to, but that's not what we're going to do because of course we need more units. Okay, note to self, you may need to make sure the neoplasma has somewhere to go, because apparently if you build it into a wall, it can't drain away like I initially did, and then everything blows up, so yeah. Oh well, that's nothing that a little rebuilding can fix, although it was quite expensive to do that, so yeah, but as you can see, I now have all my power back up and running, as well as the tier 4 air units in production. Look, it seems that I am actually getting attacked, I'm just not noticing those attacks, but it's not completely bugged out, at least. What is a little bit weird is that I've been attacked for a pretty long time at this particular node, but yeah, as you can see, this node is not going down at a high speed if the enemy is shooting like it is, so I'm not entirely sure what's going on there, but I'm not too worried, but my army is stacking up quite nicely. So yeah, these are all tier 4 units, and a whole bunch of tier 1 and 2 units that I'm not entirely sure are going to be super useful, but hey, it's an army and we'll use it. And with all of this infrastructure in place, we can also start building tier 4 normal tanks. So I'm using basically this area over here that is not obstructed by anything other than my own walls. I guess I might need to replace these. But yeah, it should be easy for these tanks to get through and then be able to go basically down here to attack any of these bases, depending on where I want to go first. That said, I do need to do some construction, and that is probably going to take more than those 4 minutes for the enemy to ramp up their attacks once more. There we go, everything in production, and I'm getting a little bit lazy at this point, so I'm using a lot of these cargo unload points to just get stuff all around my base. Kind of cool though, because you can see all the drones flying around, and that does really add something to the factory feel of my entire base. Apparently there's another escalation happening in about half an hour, so I'm not sure how far we're escalating this thing. But given the size of my army at this point, as you can see, it is stacking up quite a bit. I think we should be able to take on another base or two at least. Now, let's see, where are we sending these things? Is this one done? Yeah, it is. Look, my first tier 4 tank. Now, time to do some exploring. And what better way to do that than 34 of the tier 2 flying units, the Averts. These can attack anything, both the ground and the air units, if I remember correctly. So that should be a nice way to maybe stalk out this particular base. This seems like one of the weaker ones because it's only connected by lava. So it can't have too many defenses, otherwise it's pretty much impossible to take. So worth noting is that as soon as I started to explore, suddenly I was getting attacked from all angles. And as you can see, we're bringing tier 4 units to my base now as well. So yeah, I'm really happy that I started to kind of bulk up. I built some additional afflicts and things like that all around. Because if this was just a trigger for the enemy to start attacking, then we're going to need those towers. In the meanwhile, it's always interesting to actually note that there's a lot more bases than what I initially thought. Because as you can see, this map goes down a lot further than I initially thought. Wow, look at that. But yeah, there are way more bases than I thought initially. I thought it was just a few over here, but as you can see, there's a small one over here. There's a large one here. There's at least one more over here, but probably maybe multiple. This might be a giant base, actually. I'm not entirely sure. So, well, we have our work cut out for us. That said, I'm just going to give myself some breathing room and take out the enemy bases one by one. And I think we should be able to take out a lot of this pretty easily with my Air Force. Because as you can see, these tier 4 units are ripping through all of this. And even though they are trying to defend, I mean, the tier 2 flying units are pretty easily defending my Air Force. And the Air Force itself has a massive range, as you can see. So this is just ripping through the enemy units, and this base is no longer going to bother us any further. And the nice thing about these tier 4 units is that they actually outrange a lot of the other turrets as well. So yeah, you can see I can actually target some of these other turrets just from a pretty safe range without getting like cluster bombed by all the other turrets at the same time. Now the actual projectiles can be intercepted, and you can see this is actually kind of annoying, so I want to take a different approach with that, just basically distracting the enemy with my cheaper units, while the more expensive units can take care of the turrets in the meanwhile. It also helps if I attack from different angles, because these anti-air turrets can only attack from a single direction, so if projectiles are coming from multiple directions, it's a lot harder to actually intercept them. And as you can see, I can now target the enemy base over here, so hopefully maybe I should focus fire it a little bit. Nope, there it goes already. And that is one more base down. Taking a small break from trying to wipe out the enemy, because I do feel that I should keep increasing my defenses while I can. I'm sticking with the usual recipe with the afflicts. I'm moving my walls slightly forward and adding some turrets along the way, mostly because that just creates several barriers of turrets, so anything coming through on the ground will have to work its way through all of that. I am including some of these regen projectors as well, so I think that should be pretty much impossible. But yeah, you know, you never know, but it should be a fairly safe way to approach that. And remember, I still have this massive army sitting in the back here. It's kind of stuck, but I am trying to replace my walls now with some of these blast doors, so I can start slowly moving out my units as well. Probably the most sensible thing to do at this point is take out this base, because I think it's less defended than this giant one over here, but I just want to see and try and have fun with my Air Force for a moment. So I'm going to creep down the side over here and see if I can kind of sneak in the back of this base over here. And you know, it's kind of fun to see these turrets try to battle with all the incoming projectiles. I don't think it's winning. It's doing a fairly good job of it, honestly, but maybe if I use the same trick once again, kind of spread out my own units, then it should be able to take the turret out. So it takes a little while, it takes a little bit of pounding, as you can see, but yeah, there we go, the first turrets are going down. Now this afflict, or whatever it is kind of a pain, so I might want to kind of focus fire this down, see if that works, send in a couple of the other units as cannon fodder to distract the turrets. It does look that they have some sort of shielding over here. Not entirely sure how this is working, but it is doing a fairly good job at defending against my Air Force. Well, I just learned a very expensive lesson, and that is that sneaking through the back over here is not going to work. The enemy was ready for that. As you can see, there's a lot of anti-air turrets over here all over the place. There's even stronger turrets down the back. So yeah, we're going to have to bring in a massive army to take out this particular base. However, we are amassing exactly that, so that shouldn't be too much of a problem. But I am happy I can just cheese my way through this level, honestly. However, I can harass the enemy base a little bit by sending in the tier 2 units as kind of a sacrifice, while the tier 4 units take out some of the less defended spots of the base. Now, this is a relatively slow and expensive way to take out parts of the enemy base, but you know, taking out like the thorium production over here like I just did does mean that some of the other turrets might no longer get the materials they need. But you know, what's the fun in that if you can also just send in a whole army of several hundred units and just say, well, yeah, you just go and attack the enemy base while I'll take things from the back. And yeah, that should be fairly effective. I mean, keep in mind though that a lot of those units are just tier 1 and 2 units, and they're not going to do that much, but again, they're nice cannon fodder, while the larger units that you can see over here will completely rip that base apart. And I can just like kind of target in the back, target the more aggressive turrets, the more dangerous turrets I should say. And as you can see, this is very easily just stomping all over the place, although the end result is that most of the lower tier units are just getting obliterated. But the higher tier units do get a chance to move in, take out the turrets, and then just stomp all over the base. And there we go, yet another base down. Oh look, I found some more of those shields that we saw before. That's interesting. We're definitely going to have to take those out because that enemy base was way too well defended to take out in a normal way. Look, I found something that's heavily fortified. Not entirely sure what it is, but yeah, that is a lot of units getting in the way there. Let me walk right through the walls and make sure I take this out, because I think we should find some of those like shield turrets or whatever they're called, shield batteries maybe, and those are definitely going to have to be taken out. And well, as long as we take down the Bastion, or Acropolis in this case, that should take care of at least one of those connections. There are a lot of enemy units still coming from like random directions. There are going to be a lot more bases on this map than I initially expected. It also doesn't help if your tier 4 tanks get stuck behind your walls nonetheless, so yeah, I'm gonna have to delete some of these buildings to make sure they can actually help me out. And well, the resistance in these bases is definitely ramping up. There's a lot of tier 4 units, there's a lot of like high level turrets in here. And it's not a problem with the amount of units that I have. Well, not much of a problem, I should say. But yeah, I'm definitely not going to be able to stomp all over the map with just a single wave of units like I was initially intending to. Okay then, this looks like a tier 5 tank, and if they're going to attack me with those wings, I might be in at least a little bit of trouble. Let's see how much firepower it takes to take one of those out. The answer is quite a lot. Did I just find like a back door to the enemy base by walking over these walls over here? I mean, looks like it. At least I can do some initial damage. I do need to make sure I'm targeting the right towers though, because these things do hurt and they do damage my units. But if I can take out this Acropolis, I am really interested to see what will happen to this base over here. Some lag, and yeah, okay, we took down this base in a pretty smart and efficient way. So at this point, I cleared out bases over here, over here, over here, of course in the north as well. So I do think we're getting near the end. Now, from what I can tell, this seems to be one giant mega base, which is also probably where those tier 5 units are coming from. I'm going to do a little bit more exploring to see if I can find like a weak spot in that base as well. I have a feeling there might not be one, but it's worth trying to find out. And in the meanwhile, I can kind of rebuild my army, because taking out these bases did put a pretty huge dent in my defenses, or at least in my offense, I should say, my army. So yeah, I need to get as many units as I can get up and running before I take on this particular base. Well, I mean, I wouldn't call this a weak spot, but at least I get to annoy them with my units. Anyway, the good news is the final escalation happened, and the bad news is I still have to defeat 2 enemy cores. So that means that, as far as I can tell, they are going to be in this corner over here. There's probably 2 bases rather than 1 large base. And this base is extremely well defended. Just look at this. There's anti-air turrets all around the place. There's these giant turrets, several of them all over the place as well. I am going to need a lot of units to get through this. Now, the good news is that with the defeat of all those bases that I already took out, I was able to build a couple more bastions and things like that. Honestly, it doesn't really matter, I think, what type of base you place down. The main goal here is to expand my army even further. I have level 1, level 2, and level 4 units in production. I think now is the time to start thinking about my own tier 5 units. Just because it's cool, I want to make sure I've built them before we end the campaign. But I'm probably also actually going to need them to get through those massive defenses in the enemy base. Because even though I can build a lot of these units, those turrets are nothing to scoff at. In order to make those tier 5 units, I'm going to need tier 2 units as well as carbide walls. And the carbide is actually the main problem, because I'm not producing a lot of that. You don't need that much for anything else. So I'm going to have to ramp up that dramatically. Well, I was going to build some tier 5 units in the newly conquered space. But yeah, you know, if there's tier 5 tanks going to attack me in the meanwhile, that's actually pretty hard to do. Oh well, that's what an army is for, right? So I'm just gonna park it in the front door, and hopefully that is enough to keep those tier 5 units away. There doesn't seem to be much else than those tier 5 units coming at me right now, so even though they're really strong, as long as I can just put enough units in front of them, hopefully that should be able to keep them back. Okay, so step 1, another Neoplasia reactor, so I have plenty of power on this base as well, because it's quite far away from everything else, so I'm figured it might as well be self-sustaining. And I'm actually going to build some more phase fabric production first as well, because that makes it easier to heat up everything, but also make sure I have enough of that to actually power these reactors, because remember, these also take in phase fabric. And the next steps is to get some thorium and sand production up and running so I can make that phase fabric. And then while I'm at it, I might as well start making all that carbide, because I have plenty of tungsten, I have plenty of graphite, and I have plenty of heat thanks to the reactor over here. So this is 3 additional reactors, or crucibles I should say, making some carbide. Now, as you can see, I'm now sitting on a 2k surplus of carbide. Let's make some tier 5 units of our own. Well then, I now have my first tier 5 air units in production, and honestly I'm not entirely sure it was worth all the effort. I mean, don't get me wrong, these units are super strong, but by the time you've built all the infrastructure you need in order to produce them, well, let me see. I have about, what is this, 500 units of tier 1, 2 and 4? I mean, that's probably enough to rush the enemy base, but at this point I am definitely just going to build some tier 5 units just because I can. And well, since we already saw the enemy using the tier 5 tank, I want to make the tier 5 crawler, just because we haven't actually seen it yet. Would you look at this? If this isn't the creepy crawly, then I don't know what is. Look at that, it's amazing. Honestly, at this point, I'm not really sure I actually need the rest of my army, because look at these tier 5 units. It's only 4 of them, and they are actually able to penetrate this rapidly firing air turret that is trying to intercept all of these projectiles. But as you can see, the projectiles are actually getting through because I am damaging that wall. And I can even outrange some of these other turrets that are going to do a lot of damage to my units, but not if they can't actually shoot at me. And as you can see, the tier 5 creepy crawlies are just as much fun. They are able to shoot from a massive range. They actually kind of sometimes hurt themselves, because as you can see, they have all this like AoE damage popping off, and that damage actually can hit themselves for some reason. So yeah, if you're wondering why these actually took damage, they were shooting at themselves while shooting at walls. It's kind of weird, but okay. As you can see, these air units are just completely terrorizing this base. They're taking out everything. These projectiles seem to be very hard to intercept. And, well, honestly, these guys don't have a lot to do at this point, because they can just walk in and start destroying whatever is left over. I kind of don't want to get too close, because as you can see, there are some afflict towers down here. But yeah, my air units are just making short work of this entire base. Not entirely sure what I'm going to do with the other 400 units or so I have, but yeah, you know, working like intended. So I've done a little bit of a run-by with my efforts. That was a very expensive run-by, by the way. Should probably have been a little bit smarter about that. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of air defense, but not much of a ground defense. There's a base over here, and I expect to find a base somewhere over here as well, because this does seem to be one giant base. Now, what I'm going to do is, just for fun, maybe not the smart thing to do, but I'm just going to grab all my units and run them through. Looking at the map once you just move command all your units is kind of fun as well. Look at that stuff all swarming in. It's a massive amount of lower tier units, of course, so it looks a little bit more impressive on the map than it might be in reality. But yeah, this is still pretty cool. So what I'm going to do is, I am, like I said, just going to say move in here, guys, and let's see what that does. It's apparently attacking a lot of walls, which is not ideal. I should probably kind of split some of these units off and make sure I get these turrets while I'm at it, because otherwise my air units are going to be ripped apart. Yeah, I can actually really nicely destroy some of this production, so I'm not seeing any tier 5 units popping out. That's a lot of lag, and that is one more base down. So I am going to kind of micromanage my air units. Okay, let's not move them in that direction at least, because that's not where I want to be, apparently. It is a little annoying that my air units are so much faster than everything else, because as you can see... Oh, that was it already? I didn't even see where the last base was. But the enemy on Erekir has been defeated and the final sector has been conquered. Sector playtime, only an hour. Well, an hour not being paused, I guess, because I've definitely spent like 3+ hours on this level just building stuff. So you can see how weird this game is in that regard when you're spending so much time designing your base rather than actually kind of like playing the game. I mean, designing the base is playing the gameplay. I think you get what I mean. Anyway, this kind of came as a surprise, honestly. But yeah, it seems we have defeated the game, so that's awesome. If you're still here, you are awesome, and I do hope to catch you in the next one.